first, before we do that, I want to read something to you. They can't hear me on YouTube. Okay, hold on. So, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Ladies and gentlemen, let me know if you can hear me now. Is the mic settings? So, okay, we're good? All right, there we go. Oh, there we go. Now I gotta start all over. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sho Baraka. This is the MyBLVD Creating Spaces Stream-a-thon. We are gonna be here for 8 hours enjoying one another. I want you to have some endurance. I'm gonna have endurance. I'm gonna be hosting. I'll have a plethora of thinkers, innovators, creators who will join me. There are people in studio right now. We are in the MyBLVD studio, so hopefully you'll get a little bit of what's going on there. Before I even get too deep into what's happening, I just want to let y'all know that this is our first time trying to actually put on a live production in this studio. So have some grace with us. As you can see, we have a nice little LED wall. There's going to be some transitions that's going to happen, and just don't let that distract you, okay? But we're going to have a good time. All right, so one of the things I do want you to do, I want you to let people know that you are joining us right now, all right? So tweet. I know it's called X right now, but I don't know if you still tweet. Don't do X. Stay away from X, people, okay? But the social media platform, well, you probably want to stay away from that too, because it's just like a drug. But tweet your peoples, get on Facebook, get on Instagram stories, share on Instagram if you're under the age of 15, or not Instagram, but a Snapchat. I know there's TikTok, get on that, you know what I'm saying? Make a dance or something, share with people, hashtag it, MyBLVD, MyBLVD, Creating Spaces. And let us know, because guess what's going to happen later when you hashtag, and we're going to ask you to share, we have some good prizes. I'm not going to let you know right now what prizes we have, but we're going to have some giveaways. But ultimately, one of the reasons why we want people to come and join us, because we are raising money for great initiatives that we are undertaking here. And one of the things that you could do is you can text to give. I forgot what the text to give number is, but we'll let it know on the slide in just a second. But before we get into that, I want to read you a quote. One of my favorite theologians is Henry Nouwen, and he has this quote. He says, and because this is how creating spaces, I think this quote is appropriate. He says, hospitality means primarily the creation of a free space where strangers can enter and become a friend instead of an enemy. Hospitality is not to change people, but to offer them a space where change can take place. It is not to bring men and women over to the other side, but to offer freedom not disturbed by dividing lines. The paradox of hospitality is that it wants to create emptiness, not a fearful emptiness, but a friendly emptiness, where strangers can enter and discover themselves as created free to sing their own songs, speak their own language, dance their own dances, free also to leave and follow their own vocations. Hospitality is not a subtle invitation to adore the lifestyle of the host. One more time. Hospitality is not a subtle invitation to adore the lifestyle of the host, but the gift of chance for the guest to find his own. Once again, I am. That was long, but it was weighty. It was appropriate. I am Sho Baraka. I am your host for this content extravaganza. This is, once again, Creating Spaces, MyBLVD Stream-a-thon. Our hope is that you will experience that hospitality, that freedom from the dividing lines of culture and society, but you would feel free to love, to be of peace, to be of joy, to be of goodness. And yes, for the next 8 hours. Yes, I said 8 hours. Our goal is to encourage you and to equip you and to raise a lot of money. So please give. What is the text? All right, so in order to text, I'm going to introduce some people in just a second, but there's a banner that you can throw up in a second. You go to banners, and I think it should say text to give, but it is, you text text MyBLVD to 53555. 53555. Text MyBLVD, MyBLVD. It's on the screen, so you should be able to see it there. So that's how you give. Or you can also go to our website. It's myboulevard.co, not com, co, and give that way. So that is our goal, is to raise some money, some funds for the initiatives that we're doing. And let me tell you about what this organization is. We are an organization that is committed to relevant resources and relationships for the benefit of building up individuals. And the way we do that through coaching, we do that through the content that we provide, and we do that through conferences, and we're trying to build a community. So we planned to have a wonderful time. Let me go through some of what's happening. We have giveaways. We're gonna have somebody coming to give sing some songs for us. I have interviews with people that you saw at the beginning. So I have my man Deuce coming up pretty soon. I guess the founder and president of My Boulevard, Dahadi Lewis, is gonna join me in a few seconds to talk and have a conversation about My Boulevard. Then we have my man Adam Thomason. We have interviews from Justin Giboney, Lisa Fields. It's just gonna be wonderful. And then we also have like a little game show later on. So we're gonna be here for 8 hours going strong. So here's, you know what? Matter of fact, my man Jeremiah, we can get a cake. My man Jeremiah Branch, Saint Jeremiah in the building. Give a shout out. Talk to the people, bro. I don't know if your mic's on, but if it's not on, just wait to the people. So how are you feeling today? Is this, you know what, we're going to come back to him as soon as this mic turned on. But I'm excited because he's going to be with me for the rest of this day. We're interviewing his father in about 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes? I don't know. I have my brother who's coming to join me, and then his father's coming to join us to have a discussion over Zoom. My daughter is back there on the camera. She just graduated from high school. She's in college studying film, so we're going to clap that up. You know what I'm saying? We have a semi-live audience in the building. We have individuals who work for Boulevard and other folks who are volunteering and just here to just enjoy the festivities. So we are going to have a good time. So what you'll get is interviews. You'll get some live interactions. What we want to do is, if you are watching and you want to join in the conversation, there's going to be times when we're a lot for you to come and join this conversation. We're also going to have giveaways, and we're going to give away this. I have many different sizes. See, on the front it says "Good God," but on the back, my ladies and gentlemen, it has the fish and loaves. I mean, I know. You're welcome. That's all I'm saying, is you're welcome. All right, so before I go any further, I'm excited, and I would love the opportunity. Well, first, let me talk about how I ended up here. So I am the brother of the wonderful Dahadi Baraka Lewis. We both have the middle name Baraka. And My Boulevard has been a wonderful asset for people who've been planning churches and wanting to lead organizations. And so they've done cohorts, they've planted dozens and dozens of churches over the years. It's held many conferences. We just had our conference in October, the My Boulevard conference. It was amazing, and called Integrated Leader. And I have had a passion of trying to figure out how to create a space for individuals like me. And oftentimes we complain about there are not spaces for us, and we go into particular institutions and you feel like you're on the outside, you're marginalized. And the wonderful thing about My Boulevard is that it is an organization that is trying to alleviate that concern. It's trying to create content for folks and individuals who are like us, who understand the problems, who understand the communities in which we're serving, and provide relevant resources. So if you go to our site, you go to City Syllabus, which is, as of right now, a resource that you can sign up for free, and you get certain content. You'll get seminars with people like Chip Dodd or Mark Damas or myself or Dahadi, but you also get courses that give you emotional health like Known 360 or Navigating Shame, a course on basically around my book, courses that teach you how to manage your time better. There's a whole bunch of resources on that site, and that's what we're doing. We're trying to create content that's relevant for the practitioner, for the pastor, for the artist, for the creative. And so when my brother asked me about joining this team, I said, as long as it's not just about pastors. And he was like, absolutely. And so he's allowed me, this crazy individual, polymath or whatever, to come alongside him and to join the wonderful team and help serve people like Jessica in the back, whoop, 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 folks like Tina in here, and just other folks who are doing good work, and we are going to bring something I think is pretty special, and I'm excited, and we were able to do it at the conference, which is called Good Culture, and the Good Culture Show. Now, Jeremiah, are you with me now? Are you with me, my guy? I think so.
I can be. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? I'm here.
Okay, so tell us, are you excited about Good Culture Show, my friend?
Oh, I'm lit. It's gonna be a good time, and I'm just glad that you let me join in. You know what I'm saying?
I know. I'm mainly letting you join in because of your pretty face, and so that it'll raise.
The camera can see it right now.
Is it because it's so dark?
Yeah, it's a little dark over here, but it's quite all right. You know what I'm saying?
Well, eventually we'll fix it.
It's not about me. You know what I'm saying? It's not about me.
That's
exactly.
That's the Lord humbling you right now, because he knows your face is pretty, and so he's just like, I don't want him to get too much shine, and I don't want him to outshine my humble servant Sho Baraka. And so, but anyway, Jeremiah, what are some things that you're excited about with MyBLVD, and also for the Stream-a-thon?
Yeah, well, one of the things that you were saying is that MyBLVD isn't just for pastors, it's for leaders. And so for me, I feel called to urban ministry long term. I don't know if I'm going to be a pastor or not, but I still want to have an impact in my community. And so the fact that we're offering resources and opportunities for people who aren't going to be pastors is actually a real thing, and something that I'm really excited for. I'm excited that we're partnering with Good Culture, so we're bringing the topics and the things that we're encountering in MyBLVD into the broader culture and things that matter to people my age, my generation, and below, in other areas of life. So yeah, I'm just excited.
All right, so speaking of good culture, this man produces a lot of good culture. He is the ideator, I think, and the visionary behind a lot of what has shaped, especially Christian culture and this country. And oftentimes he doesn't get his flowers for it, and that's fine. I think he's cool with it. But I want to have a conversation with the president and the founder of MyBLVD, my brother, Sho Baraka Lewis. All right, come on now, come on here. So you can leave that camera on me. You can leave that camera on me right here, and then you can sit there. You can sit there, and just you killing us with the hat right now.
Yes. Friend. Oh, want me to take it off?
No, I'm just saying, like, it's,
saying.
You're flossy, and I don't know if, hopefully they'll be able to see your face. So, can they see his face?
Yes.
All right, we can see you. All right, look at you. Oh, handsome. And so, first question is, how'd you find a hat to match pants? That's a very interesting color right there.
This is a unique. I went about a 12-minute walk, and I got both of them actually from a place called Pond City Market. That's what
okay. We're not gonna say the store because they're not sponsoring the show. So
you know that's true.
Yeah, Pond City is fine, but if we were to say the store, then we're not gonna do that. All right, so Dahadi, years ago, you decided to be a pastor. Why did you decide to start MyBLVD? Like, what's the impetus behind that?
Well, MyBLVD was really, December 15th, 2007. It was about 25 of us. You of which one of the first that
you finally admitted. Okay,
yes,
cool.
We made a commitment to leave and then come out to the city and move to Atlanta, Georgia. And once we made that commitment, it was interesting because we planted not just to start a church. We wanted to start a church that's starting other churches.
Yeah.
And so that's why we named the church Blueprint, which is actually another Sho Baraka. We can talk about that.
Thank you.
Talking about, so there's all types of your fingerprints and handprints all over this thing.
I mean, at least I could be an honorary pastor or something like that. I don't know, but I'll just take the compliments. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, really, it just came down from a lot of it. Our story, my story. I wasn't raised in the church, as you know. And really for me, it was just like I had a desire to not repeat my story.
Yeah.
Right. And so for my story, I was a dude in the urban context, and I don't remember anybody ever sharing their faith with me, ever coming like and just talking about Jesus to me or whatever. And I was like, and I oftentimes think like either like I was just real good at never knowing any Christians growing up, or Christians decided to never thought it was important to share that they were a Christian with me. And so a big part of it was like I was just like, Lord, I want to be the last generation, right, to leave the urban context. And so that was a part of it. So how do we plant churches that are planting churches? And that's why we named it Blueprint Church, right? The definition of a blueprint is a plan or a process that's used as a guide to start something new. And so we wanted to embrace the beauty, the complexity, the density, the diversity of city and help others start in cities. Yeah. You know, and so that was really our heart.
So this event is called, or this Stream-a-thon is called Creating Spaces.
Creating Spaces.
So why is creating space for individuals like you to plant churches, for individuals like me to excel in the areas of which I'm excelling? Why is that important? And, you know, why not just go to, you know, big institutions or white evangelical institutions or whatever? Like, what was the reason for you to do the things that you do to create spaces for people to be equipped and trained?
Well, I love what we've kind of developed now is the 5 Ps. It's like, you know, when I think about like practitioners or, you know, people of that, and I think that maybe a 6P. But first of all, my heart and my passion when I first planted Blueprint was like, how do I help other pastors, right? How do we equip other pastors to plant churches in urban contexts so that we can make disciple making the ministry, that like going about making disciples. And my journey has been about like wedding the Great Commission to make disciples with the local church, because I just saw like there was a disconnect, you know, in my early naive kind of stages of walking in the faith. But I was committed to pastors, but then you added 4 more Ps, right? And so what I'm learning about these other 4 Ps, you know, it's like, okay, yeah, we've been focusing on the pastors, but what about, you say, the poets, the prophets,
yes,
the pundits, and the polymaths.
The polymaths are people who do it all. They're just all types of creative artisans.
So that's 5 right there. Poets, prophets, pundits, and polymaths. And so, you know, we also talk about the pastors. And then I think the 6th one that I would like to kind of bring is the practitioner. Right? And the practitioners is people, because I would consider myself a pastor, but more so a practitioner, right? I've lived in the urban context. I've been in the context. I live in the city, you know, and just know what's needed to, like, as a practical disciple maker, you know? And so people who are like, because I recognize a lot of times in church and in church world, we talk real theory about everything, but then we leave just like, man, that was a really inspiring message. Well, I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to do with it. But then the thing is, it's like, all right, what I'll do is I'll take the dope parts of that sermon and I'll repeat them. And that's what we end up doing is in Christianity, is that we repeat powerful points in people's message, and we call it faith and Christianity, and you know that. And I was just like, man, what would it look like for My Boulevard to raise up these pastors, prophets, polymaths, pundits, poets, practitioners? What would it be like if we did that and engage and said like, hey, here is some both relevant resources, relational content to help you take responsibility of your boulevard. And so that's why we named it My Boulevard, right? My Boulevard is a group of people who says that like, I'm going to take responsibility for my boulevard.
So as a pastor, you galvanize teams, you lead people. A lot of people don't know that you were a great athlete at one point in time.
Yes, I was actually featured in Game Breaker, 1998 edition of Game Breaker.
Is that like the
what I mean featured, you know, let me just say, not really featured. But no, because like here's the thing. Game Breaker is one of those shows. It's not like, you know, NCAA and all that, but Game Breaker was dope because every team, so they had all the college Division I teams, and every team had what they called a Game Breaker. And the Game Breaker had a special star. That means that they were that dude on the team.
I think I remember this.
I was that dude. I'm just, not bragging on it, but I was that dude
I was just about to
on Game Breaker.
transition into like you being a pastor and a holy man, and you just like
No, you know what I'm saying? But see, here's the thing. I'm now 47, 48. See, that's what's happening. I'm old, so the fact that I'm still talking about what I was doing in 20, my early 20s is the problem. And so I'm just, hey. So it's okay. I got to brag about something.
How does like your experience in football? How does that help you as a leader? Like, how does that help you with managing teams?
Yeah, well, I've always been like the point guard or the quarterback on every team that I've ever played on. And point guards and quarterbacks, I would say that specifically as a point guard, I was a pass first point guard. I would rather have 20 assists than 40 points. Yeah. Right. And so that was just my thing, is just like being able to put people in the right positions. And so that's really was my heart and my desires. It's like, man, how do I help put people in the right position so that they can score, so they can do their God-given thing. So when we start thinking about what does that look like for my boulevard, it's like we can establish a blueprint here as a practitioner here in the local community, and help others to be the blueprint or to represent their boulevard. Yeah. And so that's really what everything that we do is designed to, helping the practitioner, the prophets, to take responsibility of their boulevard, and how do we throw them the assist so that they can thrive on their boulevard. And so sports taught me that. Yeah. Sports was like, it was the thing. And so I apologize to everybody who's not a sports fan, but like 50% of all of my illustrations are gonna come from sports.
This man,
that's my thing.
This man at church, all the sports references. I hope that people, I guess you help people learn more about sports in your preaching.
I'm helping. You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Right, so there's a lot of talk about, a lot of distrust about churches or with churches. People are leaving the church. People are leaving the faith. Folks are deconstructing. There's a whole lot of just, I guess you say spiritual ambiguity when it comes to the church in this country or in the West. What's happening? How is My Boulevard coming along and assisting pastors in answering these questions that people may have? Why do we need to create spaces for people to wrestle with these particular issues? Can you give us like a diagnosis and an antidote for what we're going through right now?
Well, a diagnosis, we don't have to go through all the stuff, but for the last almost decade now, we can trace it back all the way to Barack Obama. That was one of they say is the single greatest factor for the resurgence of the KKK. There was that something happened in our country, right? And it wasn't like it was the first that happened in our country, but what happened was it's the reemergence, and people started getting less fearful. Yeah. So it was the advent of that, and it's also the camera phone, where now when something bad happens, the first thing people do is pull the camera phone. They don't even. It's like before they.
You don't even help. They don't even help anybody. I be seeing folks get beat. I'm like, are y'all gonna help the person? The person's sitting there getting beat down, and y'all just go pull out a phone.
Yeah, they don't help. They don't run. The first intuition is, let me capture this. Right? And
let me be Spielberg, real quick.
Yeah. So the phone has created this exposure. People, it's more known of what's been going on for so long, and so what's happened is that it has cultivated more and more distrust, more and more frustration, more and more pain, and that we're at a time where people are traumatic, or they're just feeling trauma, and then so now you throw on a pandemic, you throw on the stuff that's going on with, this name.
You talk about trauma being a mission field for today, and can you explain that?
Well, trauma is just simply, and it's really a quote that I heard, that they said trauma is the mission field for the 21st century. Yeah. I think that is so critical, because if you think about like my daughter, my niece, Zoe, people who are in college now, Gen Z, those people, when you think about those people, think about it, from the time they started thinking, and listening to politics, they have been through a pandemic, they have been through an insurrection on the Capitol, they have been through, and if you live in a place like Atlanta or Minnesota or a place, they have seen, people that look like them killed. Yeah. They've seen all of these things, and it is trauma after trauma after trauma. And so it's obvious why anxiety and all of that is up. And so here's the thing. During one of our most pivotal times, people are going to be writing history books about what we just went through over these last 4 years.
Yeah,
right? The
yeah.
pandemic and all the stuff that takes place. The problem is that the church was silent.
Yeah.
You know, think about every other time in history, whether you agree or disagree with people like Reverend Jesse Jackson or King, or the church has always had a voice.
Yeah.
But if you think about these last 4 years, what was the voice? Who was the voice? Who was the person speaking? And I think what people have said was, man, over these last 4 years, when I've hit probably some of my hardest times, where was the church?
Yeah.
And we were closing our doors and doing all this stuff, and it was just like it was silence. And I think what happened was, if the church wasn't relevant in my most hard times,
Come on now.
then why do I need it in the everyday, right? And I think that distrust has caused people to distrust the church. You throw that on in, but you also throw in some of this other stuff. I think, with the aligning with political parties and all those things that takes place, is that people's just like, I'm tired of playing these games with the church.
So, all right, look, you're going to be back.
Yes.
In a few minutes to have a discussion around one of the pieces of content that we offer through My Boulevard. Unfortunately, right now we can't take any questions. So, also throughout this joint, throw some comments in there. Get the algorithms going, as they say. Subscribe. Like, subscribe, turn on that alert, smash the subscribe button, as they say. But my brother Dahadi is going to be back, and we're going to have him come and interview some folks. Coming up next, we're going to have the William Branch Deuce, the ambassador. But before that, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Dahadi Lewis. Let's go. Hey, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Let me hold that hat real quick. But we're going to show a video. It's an Urban Night video. It's called the Urban Night Crystal video. We're going to show that. And it's going to lead into the discussion that I'm having with my mentor. So, hey, my man. Oh, there we go. So I'm gonna have to apologize off top. You'll probably hear an echo if you are listening in with our Zoomed interviews. But hey, we're gonna tough through it. But first of all, Brother Deuce, thank you for joining us. How are you feeling on this day?
What up? I'm good.
Excellent. All right, so when you looked at that video, first of all, I'm gonna bring your son. Go ahead, man. Take a seat over here and let's have a conversation with your pops. When you look at that video, what do you think? What do you think about it?
I get excited. I get excited at seeing that collection of individuals who, judging by their externals, one would not necessarily locate them among the holy, chosen, and beloved people of God necessarily. And yet those are some of my favorite urbanite, missionally minded, Christocentric believers, brothers, men. We're really accustomed to women sort of being some of the most exemplary Christians we know. Too often we kind of lament the lack of presence or the smaller presence of men when it comes to the things of God. And yet that group right there represents not merely men of God, but those are some quality leaders. And they're doing it without major platforms. That becomes the next thing. Sometimes you can gather a bunch of people who have large platforms, and therefore it's impressive based on the fact that they're impressive. But those guys, many of them, their platforms are not large, yet I'd put them up against anyone in terms of the substance of their Christ and the substance of them as men of God that are opportune, I think, right for the moment.
Look, one of the things, my father passed away
when I was in my late 20s or early 30s. Yeah, no, when I was 30 years old, I think. And one of the things that I love about the end of my father's life is that he came to know the Lord and he loved the Lord and he would come to my shows.
Excellent.
And there's often times when I grieve the relationship that I wish I could have had with my father. One of the things that I adore is seeing you and your son's relationship.
Yeah.
What does that do to you as you see your son just like, and not only your son, your daughter who helped out with this event as well, both of you guys, like what is that legacy like to have a father and son relationship that glorifies the Lord?
Well, so let me start by saying it's the dream come true, right? It's the desire. So my great influence, similarly as my father, led me to the Lord very young, modeled for me the most robust expression of Christianity that I have seen with my own eyes. Still is in the picture today. Loved me well, and passed on the legacy of Jesus Christ in an urban frame. He did not, however, resonate with when hip hop added pieces to my urbanism that he could not relate to. And so when it comes to son Jeremiah, I get to not only have that same relationship I had with my father, with my son, this son, but we share a similar affection and affinity for urbanism that hip hop helped create. That's distinct from our father generation, the 70s, people in their 70s in that case. So yes, it's particularly special to me. Let me say one more thing. I remember when 50 Cent, who also is 50 right now, right? He's part of the 50 Club. When 50 first came out, in his arm was of his son. He had on a headband, the 50 Cent G Unit headband, and the picture was him holding his son, who had on a G Unit headband. And what it symbolizes, me and my son share this cultural flavor. And I remember looking and saying, that's what a father wants. He wants to be able to say, I have on my headband, my son has on his headband. Well, me and my father didn't have that connection because of the generational divide that I think hip hop actually created. We could talk about that more. It was like, man, me and my son, we go into each other's closet outside of the size difference. But in terms of the flavor difference, not all, like, and there's things that he rocks that I wouldn't rock or vice versa. But it's part of it's part of a togetherness that I think that God is going to use for the sake of his glory and the sake of missions.
What about you?
Yeah, nah, for real. I just growing up, especially in the area that we were growing up in my most formative years, like I'm lucky to have a father in general, let alone a father that's invested, and then 3 for 3, a father who I connect with and connects with me, and so I don't take lightly the fact that like in pursuing ministry in an urban context, I'm a 3rd-generation minister. So this is like a legacy that I'm carrying on. And it was never by force. It just so happened that my dad happened to love hip hop, and hip hop blew up, and that was what I grew up in, and we were able to fall in love with it together. And so I just feel extremely blessed by the fact that he's been invested in me, invested in the things that I'm interested in, and we have our, like you said, we have our differences. We have things that I'm like, yeah, I rock with this. He's like, maybe not.
Yeah.
But by and large,
Like that earring right there, that earring with the cross on it. That's the thing.
I mean, he wouldn't put it on, but I don't think you got a problem with hip hop. I don't think you ever said nothing like that.
Nah,
And
not at all.
I think it's good because
Not
we
at
reach
all.
each other in different ways. Because there's a time. First of all, my whole life and my whole formation and how to navigate, obviously, these landscapes. When I'm hearing different artists, his father was like, "Don't even listen." My father was like, "Hey, when you're listening, you need to filter out," and he's showing me what to
That's good. Yeah, absolutely.
both in regular secular hip hop and Christian hip hop.
I could do that with my daughter, but half the music she listens to, I don't even know what they be talking about. 'Cause it'd be like the Imagine Dragons. I'd be like, ah. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. I just don't understand it. Hey, not to leave out the fact that your mom's a beast as well. Deuce, what is a Christo Urbanite? Explain that to us.
Yeah. Christo Urbanite is my attempt at giving a category, giving language to this unique fusion that has all of these components interacting harmoniously in one frame or in one community. There's Christo, that's the Christ-centered orientation to life. Again, somebody can claim to know God, they can claim to be a person of faith, and their God and their faith does not most robustly reveal himself in the person and the work of the Lord Jesus Christ, which that's what, again, a true Christian faith, Christ is the centerpiece of it. And so that's the Christo. That begins to permeate every other thing. Urbanite talks to people whose urban connection is kind of formative in everything they do. I mean, when you see them on the street, you kind of place them within a urban context. Sometimes people wrongly will ask, I mean, what do you think, you a rapper? Or what are you? You're like, if you say I'm a preacher, they say, you a preacher? You say, why can't I be a preacher? And they'll say, basically, because you look like a rapper or something. And they're people who are not rappers, but who are from an urban context where their basic flavor has been kind of flavorized, or has been kind of flavored by what hip hop introduced to the urban scene. So you got Christ-centered orientation, urban flavor that's kind of very visible in all that you say and do, and kind of how you interact. And then I think in between, or in part of the ism, is that those two things are also part of a broader ism, and that is a gospel-ism or a evangelical-ism, rightly defined. When I say evangelicalism, I do not mean a cultural or a political concept. What I mean is a theological Christ-centeredness, gospel-centeredness that has been rightly summed up in looking at just we are about a conversion aim, a Bible centricity, a cross-centeredness, and an activism. When you put those as your center, that forms this kind of like elusive ism. So Christ-centered, urbanite frame, evan or gospel-centered like focus with a conversion aim. That to me is a unique group of people. We tried to do it, and we tried to do it through hip hop. We tried to do it in our churches, and we tried to do it through what we write. It has become an industry. It becomes
So let me ask you this. So we've seen examples of that. Where do you think that is now? What kind of hope do you have going forward, and what must we do in order to get to a place where this urban Christocentric flavor can be on full display?
Right. Excellent. Well, it's in a state of flux right now. There's a state of ambiguity, and each of those points, urbanism, Christo, and evangelical or gospel centeredness with a conversion aim, those key components have all been assaulted by people who you would think would be the commercial to make it look good. There are a lot of people who, to me, helped make Christo urbanism. It didn't have that title on it, but they made it popular among multi-generations. I know dudes in their 50s that loved what Christo urbanism, and again, it didn't have the title, but the essence of Christo urbanism, they had it. They introduced their kids to it. And now they are, again, they kind of, you would think, would make it look good, make it attractive. But somewhere along the line between the time of the introduction of what Christo urbanism is and where we stand today, there have been several expressions of buyer's remorse. Several times where people say, I didn't like that. When it looks like, how you didn't like it? I don't want that. How you didn't want that? I'm going to deconstruct that. Why are you deconstructing that part? That part was good. I'm on something different. Wait, why are you on something different? What you've chosen is not as good. It's not as God centered, and it's not as good. So I think right now it's in a state of flux because we don't kind of we have not recommitted ourselves to each of those components. My hope is that there is enough of us who do. And if we could represent it, redefend it, remodel it, that it could be the next new revival that we experience and benefit from within both a church structure, because that's one of the main things. It never was anti-church. It never was anti-institutional
Amen.
church. We were on the outskirts of church, wanting to be in. We weren't on the outside of church, happy to be outside of church. That's why we planted churches, so that there could be a church that we're not on the outside of because of either this urbanism or this gospel focus. So that's a problem now, right? People who
Yeah.
don't even like the concept of church, especially not institutionalized or organized church. That is antithetical both to Christianity, it's antithetical to Christo-urbanism, as it should be rightly understood. So my hope is that everything else is proving to not work well at least. I was telling somebody recently, everybody is switching up. And I'm looking at them and I'm saying, what you switch to doesn't have you better off. You're more depressed. Your
Yeah.
marriages are falling apart now. You're not in a good relationship with the church. You're not stronger in the faith. You don't know the Bible as well. I think it's because we've traded the wrong thing in for what we think is better. And so I think that we have an opportunity to recast the vision. This is kind of like part of the part of that, you know.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's a real thorough man. So you kind of answered my question. You touched on it, but I was gonna ask, specifically, you're wearing the "What's so great about church?" and a lot of people who would claim, yeah, I'm doing the Christo Urbanite. Yeah, a lot of people who would claim I'm doing the Christo Urbanite thing on my own. You know what I'm saying? We've lost that, and so you talked about why it's not good to do it outside of the church, but can you kind of pitch us a vision of what does it look like to have these kind of men that you had in that intro video inside the church, and what the effect of that, what the beauty of that would be?
Excellent question. The New Testament, where we get what it means to be a Christian from, the New Testament is picking up where the Old Testament led us. The Old Testament Hebrew scriptures was leading us to the covenant people of God under the reign of a king. As we know, if anyone knows their word, Israel was released from captivity, but never had a king back on the throne. They were waiting for a king back on the throne. They got out of Babylon through the instrumentation of Persia, Medes and Persians. They are released from Babylon and they never have a king again. And we know that eventually Greece came, and then Rome came, and then Jesus was born. Jesus is the king of the Jews, but he did not occupy an earthly throne while he was there. Immediately, the apostles pick up where Jesus leaves off, and they establish the church. Again, Jesus says, upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail. We have four gospels that tell us what Jesus established. Then we have epistles, letters, to tell us how to instruct the people that Christ has formed around the reality that Jesus has come. What you see is to the church at Corinth, to the church at Galatia, to the church at Thessalonica, to the church. These are churches. These churches, by the time we get to what we call the pastoral epistles, we have, I write these things so you may know how one ought to behave in the household of faith. By the time we get to First Peter, what we have is a letter written to people talking about as you come to him, you're being built together as a little temple where God's going to dwell. So, in other words, my vision for us as part of churches the strength of churches, the means of strengthening churches, the means of starting churches, hopefully reviving and making sure that those churches don't come and just go or come and just dissipate, stems from believing that that's what it means to be a Christian, doing what Jesus is doing. You're a part of what he's got going. And it assumes organization. It does not assume me and my friends just relating to one another because we're part of a universal church. Because Titus, put in order what remains, put in elders, and of course the implication is deacons would be also there because Timothy tells us elders and deacons. Philippians is written to the Philippians with overseers and deacons. It is an organization that God wants to show the world what it looks like. So that's my hope. My hope is that
We
we
just got
would
a
be
New
part of
Testament.
it.
We just went through the history of New Testament right there. All right, so we got to be brief on this last question. As I look over your left shoulder, I see the Holy Culture album, and
Classic.
classic wasn't the best one, but it was top 3. You know what I'm saying? It was top 3. It was one of the top 3 though. But check this out. Where are we? All right, so this is quick. We can't. No, it got to be like 2 minutes long.
Okay.
2 minutes. Where are we in the state of Christian hip hop? All right. And after that, can we expect any more music from you? Go.
Let me answer the first one. Yes, you can expect more music. That's
All right, verse right now. Drop us a verse right now.
No, you just gave me 2 minutes to answer the question. I'm not dropping a verse. I can't even drop a verse in 2 minutes.
I'm standing on business.
But the state of Christian hip hop, again, Christian hip hop to me is.
All right, you got 30 seconds.
Yeah. It's more abundant than it's ever been. There's been a revival in embracing it as a label and category.
Yeah.
It's unshepherded. It's led by whoever's hot. Therefore, what it is in its definition, I think could use some more teasing out and defending, because it's not merely, I don't mind saying that it's Christian hip hop. Christian hip hop should have some substance to it. And I don't hear people defending what the essence of Christian hip hop is. I just see them accepting the title, or the label, and then flooding the market with it. So praise God for the presence of what is being called Christian hip hop. I pray for the substance of what that really means to be more explained.
So just like they've labeled me, they're gonna label you an old man who's just a hater. And and we'll just start our own rap group called The Old Man or something, or Get Off My Lawn. It'd be a name like it. So but it's been a blessing to have you. You're always encouraging. Thank you, man. Blessings to you and the work that you're doing, not only on these internet streets and through your music, but also at Southeastern Seminary. And man, continue to raise wonderful kids, brother. We thank you.
Amen. Amen. Blessings.
All right.
Much love to you, Pops.
Much love.
Hey, much love, son.
So we're gonna have to get this. So what was that like for you, my guy? Talking to your pops. I mean, you talk to them all the time.
I was about to say it was like talking to my pops.
Like when you have conversations with them, do you ever feel like, okay, I heard this, or is it always still like, no, this is always fresh? It feels.
Yeah. He's always tinkering with, even if it's the same content, he adds more substance, more body to it, and that's just how he is. So I'm always, and then also one thing I just learned to learn. So I just be sitting and listening, and maybe he'll say the same thing, maybe he'll say something different. We got something completely random on the screen right now.
Hey, we're still figuring this thing out, so we'll get it.
It's all good.
What's that? Oh, is that what's showing on the?
Yeah, right now it's showing where you were sitting.
No, you're showing.
I'm showing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
That's yeah. So
Anyway.
Cool. Well, all right. Well, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna ask you to go ahead and take your seat back over to the station.
Come on.
We are about to get into another section. First of all, thank dudes for joining us. It was a pleasure. We are excited to continue to move this thing on. We're going to be talking about city syllabus, and then my brother is going to come in. Do we have our guest here? All right, and my brother is going to interview two people who have went through a particular product that we offer through city syllabus. They can come in. I'm excited because, first of all, let me give my own personal testimony about this particular product. So city syllabus is the platform which we house our resources. But the particular product that they'll be talking about is Known 360. And Known 360 is a course that helps you develop your emotional health. It talks about knowing your feelings and expressing your feelings. So knowing how you feel, what you feel, and expressing how you feel, what you feel. And I did the course a couple weeks ago. My wife and I went through it, and it was a blessing. I would encourage you to go on to City Syllabus right now to sign up. You get all kinds of stuff. I just started this thing called the Issachar Lectures to our church at Blueprint. And I led a course, not a course, but I gave a lecture on engaging culture. My man David Richardson gave a discussion on apologetics and church history. And so there are resources like that on there, and you can engage. So this resource that they're about to talk about is No 360. How you can come, and this will be your spot. And then we're going to have, all right, so what's happening? Talk. Huh? I don't have to. That's you know. There's no video to have. Hold on. There's no video. Do we have a video? I don't think we have a video. We don't have a video. I just want to show off. All right. Let's talk to people about city syllabus.
Well, we do this well as transition. Transitions are done well here. But listen, hey, I'm just really excited about this. I'm excited about kind of what we are doing, and really this is about what this day is about. This is the beginning of what we're trying as it relates to like the My Boulevard, creating spaces. And that's what we're trying to do, is that we're trying to create spaces. And all of this is a part of what we call, it's a Stream-a-thon. Like you remember the old school telethon. The Stream-a-thon is to also raise money. So there's a link for you to give, right? Because like our goal is that we want to raise at least $24,000 today, at least $24,000. And so we are just excited about being able to create more of these, more of the Good Culture Show, more spaces. We want to create spaces, and we'll talk about all the things that the Lord has been doing over this past year, and so that we can continue to bring more and more and more to you guys. So we're excited. Like we said, we're not, this is the first time we're doing this, and so you guys are a part of the inaugural group that get a chance to see how we do this, and so we can look back a year from now and be like, look at God. Right, look at God. So we are excited, and I'm excited to bring in a couple of people who are a part of the thing called who's done this thing called Known 360. It's a thing that we've been doing here at the church about emotional health, and it is on what we call the City Syllabus. The City Syllabus is a tool for you. It's for the urban pastor, practitioner, pundit, polymath, like poet. All the things, all the P's. We determined we got 6 P's. Do we have to say the 6 P's every time, Jeremiah? Not every time. No, yeah, we're for 5. I jumped to 6 to the practitioner. I told you. I explained it. because we have the practitioner too. So we're just excited. The 6 P's. The 6 P's. So this is the 6 P's. And so we know. Matter of fact, somebody put that in the chat so we can always refer back to. Right, what we talk about when we're referring to the 6 P's, right? All 6 of them. And so anytime we refer to the 6 P's, that's what we're talking about. But the other P is we need some paper, some money. So just make sure that you are given to My Boulevard. That link will be in the thing. We need 24 G's to keep creating spaces for it. But so on the City Syllabus, we have all types of courses, all types of things. And one of them is called Known 360. And on the Known 360, it's a tool that we've used. And so to talk about that a little bit, we got 2 people who have been through the actual intensive, Known 360 intensive. And I'll let them introduce themselves. But these are 2 good friends. I'll say their names. It is Clayton and then Tara. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Good. All right. So tell me a little bit about yourself and just when you did Known 360 and kind of what you've been, Known 360. Go ahead and start us off, Clayton.
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Clayton. I am a member at Blueprint Church, and I did Known 360 last year. I think it was actually around this time last year.
Okay.
maybe around like November 2022, something like that. But I chose to do Known 360 because I was in premarital counseling. I just got married this year, and so I was trying to.
Who did that for you?
You did.
Oh, okay. Hey, it's like, let's not leave out the good important details as we're talking about this thing.
Yeah, and so in premarital counseling, I realized that I didn't have the same kind of tools that my wife had for expressing emotions and just understanding where you were emotionally. And so Dahadi recommended this program, Known 360, and so I was like, okay, I'll check it out. And so I did that last year, and it ended up being really helpful for me. And so, yeah.
Amen. Thank you, Tara. What about what's your journey with Known 360 and kind of this whole world?
Well, my journey actually started in about 2017. I went to 3 different weekend intensive in Nashville. And then, of course, Dahadi being Dahadi Lewis contextualized it and made it to be Known 360, originally Sage Hill, but really just made it more applicable for our context. And so I'm never going to ask anyone to do something I'm not willing to do. So after going through it, I now use it as a resource to bring in as many women as I can, and women from church, from my city group, from the church planting network, and so forth.
Amen, amen. Well, I was trying to get the camera people to switch to you, but it's all good. It's all good because that was beautiful, and they still heard you, and it was a blessing. And I think that's like, so when you guys think about the Known 360. Right? Like we've been talking about Known 360. It's something that we have had all of our elders, all of our Titus II women, right? A lot of our leaders at our church have been through, members at our church. Really part of it is to create a language. It's based off the book that we have, it's called The Voice of the Heart by Chip Dodd. And it just talks about the concept that there's 8 primary feelings that helps you navigate, to tell the truth about what's going on inside of you, that feelings, and how do we cultivate and practice safe spaces for us to do that, right? But what we've learned, Tara has been our #1 advocate in terms of like letting people know and recruiting and all that. But it's hard to recruit. It's hard to recruit people to say, "Hey, come and learn about your feelings. Come and learn about your emotions. You'll cry. You have emotional experience." Like, and people just like, "No, thank you. No, thank you for that." So Tara, tell us why. Like, why are you such an advocate for
Absolutely.
Known 360?
Well, I definitely believe in it wholeheartedly. The gospel changed my life. So I'm an advocate for the gospel. I want people to know this gospel that's so transforming. If there's a cafe or a restaurant that has amazing food, I want to take people that I love there. I want those that are in my life to go through Known 360 so that they can walk in freedom, the freedom that Christ died for, and understand how they were made so they can live and do what God made them to do.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, Clayton, what about you? Like, you've been, and the first time I asked you, you weren't like, yeah, sign me up. That wasn't, it wasn't just like that, like sequential. You had some initial pushback, and you said it was time and all this other stuff. Even signing up, it took you a little some time to sign up. But now, after going through it, would you recommend people going through it, and why?
Absolutely, 100% recommend people going through Known 360. And why? I think it's really important for everybody to understand how to process where they are emotionally, because that really funnels into understanding what your needs are as a person, especially when you're in relationship with other people, whether that's intimate relationships with a spouse or friends or family. And so I think the first step to understanding your needs is knowing where you are emotionally. And so I think Known 360 was really helpful for me as somebody who never went to like therapy or counseling. I think it was really helpful for me to get a good framework and a common language to be able to communicate with other people.
Yeah. So how has that helped? I mean, being newlyweds and early in marriage and all of that, how has having that common language helped you and your wife, your spouse Ariana, how to connect, especially in maybe some intense times, intense moments? Like, how has that helped you in your marriage?
Yeah, I think it's helped. So we actually both went through it together in the same, I guess, class cohort. We both have the same language to speak to each other, and so we're both able to say things like, hey, you know, when you watch football all day, it makes me feel angry, and I need this, and so we're able to kind of set expectations with one another, and just express what each of us
Yeah.
needs.
One of the things that we're talking about creating spaces, and that's what we've been like talking about throughout this whole time is just creating spaces, and part of that space is space relationally, interpersonally with other people, and I think that is important, that you're able to create that space in a non-demanding way, because a lot of times when people talk about feelings, there's this like, so therefore fix them, you know, and this is like, I feel hurt, I feel sad, I feel angry, so therefore fix them. But what we try to talk about in Known 360 is how do we create space interpersonally in answering two primary questions. What do I need and what do I feel? Right? But what do I feel and what do I need? Right? And if we can answer those two questions in a non-demanding or in a way that you're trying to fix me, then I think that we can better know and be in relationship with one another. Terry, you've discipled many women, many people, period. You are significant here at the church, you know, at Blueprint Church. How has Known 360 helped you, right, in your discipling, you know, in your city group, in the mentoring that you do with so many people here at the church? How has that helped you?
Absolutely. So I think the biggest takeaways for me is to live fully, to love deeply, and to lead well. And so to live fully, I didn't fully understand that you could have two intense emotions at the same time. I didn't know that I could have pain, but I could also experience joy, that those both exist. I thought it was one or the other, and that something was wrong with me. So this idea of living fully is to live in pain, right? So this passion that I have, it's like I need to feel. I didn't know how to feel. I feel like my heart was cut off, and there was a pivotal moment for me where I was like, Lord, I want to live figuratively. And so I want this passion, a willingness to endure the pain for something that's greater than the pain. And so in order for me to do that, I have to be vulnerable and I have to feel, and that hurts. And I think a lot of people don't know how to get there because it hurts too much. So having practical tools to help them understand how they were made so that they can explore and confess and understand that there is a real impairment of the emotion, and there's also a gift of the emotion, right?
That's good.
And so just this roller coaster of that pain, but also the joy.
So a couple of final questions before we let you guys go, but as it relates to that roller coaster that you talked about, and both of you guys can answer this, these last few years have been hard, right? I mean, we've had like a pandemic, we've had the emotions, we've had all the stuff, you know, jobs and crisis, all of the things that's happened and that has taken place over these last few years. Why is it important for you to be able to, words that we use, identify, explore, and express where you are, you know, as it relates to navigating the trauma or the pain that this world brings? Either one of you guys can answer that question. Open.
I think it's important to be able to identify, explore, and express, because I think in terms of, you know, you talked about solving the feelings. Sometimes you do want to get to like a solution of like, okay, I feel one way and I don't want to feel this way, but how do I get out of it? But I think in order to actually kind of like feel better or reach a state of like gladness and happiness, then it's important to understand, okay, this is what I'm feeling now, this is why I'm feeling it. You know, maybe there have been some things in the past, whether that's, you know, childhood or just, you know, last week, and having to explore that so you can understand, okay, well, now that I understand where I'm at, this is what I need, and so you can communicate that to somebody, or even just to yourself, like, oh, actually, I need to, you know, be kinder to myself, or I need to, you know, go outside and take a walk, things like that. And so once you are able to express your needs and hopefully get those needs met, then that's where you can start to reach that, gladness and happiness and feel better.
Yeah, that's good. Tara, do you have anything to add to that, or
I just want to live.
just want to live
Like
fully?
I want to live fully.
Okay.
And for so long, my heartbeat was cut off because I didn't know how to feel. I didn't know how to need anything, and I was told not to.
Yeah,
And
that's
so
good.
when I was awakened to this language and understood, it was like, no, I really do want to live. I want to long. I want to feel. I want to dream. And Known 360 has been an amazing platform for me to go through that, and then for me to bring others to experience that as well.
All right, so final question, Tara. Since you are my galvanizer, two things, and we also know, again, this is a hard thing. Hey, come, go, and first of all, go to City Syllabus, download, get a sign up for the City Syllabus, watch Known 360. There's people in this room that actually need to go and watch Known 360. So it's like, go watch Known 360, learn how to identify, explore, and express, right? Give us the 30-second of that. And also I want you to talk about, because most of the times we have to scholarship people to do Known 360, because people don't always hey, we can't, I don't want to pay to go cry, right? And so I want you to give a reasons of why they need to help us in the Stream-a-thon. Go to the button, click on, donate to Boulevard so that we can scholarship more people, but also why specifically do Known 360?
Yeah. So somebody sponsored me, to be honest, and now I want to sponsor others. Pay it forward. It really is an investment, not just present, but forever. What we invest here is a reflection of I believe it will last for eternity. And so you donating today could allow somebody else that doesn't have the means to go through the Known 360 so that they can come out and understand how they were made and give that gift away to others.
That's good. Amen. Amen. So we want to appreciate them. We appreciate them coming and learning, talking about that. So we are excited about that. I don't know, as we want to go to a quick video. We're going to go to a video to explain and to talk a little bit more. All right.
Have you ever just looked over your boulevard, taking in its beauty, its imagination, its struggle? You've seen its needs, and maybe you felt hopeless. Most people we encounter want to create significant change in some way. They want their neighbors to flourish. The question is, what do I do? Our communities need integrated thinkers and doers. And sometimes books aren't enough. Sometimes you have the wrong tools. And sometimes you have the tools, but you use them wrong. At MyBLVD, our goal isn't just to give you more information. We want to make you wise leaders, people who understand the times and know how to apply that information. We don't want to just give you content. We want to make you the ultimate resource and help you find community. We understand the unique challenges you face, and we want to empower you to make lasting impact. Your gift is partnering to bring relevant content, cohorts, coaching, and conferences so that we can help individuals like you become integrated leaders and thrive where you are. So why MyBLVD? Because we've seen the harvest, we know the laborers, and we feel called to join you in cultivating a healthy you and a healthy boulevard.
Good morning to all the leaders, the ones who recognize the obstacles that the day brings, the limited resources, the complexity of the city context, the tension between neighbors, and the limitations in yourself. However, even with those challenges before you, you still wake up every day and work to make disciples. In your home, in your church, in your work, in your community, you do the best with what you have. When you feel disconnected from your work and relationships, you grind. When you feel like you're leading alone, you grind. And when you feel like you're on the border of burnout, you grind. But you can do more than just grind. You can thrive where you live, work, and worship. To the faithful leaders who want to embrace presence, to the organizational leader who is navigating division, to the everyday Christian who wants to lead with passion. You desire to be whole for yourself, for your church, for your community. Have clarity framing your worldview. Learn how to discern with empathy. Know how to speak with grace. Feel your feelings without despair. Live with burden. Act with intention. Walk with confidence in your context. Bring your complete self and be present on your boulevard.
Ladies and gentlemen, hey, we having a good time so far. We having a wonderful time. Thanks to Hadi for coming through and interviewing Clayton and Tara. Tara is a dear friend of mine. We lead the city group here at the church. Wonderful. I would say we call her the grandmother of the block, but she's too young to be called the grandmother of the block. And you can't do nothing right now, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm on camera, so. But bless her. Bless Deuce for coming through and having that conversation. Y'all missed it if you didn't join us. Hey, shout out to Josh Kranz out there and all the other individuals who are listening and joining us. Hey, this is a Stream-a-thon, and we're here to raise money. So, in order to raise money, you got to give, people, and you give by texting the number 53555. I'm sorry. Yeah, you text that number, but you text My Boulevard to that number. So that's what you got to do. So text My Boulevard to 53555. And I want to give away some goods. I definitely want to, and we're going to do that in a minute. But we're going to have some amazing vocals, and as I said, we have some musical performances, and we're going to have a wonderful sister Allison sing for us. I'm not sure what song she's singing, but I'm sure it's going to bless us. All right? So go ahead, sit back, and enjoy.
King of love.
Y'all give it up. Give it up. Hey, so don't go anywhere just yet. I'm gonna do a little slight interview with you, but y'all give it up for Allison. Allison, I just realized I do not know your last name.
Oh, Mantu. Oh, Mantu.
Mantu, like Mantu Te'ai? No, just playing. That was a bad football joke. So tell us where you're from.
I'm from San Antonio, Texas.
Okay.
Born and raised, born in Houston, but from Texas.
Okay, you can grab the mic off the stand and look at me. You don't have to look. I'm not saying look away. My glory, do not behold my glory. No, yeah. So San Antonio, Texas. And how long have you been in Georgia?
Almost 2 months.
Okay, so you are here at Blueprint Church and you're an intern. So what led you to Atlanta?
Well, I was here over the summer,
Uh-huh.
right? And I was here over the summer with Jen Sand.
Okay.
And while I was here, the Lord just started the Lord before had led me to the idea of maybe Georgia.
Yeah.
Maybe Georgia for missions. And I didn't know what that looked like. I've never been here. Y'all are great. But I was really praying because I felt this stirring in my soul while I was here. And I started discerning, okay, Lord, I just graduated college.
Yeah.
What are the next steps?
Yeah.
What do you want from me? And he started just really showing me that just the love I have for this community.
Amen.
And that the Lord was drawing me here.
Yeah. You live like directly right across the street.
Yeah, I do.
Like
Yeah.
walk. So why were you late?
I was
Yeah. So the first time I heard you sing at church, because you just started singing at church, and they were like, "Yeah, we got some new vocalists," and I was like, "Oh, this is cute." And you started singing, and I was like, "Wait, the Shekinah." I was like, "What in the Martha Munizi, the Yeba is happening right now?" You have a beautiful voice, beautiful and strong, and you have range as well. You go low, you go high. You know, it's beautiful. Thank you. So you're going to come back and sing more throughout the day. Thank you. All right. And we'll come across the street, knock on your door, and let you know when you're ready. All right. Y'all give it up again for Allison. Yeah. All right. So you all in the shop, my guy. Jeremiah's all in the shop. It's all good. All right. So look, people, once again, we need you to text My Boulevard. Maybe that's what it is. That's what it is. You guys are actually spelling out Boulevard. Easy mistake. We're going to fix that. You know what I'm saying? It's on the screen. Nah, they're not paying attention to the screen. That's what it is. They're scholars, and they don't like abbreviating things. And so they're thinking, I'm going to text actual BOULEVARD. But no, we want you to abbreviate that thing. M-Y, Boulevard. All right? To 53555. Okay? And we're going to have a wonderful time. I don't know what that means. Hit that like button. Hey, smash that like button, smash that subscribe button. Zoe, how am I supposed to say it? My daughter's in the background. She's going to teach me how to say it.
Smash that like button, hit the notification bell, and subscribe for more.
Smash that like button, smash the notification button, and come back for more notifications later when we do things. All right? So she walking away, my man. But we're streaming not only on My Boulevard's YouTube page, which we want you to subscribe to, but we're also streaming on Facebook, and we want to give away. So there are two things that I'm giving away, but we're also giving away for people who actually give. Now this is, if you're going to give a certain amount, I'm gonna have to ask Dahadi. Free counseling, free coaching. Myself, Dahadi, and Angie. I'm gonna throw Tara in there. Y'all heard Tara. Tara's gonna get free Known 360 coaching as well. We'll come back on what the dollar amount is, but I'm also giving away some little trinkets, right? Come on now, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. I mean, I'm only giving away 2 throughout the whole thing because I got to sell some of these bad boys, okay? And once again, I have hoodies and I have shirts. I wish somebody, you know what, I'm going to have somebody put it on later and just kind of, Trinity, you want to, there's probably some in the back, in a box in the back. So you can, so here we go. Look, this is the boom. And then you got the back. It's the loaves and the fish. I mean, so Jeremiah, I think we have an agreement on how we're going to do this. Let me give you your mic. Hey, can somebody give Jeremiah his mic back? Allison jacked it and didn't return that thing. So Yeah. So once again, y'all get to see the hottest beautiful face and head in the shot. So we're gonna. Here's the thing. You got to comment in order to win a shirt. This is what you have to do. It's not just comment in the. It's not just comment in the section. You have to tweet or Facebook as well this particular link so that other people will join. We're giving away a shirt of your size because I think all sizes. I think I have extra larges, double X's, etc., smalls, mediums, larges. So in order to win this shirt, you have to copy this link, tweet it or Facebook it, and then come back here and tell us the 6 P's that the hottie talked about. No? Name? What am I? Okay, hold up.
Nah, do your thing, OG.
Why do you do so? What did I do wrong?
It's a little much.
Okay, so you just want
You want them to send the link, or you want them to name 6 P's? You know what I'm saying?
All right, you know what? Forget the 6 P's. We're gonna go straight to anybody who just retweets, post the Facebook link. We'll pick one of you beautiful people, but you have to put this in there. You have to put hashtag MyBLVD creating spaces. Hashtag MyBLVD. Now Jeremiah's he's gonna tell me that I'm doing something wrong. Okay, Jim,
No. I just want the people to know that I'm for the people. We made it simpler for y'all, so please go ahead and do that.
All right.
So I can win you a shirt.
And we'll let you know who wins in about what? After this next interview, we'll say who the winner is. We have our social media manager, Sam, in the space. So Sam, when you get a chance, you'll look at that hashtag. I'll give you the phone later, and we'll let us know who wins. This next interview is, I'm super encouraged by it because this is a brother I've known for almost 2 decades now, right? I think it's been 2 decades. He's trying to dress like me today, and I don't appreciate it because he's a handsome joker, and he's about 4 or 5 inches taller than me. On paper, he's only 3 inches taller than me. In real life, he's probably 5 inches taller than me. He looks like a male model, but this dude, when I think of polymaths, this dude is a polymath. I don't know what today he's doing. I don't know what he's doing today. He probably hunted the deer and skinned the deer today. I don't know. That was 2 weeks ago? All right. Don't put the camera on him just yet because I want people to remember what I look like. Because when you turn the camera on him, they're gonna be like, who is this stunning Adonis? And it's gonna disappoint me. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor and privilege of having a discussion with my man, Adam Thomason. Yeah, give it up for Adam Thomason, people in the building. AT, your hair's down, you got the dark jacket on. I mean, you're looking handsome.
Thank you.
But why are you trying to dress like me? Why are you trying to outdo me, bro?
Hey, great minds.
All right.
Kindred spirits.
There we go. Amen. So no, literally, I'm not joking when it comes to the whole like polymath thing. Like, you are a Renaissance individual, artist, and you do many things. And we're not going to be able to talk about all of them because we only have 8 hours. But give me like your week this week. What was your week like? Because I just want to get an idea of because the people are going to be amazed about some of the things you've done this week. I don't know. And if it's just been praying in the closet, share that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, honestly, this week.
He said this week.
You got me on a full week.
This ain't been the week.
No, it's been a full week. So you got me on. I've been tuning my bow. So I do bow hunt. So I've been tuning my bow.
Wait, hold up. I'm gonna try to see if I can send you a video of when we went out bow hunting, and I embarrassed myself. First of all, like, explain the tension. Like, you have to.
Yeah.
That thing is so heavy, bro. And you had me out there I thought I almost hit somebody like blocks away. I was like, but anyway, go ahead, bow hunt.
So I had to tune my bow because I went out on a hunt. I was fortunate to get a sizable buck. And so you just want to make sure your bow is tuned, just shoots accurate. So I was doing that this week. I went fishing out at Lake Oconee for striper bass.
Yeah.
Just trying to live off the land and, fill the fridge, as they would say, or the freezer. You would love this. Brine smoked seared deer tongue for the first time. It sounds wild, but it tastes like octopus. If you're an octopus,
I love octopus.
You would like this. No exaggeration.
Okay. Is it steamed or how do you cook it?
You sear it, smoke it.
See, I like fried.
Sear it, smoke
Okay.
it, then you braise it. And braise it makes it soft.
This is, we fascinated. I can have this conversation all day. Why are things like this cathartic for you? Like, why do you do things like slaughtering God's creation and storing them in your garage?
I love it. Well, the real answer, which is going to sound like a Jesus juke.
No, take it. I love Jesus, so I want all the Jesus juking possible.
Well, the foundational answer, I got into it during COVID, and I read an article on the food supply chain being so fragile.
Mm-hmm.
And they said if you don't have these certain skills, you could be in danger and not being able to feed your family. So I just learned how to bow hunt, butcher, and quarter out deer. Now, from that, though, because it is such an extensive process, my favorite book of the Bible is Leviticus now.
Wait, hold up. I've never heard anybody in their right mind say Leviticus. First of all, I don't even know about 6 people who've finished Leviticus. Hadi, have you finished the book of Leviticus? Have you actually read through Leviticus before?
In the program, I know you have. Say at least in the program.
But nobody leisurely. Nobody leisurely is like, you know what I'm gonna do today? Study the book of Leviticus. You just try to be different. Go ahead, man.
I'm not.
Go ahead and finish. So your favorite book of the Bible is Leviticus.
Because, when it talks about the entrails and all that, like you gotta remove it.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
You're like, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, that's what you have to do when you first get a deer. You gotta remove the entrails to let the heat breathe so the meat doesn't spoil. Then you gotta skin it, quarter it out, and take the blood. Make sure it's drained out. Right? Do not eat a meat with all the life of the blood still in it. So all these things are. I go, oh, but then I only do one. Yeah. Imagine if you had to do that for millions of people.
Yeah. That's why they process food, and you don't know what you're getting when you're processing food. This is called creating spaces, and the goal is to not only just raise money, but to bring awareness to the different spaces that people create across the country. So we had Deuce on. Obviously, Deuce has been a pioneer in the Christian hip hop space. Yeah. We'll have Justin Giboney on to talk about the AND campaign, Lisa Fields, Ju3. One thing I do appreciate about you and I are both what I call kind of like vocational vagabonds in the sense that we're gypsies, and you are a literal gypsy. Like I don't know. Like I wouldn't be shocked if next month you up and move to Ghana. Like if you hit me up and you was like, "Sho, I'm moving to Ghana," I'd be like, "Of course you are. I expect that." But you maneuver in different spaces very well. Yeah. I think that's the beauty and the brilliance of how God has created you and shaped you. Yeah. But you've also done a good job of creating spaces. Record labels. You've done the Red Rev. I don't know if that's still something you want to talk about. I don't know if you feel good about that.
Yeah, still talking
things people do in the past, back in the day.
It's real and present.
All right, so you've done a lot of things that create space for people to wrestle with who they are as Christians, how they engage the world. Why is that important to you?
Man, thank you for saying that, bro. Yeah. I feel seen. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I love you. I'm not, I don't know how, is it a man question? I say that, what can I say? Bromance. It sounds just as gay. So,
friends
either way,
I'm fine. Brother. Friends takes closer to the brother. Yeah. No, I'm serious. I feel seen because a lot of those things I felt were, revelations, if you will, for what humanity needed. So you mentioned the Red Revolution. That was 2007. We were in Memphis, and a lot of the students were coming in with hate towards each other, black, white, Asian, Indian. And they just asked me to write something from the scriptures of why we should be united in Christ. And remember, at this time we were post-racial society, and this was before all the shooting. Exactly. Yeah. And so people are like, man, it's not a thing, it's not a thing, it's not a thing. Yeah. And I'm saying it's a thing because I am pastoring these kids on the campus, and racism doesn't die. You have to disciple it out. Come on.
Can you tweet that? Hey, that's a tweet. That's a tweet. That's a something. Our social media manager walked out. But we're going to remember that. And I'm going to say bye, Sho Baraka. You can't.
And so we did that. You were a part of it, which I appreciate. And then fast forward, and then you see the shootings in society, and people are like, man, where did this come from? And then you see the host of people jumping on the train and writing the books. So you have that, even currently, Permission to Be Black with the mental health space.
Right. You just low-key said that you were first on the scene. But I will say this. No, I will say this. I remember having this conversation in the old church that we used to be in. It was the Summerall Center. I forgot. Lifeline. We used to have Reach Records used to have a studio in there. Yeah. And I'll never forget this conversation. You and I had a conversation about race relations, and you were like, Sho, it's possible for us to be reconciled as people. Mm-hmm. And I was like, Adam, I just don't have the kind of faith that you have. Mm-hmm. And I would like to say that I think that I've come a little further, but you have been someone who's, although you are quick to call out injustices, you're quick to call out white supremacy, you're quick to call out ignorance on both sides or whatever, you still are a good arbiter of seeing the gospel demonstrated. And so that's been a beautiful thing. And Red Rev is, as a conference, and the album, which was your inspiration, you and Joseph Prelazny. So anyway, man, I cut you off. So you were saying?
No, just those spaces, and saying I appreciate you saying that, because a lot of the spaces come as early adoption, and I feel that you feel this burden, that a lot of people more move into spaces based on trend, not based on burden, and you still need community. Yeah. And so it's not like, hey, let's be the trailblazer. It's, hey, this is coming for us all. Yeah. Attention's coming. Mental health now in the Black community space is coming. And we need a Christ-centered response on that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I think if I could sum it up, creating space in different sectors is important, because life is tough. Christ is not just the blind answer, but Christ on what I would call Monday, when you wake up. Absolutely. And that 8 a.m. hits you, how does Christ relate to that, not just the salvation in the next room?
Yeah, how does he consume every area of our life? You mentioned your book, Permission to Be Black, and that book is your kind of like a memoir of your mental health journey. You have recently lost your father. Yeah. Peace and blessings unto you. Appreciate it. Why is mental health something that is not only important to you, but why should the church and why should Christians not just spend all their time trying to study theology, doctrinal theology, but also study, have an emotional theology, theology for how we socialize in healthy ways?
That's good. I would say it's important because we see that other element of Christ that I think is often ignored, his humanity. And not the humanity of eating, drinking, and sleeping, the humanity of these 2 points. One, in Hebrew scriptures, when the Father is not mentioned, it's not because, hey, the writers forgot to put him in there. He potentially died. So in Christ's life, he would have lost Joseph early in his life, like late teens or early 20s. His mom would have been a widow. He would have had to take care of his siblings. So that is a strain. Like I have to look, like in the Hebraic culture, that would have been a strain. That would have been very important. That would have been a good weight. But people don't mention that. You know how that resonates with a lot of people from the environments I go in the prisons I minister to? Like, oh, he had to look after his mom and siblings. And so then fast forward when she's saying, hey son, the miracle at Canaan, it's just not Christ trying to do magical things. He's like, my time has not yet come. I think he's saying, Mom, if this clock starts, I can't take care of you no more. He loved his mom. Yeah. If this clock starts, somebody gonna have to cover you. Yeah. Because I can't financially be there. So you got that point. Then you got the second point when he's in the garden. We overlook this. We always like, man, it's the cup and all these things not passed. I go, this man, it's a real medical condition. He became so anxious. We talk about that word, anxiety. But I would say he had kingdom anxiety to where his sweat glands and his blood glands mixed together and he sweat drops of blood. And in the physical, not spiritual, He said, disciples, pray for me. And they fell asleep. And God in his mercy sent the angels to minister to him, but he asked his disciples first. So I do believe there are a lot of people mentally going under the weight of responsibility with their origin story. Like, hey, I'm the only one, or I made it out, and I got survivor's guilt. And we just like, man, Christ is enough. And Christ is saying like, no, I am enough when it comes to salvation, but you need to understand the nuances of my story. So when you pray to me, you come to the aid, don't leave that person alone, come alongside of them. Right? So you have that, and then you have people saying like, man, well, you just got to study more. And I go, no, this alters the actual cellular DNA of people. If they don't have, one can chase 1,000, two can chase 10,000, a 3-strand cord is not easily broken. Yeah. We're not meant to do solo Christianity. Yeah. And I believe a lot of people believe that. Man, God be with you. I go, well, if God is with us, then why did he create Eve?
Well, how do we do solo? How it helped me. Everybody goes to church, but how can you still do solo Christianity and being the church? Like, what are we doing? What do you feel like we're not doing properly within these? And Dahadi talks about this crowded loneliness. How do we often spend time amongst people, but yet we're so alone?
Yeah, I would say that, and I like that crowded loneliness. I would say people, for whatever reason, aren't willing to disrupt their rhythms, to show up and be present in people's needs. Hebrews 10, 24 and following. In the complete Jewish Bible, it says, pay attention closely to one another so that you may be able to encourage one another towards love and good deeds. People don't pay attention to each other. We're next to each other, but we're not like...
Not unless that person is important to us. And usually important means we can get something from them.
Get something from them. That's true. Right? So I say like, man, in the crowd of loneliness, if you're not willing to disrupt your life, then what does that person mean to you? Chances are that person is a commodity, or they're just a NPC for all my gamers out there. And
my daughter
See,
I
threw that at her.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
I know what the NPC non-player. What is it? Non-player character, non-playable character.
And most people are NPCs in your life until you need something.
Yeah. And usually that's what a non-playable character is. You roll up on them, you get something, and then you just you leave.
You're not talking about John in the video game. John just gave you the money to get to the final goal.
Come on. But that's the beautiful thing I love about Jesus is Jesus was both a disruptor and he was willing to be disrupted. He's on his way to go do something and somebody's like, hey, I need you. And he's like, I'm willing to stop what I'm doing in order to serve this individual.
Bleeding woman.
Come on now. Yeah.
That wasn't on his agenda.
It wasn't.
But
most of the stuff is not on his agenda.
And he said, my man, you gonna wait. She's gonna tell her whole story.
He said,
I'm gonna let you finish.
And it's not like the dude didn't have serious issues. He had a very serious issue. He's like, look, I need some sense. Somebody died.
Oh, man, I'm gonna let you finish.
I'm gonna let you finish, but Beyonce. So you also you love culture. Yeah. I love culture. We both try to figure out how to wrestle that beast called culture. What are you engaging in? What are you engaging in, film wise, music wise? Talk to the people. Before you get there, why is fashion an expression of godliness? I know you got some sort of answer for me.
I actually do.
All right, why is fashion an expression of godliness and righteousness?
So for those who don't know, my undergrad was in fashion design from SCAD. Shout out
This
to SCAD.
This brother has done makeup for women at their weddings.
That's true.
I didn't know if that was a bad decision on their part. or that you're just a beast at what you do. But and I'm still not sure, but
she was light skinned, so I had a lot of help. If she was darker skinned, I might have messed it up. I wasn't experiencing that. But no, fashion as a godly expression. So it's funny, I had to write a paper for one of my final exams on that. I do believe when you look at someone's fashion, you can tell many things. What group they're a part of.
Okay. Keep talking.
You can tell what group they're a part of.
What do you mean by group? Explain that.
So if I see somebody with Patagonia,
social status or
no, just Patagonia, Croquis,
okay,
Chacos.
gotcha. Yeah.
I know what group you're a part of.
Yeah, you know what lunch table you're sitting at.
Exactly.
Got you.
Sometimes you a lot of it is about status, right? I could tell a lot about a person's personality by what they wear.
Yeah.
And I can tell sometimes what a person is trying to hide.
Bro, you ain't said nothing but a word right there.
And then,
mine is usually my gut, but go ahead. I know that's real. Yeah.
So what they're trying to hide, based on if you're wearing this because of trend. Like, say for instance, if I say to somebody, it's like, yo, man, well, you got so and so on. Their first response, like, man, this is Gucci.
Yeah.
Oh, you insecure.
Yeah. That name brand is doing something for you. It's giving you significance. Yeah.
So I do believe that it can be godly to express yourself through clothes, but I feel like with Adam and Eve, they use clothes to cover themselves, not to express themselves. So I do believe most people are covering themselves, not tangibly, but spiritually trying to hide something.
So one of the things I want to do with you is eventually at some point, there's this idea, and I think I'll talk to you. I'm calling it Fresh and Frugal. It's like a little YouTube channel. We're going to probably do it on, My Boulevard or something. We'll figure this out. Yeah. Y'all, hey, continue to give. We're having this wonderful conversation. Text My Boulevard to 53555. We're here with my man, Adam Thomason. Social medias real quick. What's your?
At Red Rev.
At Red Rev across the board?
Yep.
Are you on X anymore? Are you on X right now?
I'm on.
You not on X? Good. That's good. That was a trick question. I was asking if you're on ecstasy. And I'm glad you said you're not. Twitter. I'm still on. I don't know why I'm still in the hood, but I'm trying to be with the people. All right, so I'm gonna do this thing, and right now I want to give an example of what I want to kind of do. So let's say I'm not gonna give the premise of the show, but top to bottom, what are we wearing? Because you are often a frugal shopper, but what are we wearing? Let's piece it together. Give the people a little something.
So a frugal shopper, here's the key to shopping, even if you want name brand. Shop when the seasons change. That's
Come
all
on.
I'm gonna say. Shop when they change.
Absolutely. That's when I get my jackets. When it's hot, I'll be like, let me get that for you.
Very expensive.
30% off. Let me get that.
Exactly. Yeah. So I got Puma. Now, I'm a color theory guy.
Yeah.
So that was one of my favorite classes at SCAD.
My daughter's about to take one. She's about to take the color theory at SCAD. At SCAD. I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that.
About color theory all day long. So I'm your person. But look, so
y'all did not hear me tell you what school my daughter goes to. Forget that. I lied. She goes to Spelman. Because I don't want y'all crazy folks out there looking for her.
That's good.
She goes to school in Alaska. All right, my bad. Color theory.
Color theory. So I got the red Pumas importantly put with the green because red and
Christmas
green
time.
Well, complementary colors.
Now they are. My wife would be very happy right now with what you're doing. All right.
So this is Puma. This is Levi. I'm a friend of Levi. I frequent there. Now, in the culture that I frequent or that I come from, black culture, Detroit culture, they probably would put either red socks or some green socks. With the color theory, that's too much. You got to throw the gray in there to distance.
The third color.
Yeah.
So it's your third color is gray, and that's complementing the jacket. It's even
and muting.
Yes.
So it's not like you notice you won't find a red belt or red blah blah blah.
Yeah,
that'd be too much red.
It'll be too much red. Yeah, and we don't want you out here blood.
Exactly.
And it's even coming together even more because the jacket is closer to the socks right now, so it's helping. All right, so you're also a dude who always has interest in jewelry. You have, I think, an actual statue of Jesus on your finger right now. So it's ridiculously big.
Yeah, I don't know about Jurassic Park, where you know the.
Yeah, the one with the dinosaur egg on your. Yeah. So what's up with the rings? Talk to us about the rings and the necklaces.
Yeah. So the ring is intentional. Cause I get a lot of conversation about this. I get a lot of conversation about this ring.
Yeah.
The Jesus ring.
That's a beautiful ring.
But this is.
Do we get that? You put that in the camera.
But he has locks.
Oh, as he should. That's Jesus of Uganda right there. It's not the Jesus of Norway. We don't mess with the Jesus of Norway.
Yeah. So yeah, this one is a good conversation starter. This chain we had when I ran the record label, Collision Records. And as a We Live as Kings.
One time for the We Live as Kings brothers and sisters. Or just brothers. You were sexist, so you didn't have any women on your back. But
we're real deep. You weren't supposed to travel with women at that time.
Facts. These are facts. Hey, these are facts.
Got a lot of growth.
Hey.
Then
You know, the one thing I do appreciate about you that I just don't have the courage just yet.
What?
I've gotten to the place where I have the courage to rock a scarf. You know,
Nice.
I'm out here with these scarves now. I got like about 6 or 7 of them.
Scarf game.
I just haven't got the courage to do the little medallions and
Do the locks, bro.
the so you have like let me
How
see.
about 4?
Okay, and you know, it's nice. I like it. I'm gonna
But
ask
those
you.
were given to me in Ghana.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a personal question,
Yeah.
and you can lie if you want to. We're about the same age.
Yeah.
I think we are the same age, but you have 0 gray in your head, and I'm frustrated.
Midnight Cocoa Baby?
I mean, you know, are you getting a little Beijing situation? Or something? Like, what's happening, Doc? What's happening, Doc? I mean, this is ridiculous. Y'all can see Zoe. Go ahead and zoom in. Do you see?
You
Zoom in a
hilarious.
little bit on what's happening in my head. It just happened like it was like one day.
I'm bad boys. I'm not doing the Midnight Cocoa Baby, you know.
And my wife told me I couldn't diet anymore, so now I'm out here looking
So you
like.
are dying.
No, I was like that was like 5 years ago when I would dye my beard,
Yeah.
and then I would dye just this part because I, you know, my thing is like I don't have a problem with gray. Just come all at one time.
I got you.
I don't like
you.
it.
You want me to full silver?
Yeah, I don't want you to come to the party late. Don't come like bring all your friends.
How would you?
Bring everybody to the party. Don't leave your cousins. Oh, I gotta go back and get Ray Ray. Like no, bring them all. Cause now it's like you know the little patchy situations. You got one gray spot here, and I'm like, no, just. I love salt and pepper, but I want it all. I want it all. So, you're not graying anything. I mean, you're not dyeing anything.
I'm not.
Is that the deer meat? What's happening? Is it are you drinking the deer blood? You don't have to just wink at me if you're drinking the deer blood. Just
It's venison. Maybe it's the venison.
okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you would love to share with us and the people who are streaming about creating a space? If you could encourage them to say, hey. You know, when you're thinking about creating a space of hospitality for people to go from enemies to family and friends, what is one thing or a few things that you would just say, man, this is important?
That's a good question. I would say, remember, the adult that you are encountering was once a child. And so if you're talking about creating a space for individuals, you got to remember that the person that's older that you might be frustrated with was once young, right? And so I see a lot of people who get frustrated, you know, say, I don't know, Trump or, you know, Kim Jong in North Korea. And I go, every person has an origin story.
Yeah.
And we don't want to take the origin story into account by way of this. Lazarus and the rich man.
Yeah.
God created the ultimate space because from what we see in the scriptures, Lazarus was a poor man put in front of this rich man's house for begging. And when he passed, there was no gospel presentation that we know of. There was no, hey, he went to the seminary or these schools or understood the doctrine of justification and things like that. They took him to Abraham's bosom, which would be considered the virgin of paradise. And the rich man was saying, hey, why is he there being consoled? And why am I in agony? And they said, because in his life, he had a horrible situation, origin story. And now he's being consoled here.
Yeah.
And I think as believers, we have to remember the older version of a person has an origin story.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you ask the questions about someone's origin story, it leads to less judgment and friction because a child doesn't come out the womb being whatever you hate in an adult form.
Right.
It has to be disciple,
As you said,
group think, and
disciple,
nurture.
yeah. As just as we have to disciple, we disciple racism out of a person. People is discipled into a person. Yeah. Amen. Brother, thank you for joining us. Hold up. What's that? He needs to give me that jacket? Okay. We'll talk about it later. All right, cool. All right, Adam, y'all give it up for my man Adam Thomason. Thank you. Hey, I don't know what you're doing later, but if you want to drop by sometime later tonight, come back through, man. And okay, all right. Well then, hey, love, appreciate you, bro. Don't stand too close because people will see how short I am. All right, so We are hitting the second hour that quick. Hey, give it up for the second hour, ladies and gentlemen. We are close to saying Jeremiah didn't clap. I don't know why Jeremiah didn't want to clap. So what we're about to do is transition into another interview. But first, we're going to play our fundraising video because, our goals video, because we want you to give and we want you to hear about what we're doing as an organization. And once again, you can text My Boulevard to 53555. And when you come back, there will be a wonderful interview with my sister Angie and my nieces.
Have you ever just looked over your boulevard, taking in its beauty, its imagination, its struggle? You've seen its needs, and maybe you felt hopeless. Most people we encounter want to create significant change in some way. They want their neighbors to flourish. The question is, what do I do? Our communities need integrated thinkers and doers, and sometimes books aren't enough. Sometimes you have the wrong tools, and sometimes you have the tools, but you use them wrong. At My Boulevard, our goal isn't just to give you more information. We want to make you wise leaders, people who understand the times and know how to apply that information. We don't want to just give you content. We want to make you the ultimate resource and help you find community. We understand the unique challenges you face, and we want to empower you to make lasting impact. Your gift is partnering to bring relevant content, cohorts, coaching, and conferences so that we can help individuals like you become integrated leaders and thrive where you are. So why My Boulevard? Because we've seen the harvest, we know the laborers, and we feel called to join you in cultivating a healthy you and a healthy boulevard.
All right, hello. For the people who don't know me, I'm Angie Lewis, and I am here today with, 1/3 of our children. So I have 2 of my 3 adult daughters here. We got Jade, and she's a student at Georgia Southwestern, and I got Briaya, who's a senior at Midtown High School. Do you want to say hi or?
Hi.
Okay. My interview questions today are all around parenting and what it's like being parented by me and your dad. So I told him in the waiting room not to be cruel, so we'll see how this goes. All right. The first question is, in what ways has being raised by parents in ministry affected you? So think good, positive, and negative.
You wanna go first? I would say I don't really feel like there's any necessarily bad. I feel like there's times where I felt like I didn't fit in with my friends because I knew this isn't what God would want you to do, based on how we're raised. So I felt left out a lot maybe. But the good is it always gave us something to have come back to, a foundation. We weren't just blindlessly following you guys. We had something backing up y'all's teaching and stuff.
Yeah, I would say good, kind of similar. It gave me an identity. I knew who I was and felt a lot of my friends were struggling with who they were. And for me, it was I'm God's daughter. That was pretty, that was already set for me, which I feel like it made it easier to get through middle school and high school. And I would say I agree there's not necessarily bad, but I will say a conversation I had with Dad at camp the other year was, I said that the way that I always thought about it was that we were trying to be like Jesus, and Jesus was perfect, so we were striving for perfection. And it was I always fell short, so it was that's the only thing that I would say is that it always, for a while, until I had that conversation with Dad and I spoke up about it, I just didn't really understand. I felt like I wasn't enough. But learning what we really were working for was made it easier.
I feel like another thing is a lot of the times when I was going through that stage of I just don't believe why am I going through a hard time if God when y'all would just be you just have to trust in God will make it okay. That reasoning was wasn't enough for me sometimes, because I remember I was afraid of
like the dark of a monster under my bed or like someone coming to get me, and you like, no, God got you. And I was like, I don't know where God is. I don't see him. So,
right. There still could be a monster.
Yeah. I feel like, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine now.
Well, think about like, you know, other people in ministry who are raising kids that are younger than you guys. Like, what advice would you give them? So don't just. Some of the things I'm thinking about are like how people maybe have judged you guys or like expected things of you. Like, you are Dahadi's daughter. You are Angie's daughter. You know, like, I know we've had those conversations of, you know, expectations being really high, and also on the outside, you know.
Yeah, I got to talk to the other pastor here, Mr. Carly. Well, I actually got to talk to Miss Jessica, his wife, and I was saying that I loved growing up in the church, like getting to know the ins and outs of it. Just like as a little girl, being like allowed to go behind the scenes and things like that. Like, it was always really great. Like, it was just fun to like know that like I knew everything. But I will say, kind of like to your point, is I remember one time specifically I was sick and I didn't feel well, and it was Sunday, and I was like downstairs sleeping on the couch. And somebody came up to me and was like, why aren't you in church? Like, you should be in church. Like, and like, just went in on me. And I was like, I don't feel well. Like, and things like that, where it was just like, we were expected to know things and to act a certain way. And like, there was a lot of pressure on us from outside people that we didn't even know.
Yeah.
So.
And to piggyback off that, I remember like a lot of times, like the way we would dress to church, you would tell us like, no, you can't do that because people will tell us like, that's not appropriate. Like, they judge us for how we dress, and even though it wouldn't even be like that bad, it just would be like conservative, I guess, enough. Yeah. So I just feel like it's like always, someone's always watching, and it's like a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Man, I'm glad I didn't. Well, I was about to say, I'm glad I wasn't raised in the same setting that you guys were in, because I could imagine the pressure. But then part of me is like, no, I would have been a bit of good and bad, right? Oh, I had a follow-up question. Hold on. I forgot.
It's okay.
Oh, you kind of hit on it, but it was the advice piece. Like, what would you say to someone who's asking, like, what should I, like, how should I parent, knowing that my kids are going to be judged, they're going to be looked at, they're going to be seen?
Yeah,
Do you have any advice for that?
When I talked to Miss Jessica, I basically said, one, that I loved it, and for the most part, most PKs I know, they also loved it, but just kind of like what Jay was just touching on was like, other people are going to judge us, and like, I think that you did a really good job at reminding us, like, you were like, it's not that it's not that the Lord says, or like, you would say like, the Lord says come as you are, so really it's not about what you wear, but just there's an image that you're upholding for the family. So it was like knowing that we weren't being judged by you guys, it's more so just what we should portray, so that that's not an outside conversation that even has to be had.
But I obviously didn't like it. I never took it personally. I more of like did what you asked as like a respect thing for you guys. But like I never I don't think it like negatively impacted me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, we want to move on to question 2. All right, you know how people say, well, in Christian households, people will tell us, like, you shouldn't send your kids to public school. And both of you have been in public school from pre-K on. How has that been for you?
I love public school. It makes you, like, be surrounded by so many different people from so many different kinds of backgrounds, and it, like, helps you expand your, like, personality, your like understanding of people, and just like how people act and what like makes them function, which makes you more personable to other people like in the real world. Yeah. So I feel like in private school you get not necessarily one kind of person, but you get a lot of the similar kind of people. Mm-hmm. So I feel like I would have got that kind of like experience.
Yeah.
I would say realistically, if you're trying to you're raising your kids to be disciples, to go out and to talk to people, to put them in a public school makes the most sense, because they're going to be around those type of people when they come out into the world. They're not going to be around people that everyone looks like them, or everyone talks like them, or everyone is raised in similar families. You're going to be around people that are all different and have different views. And even for me going to public school, especially ours, which is like a very liberal school, was like, there were so many things I had questions about, and I got to come home and be like, I don't understand this. Like, we said this is wrong. Everyone at my school said it's right. So like, what does that mean? And it's like you're going to go into the world eventually. It's just inevitable. So doing that at a younger age made it so that you were able to learn how to interact with those people.
Yeah, you could have some conversations while dealing with it. Yeah, that makes sense. Anything else to add on that one? You wouldn't change it? You would
Send your kids to public school.
My kids will be.
That's what I was about to ask. Your kids are going to public school?
We also, in all fairness, we make fun of private school kids like
Yeah.
at our school. It's like they're all they're all like it's just
Cousin Zoe over there. Sorry, Zoe.
Right. But I just feel like it's not realistic. That's not how the world is.
Yeah.
Especially because it costs money. So it's like you're around. I like to be around different types of people. So I loved it.
Okay. Okay, question number 3. What have you guys learned about manhood by watching your dad lead our family?
Oh, sorry. I would say like watching. I've always said this, and I will stand by it. Is that like we talk about how people are a dim reflection of God, like how the moon is to the sun. And I've always said that Dad is the brightest dim reflections that I've seen. And I think that growing up under him, like it's shows me what I want in like a husband, what I want in a father, what I want even friendships. Like it's like, and then also just something that's like secure in the sense that like similar to like how I have an identity in the fact that I'm the daughter of the Lord. I have an identity in the fact that I'm the daughter of the Hadi. So it's kind of like I'm set. Like this is you can't speak to me this way because my dad wouldn't speak to me that way, and like there's just like there's a certain level of like I know who I am because of how I've seen my dad like be.
I think I can top that.
Right, that was touching.
That was great.
Is the Hadi in here? Did you hear that? So you're good? You just co-sign on that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I said how your dad leads the family, and then I didn't want it to be, someone be like, the patriarchy. So, similarly, what have you learned about womanhood from me leading our family? Because leadership's not just, the man leading.
Yeah. I feel like you taught us a lot. Like it's kind of hard. Just like patience is like a huge thing you've taught me, especially because you have 6 kids and knuckleheads. So
yes,
patience is a big thing. Just treating everyone with kindness and just like respect, and like everyone has a story. Everyone is like going through something. You've taught me a lot. Like just be patient with people and try to understand them and hear them and get where they're coming from. Just your intentionality, I've like admired a lot about you. Just like always being there, and like no matter how hard it gets, you're gonna keep going until it's done and making sure we're okay. So I feel like just like me wanting to embody that in my family, just like has like what you've really taught me.
That's also touching.
I'll let her take that one.
I'm breaking things. Okay. You said that?
Yeah, I
co-sign.
Yeah, me too.
Do y'all remember that time we showed up at the park and you wouldn't get out of the car? Do y'all remember that time?
What? Showed up at the park?
It was that idea of the people have, there's, people are people and everybody has a story. I just remember. Do I keep going or? Okay. Anyway, your comment made me think of that. Y'all wouldn't get out of the car at the park when we were parked across the street from the house on Parkway.
We were scared?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still scared.
I was like, guys, everybody has a story. Get out of the car! Yeah. Okay, final question. This is what I told him not to be cruel about, because I was like, I don't know what they're going to say. If you could tell me anything and you knew that I wouldn't be mad, anything about our parenting, I guess me specifically, or you could, Dad's in the room, so you can say it to him too. I can't guarantee that he won't be mad, but I'm saying, anyway, what would that be? If you could say anything knowing that we can't say anything. We can't defend ourselves, we can't say anything. What would that be?
Okay, we've had this conversation a lot, but since you can't get mad, we'll talk about it again. I would say 2 things. One would just be kind of what I was saying. And I don't necessarily think it was necessarily like the way that you parented, more so just knowing that this is what I thought I'd want my kids to know. Mm-hmm. Just the idea of like, the goal isn't to be perfect. Like you're gonna make mistakes, it's just inevitable. Like the goal is to look like Jesus as much as you can. Like I just wouldn't want to, I think knowing that I thought that way, I'd emphasize that for my kids.
Yeah.
And then just 2 would be growing up, I thought, and I have talked to my siblings and they have all agreed on this, I thought it was a sin to like people. Like, I thought that if you liked a boy, that was a sin. Oh. And I definitely liked boys. So it was like, like I was constantly sinning. I was like, oh my gosh. So that's the other thing. Even though after further conversations, which didn't happen until I was like 16 though, I learned that it was not not a sin. So.
Glad we cleared that one
I'm
up.
gonna start with saying parenting is hard, and I appreciate everything you did with us growing up. But I think my main thing is probably just telling you, like, don't take all of our mistakes so personally. Like, we don't do it to purposely anger you or purposely like hurt you.
That's good.
So like, yeah.
Can you remind me that? Like, because I still have your 3 knucklehead brothers to finish raising. So, yes, text me that on a regular basis. All right. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. That was not cool. I feel like my heart's still intact. But yeah, stay tuned. We're gonna watch a video.
Brothers and sisters, we are doing something tonight that really is a culmination of a lot of different things that have taken place. This is a dream come true, and we appreciate you. Make yourself available.
And so being here tonight, it is truly, not only as you said, an answer to prayer, in some ways this is a dream come true.
I stepped down because I really asked God a prayer. And I said, God, are you calling me to be Esther, or are you releasing me to be Paul? And I really felt God was saying, no, I want you to be focused. How do I help people take responsibility of where they live, work, and play, where they can reject passivity? We can accept responsibility, that we can lead courageously, we can invest eternally. Like, how can we be about the Father's business? How can we get back to the reason why we said we could do more together than apart?
I just want to encourage you to not lose heart. God told Paul in 1 Corinthians 18, he says, I have many in this city with my name on it. If you're not convinced of your call, you won't stay.
My boulevard has been a blessing for a lot of reasons for us. For one, my boulevard was the first place where I felt like not only will I be okay, but I don't have to be on in order to be accepted.
Yeah, so it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. People come up here and just ruin your set. You know what I'm saying? Just break stuff. But it's all good. And she better not complain when she has to buy a new one. So anyway, thank you for your interview. That was good. It was beautiful to hear you guys dialogue. I want to reward the individual who did share, or the people. Well, we're going to give it to one of the individuals who shared the link and posted. You get a good culture, not good culture, good God shirt, better yet. And that is Dave Clark. Brother Dave Clark.
Woo, Dave.
All right, so Dave. Brother Dave Clark, hit us up in the comment. Let us know your size. How, I didn't think this much through. We're going to have to figure out. But for people who we don't know, it sounds like y'all know Dave.
I know Dave.
But we need to figure out, email us your size so we can ship this to you. We need your address. So what's this? Is it hello at MyBLVD, I think, .co? Yep, Instagram, DM us. That's right. I'm thinking slow today.
You are so 20th century.
I'm struggling right
Talk
now.
about email. People don't email.
Yeah, anyway, so DM us on Instagram or Facebook. DM us wherever you DM people. And we will get with you. This next interview, y'all just saw a video called The Harbor Gathering. My brother Dahadi and a bunch of pastors went down and descended to New Orleans and galvanized, was it hundreds? I don't know. We'll just say hundreds just because, or close to 100. Pastors, urban pastors from around the country to talk about what does it mean to create a space for us to be excellent. And so this next individual we're about to interview is one of the pastors who was there, or one of the individuals who was there. He was a pastor at one point in time. We don't know. Maybe he'll be planting a church in the future. Good brother of mine, become one of my closest friends over the past couple of years. Give it up for my man, Brother Kenny Petty. And Kenny, if you hear some echo, just ignore it. But love you.
All good.
Is he in? You gotta add him into the. All right, let's go. Are we frozen?
No, let's go. This is delayed. We're good. All right. So, what's up, man?
Can you hear us?
What's happening? Can y'all hear me?
Oh, there you go. Yeah. I was wondering if he was gonna say, "What's going on, brother?"
Hey man, all is well. Look, it's cold in the loo, but man, it's beautiful. Beautiful.
Excellent. So when you watch that video, what comes to your mind when you watch that video of the Harbor Gathering?
Oh man. Well, I don't like to see my face on a video, but anyway, no. But man, it was an amazing time, brother. It was like the birthing of something that could potentially um, transform Christianity in our context and in our country and in our respective cities. So it was beautiful.
Why was the Harbor Gathering important, Dottie? Like, what was the impetus behind it, and why is it important?
Yeah, I mean, really, the Harbor Gathering is sitting around really the theme of what we're talking about today, and the theme of what we're trying to do at Boulevard. You know, what we recognize is that planting churches or being a practitioner, or just being a disciple maker in an urban context can be lonely. And so what we was just like, man, how do we create spaces for urban practitioners to get together? So we were in New Orleans. And so we just gathered practitioners, disciple makers in the room. It was 70. So 70 of us.
We just gonna round that up to 100.
Round it to 100. And we just got together just like, man, hey, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard in these streets. What does it look like for us to come together and connect and create spaces? And so it was a good time. We were able to bless a local ministry there.
Yeah.
We was able to connect. We just had a good time. Like you saw in there, Brian Loritz came and shared. And I mean, just getting people in the room and more than anything to say, man, you're not alone in this.
So Kenny, you just moved back to St. Louis. You were in Atlanta for around 7 years. We're still getting over the fact that you left us here high and dry, but we're excited for you to be in St. Louis to return to your stomping grounds of where you created space for people to grow, flourish, and get to know the Lord and create impact. Now, help us understand your origin story. How did you come to a place to creating that space in St. Louis? If you're willing and wanting to share, how did you leave? And now that you're back, what are your hopes?
Wow, that's a lot, man. That's a lot. Well, first and foremost, saved by the Lord out of the drug and gang culture of St. Louis. Kind of stepped off the porch or jumped off the porch at age 15, dropped out of school, and led to a lot of incidents in my life, violent incidents in my life and drug dealing and all so forth and so on. But with that, man, the grace of the Lord met me in a cell. A preacher just suggested that I would read Psalm 51. And the Lord radically saved me through that psalm. And from that, the Lord began to tug on my heart to just have a hunger and a thirst for his word, for his truth. And I wanted others to know the God that I come to know. And so was zealous with evangelism, and I had a group of brothers who were like-minded men here in St. Louis. Out of that, man, real authentic community and love for one another, man, we wanted to expand that. And a church was birthed. Through that, man, it was one of the most amazing times of my life to be a part of something so phenomenal like a church plant, and to have a place where people would begin to gather, diverse groups of people, diverse sins, diverse, age groups, all the multi-ethnic space for people to gather and to worship the Lord. And with that, man, my joy was full in that. But I will say, and you asked me to share how I got
there. Well, before you get there, you kind of just papered over and just moved past something that I think is important. And Dahadi the same way. Oftentimes, so Dukes was on here earlier talking about a particular urban Christocentrism that was displayed within our spaces over many years. You talk about the 2000s and the early 2010s.
Yeah.
A lot of people who are on here listening, people who are planning churches, are here because of the impact of this Christian hip hop movement, or this young kind of, I guess you could say, urban church plant movement. And you and the individuals in St. Louis played a huge part in that. Individuals like Thizzle and Flame and Jason Chosen. Like you guys were big. You making it. You just talked about it real briefly, but a lot of names that are that have impacted culture came from that particular space that you helped to cultivate. I'm not saying that you created it, but you helped to cultivate that. Like, what does that do to your soul today?
Oh man, and that's the beauty of coming back after 7 years. And you said it right. Still feel the impact of that movement, the way the Lord used brothers and sisters. So, man, like I said, it was just a joy to be a part of that type of community. I was immersed in a community that did damage to the city. And so to be a part of a community, man, that would literally, before even the church plant, man, we would just say, hey, let's gather at somebody's house and let's just go out and just scatter, share the gospel. It was just a phenomenal thing, man, to be a part of.
Blessings.
I was just, you think about those days, think about the days of us going down annually to the Legacy Conference and even that first time. And I tell people all the time, when I'm sharing our story, that there was a group of pastors that were willing to give a brother like me, who was a year into a church plant, to teach them about how to start churches. And that was you guys in St. Louis. And, you think about those days, because for many of us, we didn't have kind of a generation before us, like sitting with us, talking with us or whatever. And I think that's a lot of the impetus on why we was just like, man, not that we are now the experts, but it's just like, we just don't need to be lonely anymore trying to do the things that we're doing. There's just too many of us out here, and too many of us with mics out here that can just gather people around so that we're just not lonely when we're doing this, and there's just so much work that's going on too. So like, if you think about those days, Kenny, the time when you guys were planted the gate at in St. Louis, and just talk a little bit about that, at your journey as a pastor, as a practitioner during that time, and even the loneliness and just kind of why something like this is so needed.
Yeah, man. It was a phenomenal time in my life. First and foremost, being affirmed by the community around you that, hey, we feel like, because one of the things was, and I always say this, I think blueprint had been planted. So, and Dottie, don't downplay the fact that you were some kind of novice. You was already an urban legend to us when it came to different stuff.
But oftentimes I get frustrated too, because the Hottie doesn't get the credit that I think he deserves for catalyzing 116 movement, for giving us the space to be the kind of, cultural makers that we are today. It frustrates me, but I know he doesn't really trip on it. But I like to give him his flowers. The Hottie Lewis, thank you for creating this space.
And that's the thing, because once I was affirmed, because we was like, hey, we see what's happening in Philly, we see what's happening in Atlanta, because those were kind of like the two churches that were planted in an urban context. And it was like, man, we feel like we got a community here, but who's gonna lead? Maybe God or parachute somebody in to lead, and the community kind of affirmed me that I should take the lead on that. And it was a tremendous, humbling, beautiful thing. And the first thing I wanted to do is talk to Dahadi, and I knew of Dahadi, but I saw him at the Legacy Conference, and I was like, I just gotta, while we was in the midst of playing Monopoly, and we love that Monopoly.
Y'all fight over Monopoly in St. Louis.
Fighting. I mean, that's got in the flesh over that Monopoly. So
you talk about different sins. That's one of them.
That's one of them. So, man. So anyway, I opted out of the game, man, and I just sat there and I just talked to Dottie. And the crazy thing about it was, Dahadi and I sat there, and I think we sat on the floor, leaned up against the wall, and I'm just talking, and Dahadi is nodding. Dahadi is a real good listener, but he's the kind of listener where you be like, is he really hearing me, or is he tired or something? Because he be like, yeah. I'm like, this dude, I'm like, I hope he hear me. And I'm like, sometimes I feel like, am I just rambling? But I was just sharing my heart with him, what we had going on in St. Louis. And I desire to want to, take it to the next level and plant a local church. And lo and behold, he did hear me. And I think he maybe called me a week or maybe 2 weeks later. And we were beginning the process. Before I know it, we Skyping, I think every other week. And, John O was Skyping with Kyle. And, we were going over this process of how to begin this minute. And we literally taking part of the blueprint from Blueprint and from the Hottie, but yet it was distinctively St. Louis. It was distinctively things that we wanted to apply to our city that we, because we knew our city. So man, it was a beautiful time, man.
All right, what is your hope for St. Louis now? What are some things that you're doing? Yeah, and man, do you feel like that community that you once had is possible again?
I do. I believe it's possible. But one of the things, man, and we didn't talk about the journey of me coming to St. Louis. And, one of the things was in that midst of that joy of ministry, definitely there were some things that took place in my life personally. And that's probably for another interview. But it led me to come to Atlanta and, really on a restoration, to begin a process of restoration, man. And I do want to say, before I go any further, Sho, you said how much, kind of like I meet you as a friend and a brother, but I just want to commend you, bro. I, of course, knew Dahadi, but you was, we were acquaintances, but man, you became a dear, dear brother to me. And I want to say that, man, I said that at our Boulevard conference. Christians, especially leaders, man, we get broken sometimes. Sometimes we fail, but we're not to be canceled. We're to be restored. And man, you were a dear friend, man, that helped me to be restored and to come back to St. Louis healthy and whole with bright eyes. And I'll say, man, I was a little afraid because I knew the community that we once had was kind of dismantled from various reasons. Some people had moved away, some walked away from the faith, and some were just, it just wasn't as tight. And I was like, man, community was so strong in Atlanta. What am I going to be walking into? Well, lo and behold, man, just similar like it was in those early days of planting the gate, and not to say it's going to morph into a church plant, the Lord only knows, but become a catalyst to kind of begin creating some community with some new faces and new people, man, and it really through not a church, but through a nonprofit organization that I work for called Mission St. Louis, and who is doing good work, faith-based organization that's doing great work in the city. And through the leadership, man, they really have a heart to see discipleship culture within what they're already doing, and even the possibility of a new church being birthed out of this. So there's some phenomenal things going on, man, and I'm ecstatic, bro. I'm really ecstatic about what's happening here in St. Louis.
Are there any do we have any questions, comments? I don't know if we but I will say this, man. You and I'm gonna hold it together, but the love is mutual, my brother. You were with me during my own restoration period, and I thank you for it. I bless you. And I think our stories are stories that need to be told, because oftentimes when people think about the church and when people fall away or they sin, we don't celebrate the returns. We don't celebrate the victories. You know what I'm saying? We only highlight the shameful stories and say, you see what? That's why the church is blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But Blueprint has been a wonderful example. The Hottie and other folks have been a wonderful example of helping brothers return back to Christian faithfulness and restore not only themselves, but, relationships with people they've offended and family and etc. So, man, bravo and blessings to you, brother, for being in my corner as well.
Man, let me say this. I know
we ain't gonna go back and forth. We ain't about to just.
No. I was just like,
no.
Go ahead. I'm just like.
This is not another. I got enough brownie points from you because I'll be there in January, so I expect something from my kind words. But no, I was reading in Mark, man, chapter 2, I believe, when the guy who they put him on the mat, the 4 sat him, he had to bust through the roof. But that text says that Jesus was teaching them and they
Yes.
they brought this man, and then it was a 4 out of the they that bust open the roof. So it was a whole community. I mean, you know, we often think, man, maybe it was just them 4, but somehow they all brought this man. It was just 4 had a particular task to open up the roof and lower them down. So, man, again,
and if I'm not mistaken, he was impressed with all of their faith.
yeah, man. And so it's community, man. It's community that I received in Atlanta from, you know, Tara, our city group, and you know, it just was phenomenal, man.
Well, blessings, brother.
Yes, sir.
We thank you for joining. Next time we're gonna have you come in and do some stand-up comedy. Is there a joke that you would like to tell, just to test it out?
Hey, it's in the making, brother. It's in the making. It's in the making. Believe me, that's still on the bucket list.
Well, when you're here in January, hopefully we'll be doing our Good Culture Show live by that time, and I'm gonna have you on to do some at least 5 minutes of stand-up.
I got 2 minutes already worked out. So
2 minutes. You got one joke? All right, cool. We thank you.
No, I don't have no joke.
One joke.
No joke.
All right. Thank you, brother.
Bless you.
Appreciate it.
That was a good interview.
That was a good interview.
He's a good dude.
He's a good brother. I love that.
Yes,
brother.
sir.
Right now, we are about to go back to our Go video, and then after that, I think you'll see some, or hear and see some music from a particular person that I would like to just say is amazing, but you'll have to leave that up to yourself.
Have you ever just looked over your boulevard, taking in its beauty, its imagination, its struggle? You've seen its needs, and maybe you felt hopeless. Most people we encounter want to create significant change in some way. They want their neighbors to flourish. The question is, what do I do? Our communities need integrated thinkers and doers. And sometimes books aren't enough. Sometimes you have the wrong tools. And sometimes you have the tools, but you use them wrong. At My Boulevard, our goal isn't just to give you more information. We want to make you wise leaders, people who understand the times and know how to apply that information. We don't want to just give you content. We want to make you the ultimate resource and help you find community. We understand the unique challenges you face, and we want to empower you to make lasting impact. Your gift is partnering to bring relevant content, cohorts, coaching, and conferences so that we can help individuals like you become integrated leaders and thrive where you are. So why My Boulevard? Because we've seen the harvest, we know the laborers, and we feel called to join you in cultivating a healthy you and a healthy boulevard. My name is Sho Baraka, and I think we're going to have a good time together. I will be your tour guide for the next 30-ish minutes. Where are we going? To a very happy place where there's good music, good people, and a good God. Isn't that right, Nate? Hit me 1 time. If you feel good, hit me 2 times. If you feel good, hit me 3 times. See, already, we're having a good time, ladies and gentlemen. Got a wonderful band with me. And guess what? If you're here for that, let's have a good time, okay? Drums make the folks go down. And make the folks go down. Horns make the people turn up. And make the people turn up. Hey, turn up, turn up. And make the people turn up. Church keys make the church folks sing. We say love over hate. Love over hate. I'm here for that. Okay. Real over fake. Real over fake. I'm here for that. Truth and faith. I'm here for that. Beauty and grace. Beauty and grace. I'm here for that. If you're here for the love, if you're here for the love, for the love. If you're here for the love, if you're here for the love, for the love. If you're here for the love, for the love. If you're here for the love, if you're here for the love. Alright. Don't be afraid, this is the future. I know you ain't met, I'll introduce you. You might be cool, but we are cooler. We got class, so let us school you fresh to death, like $1 million. And I might just go a year in bow ties and chucks. Might just go to church in the all white tux. Yeah, your boy fly, so you know what's up. Can the church say amen? I'm here for that. When the system don't love us,
justice for the brothers. Yeah, yeah, I'm here for that. You can tell all the haters with no hesitation. I'll take the reparations. I'm here for that. And tell all those rappers with that pippin' murder, sell drugs in their music. We ain't feeling that. Woo. I just do it for the love. I do it for the love. I do it for the nerds and the thugs, those overcoming drugs. I'm here for that. Give the children a little purpose. Yeah. Tell the politicians they serve us. Make them nervous, I know they hurt us. Tell them we came here for the turn up. Hey, love over hate, I'm here for that. Real over fake, real over fake, I'm here for that. Truth and faith, truth and faith, I'm here for that. Beauty and grace, beauty and grace, I'm here for that. If you're here for the love, 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 love. If you're here for the love, 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 love. If you're here for the love, 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 love. If you're here for the love, if you're here for the love, let me hear you say you here for that higher love. I tell them, I tell them, I tell them. If you want love with a higher love, let me talk to you. You've been aching for a while. It's something to make you smile. We reppin' them proud as the world's looking around for a I'm in love with the captain of the ship. When the waves get the rock in the boat, we walk on water like he taught us to float. I got the scriptures to quote, and when it seems like your boy can't cope, I got a team tight like 3-strand rope, and it easily broke. The mountain in front may seem unclimbable, but after his work on the cross, it would seem irresponsible. If we threw in the towel because of life's small obstacles, yeah, I know a God who makes the unlikely possible. His phenomenal love and holiness ain't optional. The world looks at me like I'm so illogical. Faces in the word to be a godly influence. If you really want to know, here's the reason why I do this thing. I tell them, I tell them, I tell them, it's with the, it's with the, it's with the, it's with the. I tell them, I tell them, I tell them, I tell them, it's with the. Hey y'all, can we switch it up a little bit? I tell them, I've been burned by the world and it showed no sympathy. I will give my all and it stripped me of my dignity, stripped me of my reason, my morals and my temper. It stripped me of everything. I was in love with a stripper. He gave his physician, a true life giver. I was dying, so the doctor gave me his liver in the form of his son with his arms spread wide, ready to receive any boy, girl, lady, or guy. No matter their age, I find more people try to find real love in some girl or guy. Love is sacrificial. Love is an action. Love ain't fleeting. Love is everlasting. Love our enemies. Love our neighbor. Love to imitate Christ. Why? Because he's our savior. It casts out all fear. Love is our job. Love is eternal. Love is our God. Sing. I tell her. I tell her. It's with her. You sing it with me. Say, I'm in love. Say, I'm in love. It's with the higher love. It's with the higher love. Hey, it feels good, don't it? To be in love, don't it? It feels good, don't it? To be in love, don't it? It feels good to be in love. To be in love, to be in love with a higher love. It feels good to be in love with a higher love. It feels good to be in love with a higher love. It feels good, don't it? It feels good, don't it? Don't it feel good to be in love with a higher love? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm in love.
Oh, that was Sho Baraka performing smash hits from his first album.
Fire artist.
Turn My Life Up. I think that's the name of that album, Turn My Life Up. And then there's another album that he performed a song here, 2016, from this wonderful album, The Narrative. And you know what? Why not? Why not give away one of these albums right now?
I think we should.
Finally. You think we should do it?
We should bless him.
Should we bless him?
We should
Jeremiah,
bless him.
how? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? How are we gonna bless him?
Hey man, I want to see some more activity on the hashtag.
I just want to see more hashtags. Come on. More. I never thought in my life would I say, I think I need to see more hashtags.
I just want to say, I do appreciate y'all in the chat, you know?
Yes,
People
continue to chat it up.
Really chatting right here.
Maybe we should give people, we should give something to the people who are in the chat. How about that?
I'll say this. Sean Jackson has been real active lately.
Let's go, Sean Jackson. Hey, tell Sean to hit us up on the DMs Or so yeah, because you all in the chat. Tell Sean to hit us on one of the My Boulevard. So hit us up on either My Boulevard on the Instagram account or the Facebook account, and we're gonna give Sean Jackson a shirt. Sean, you just want a shirt, my friend. Hopefully I have your size. I'm pretty sure I have. I'm gonna go. You know, we're gonna check inventory in a second. We probably hang, just display it over here. So Sean Jackson wins a shirt.
Yes, sir.
Jay, how are we gonna give away this wonderful vinyl album that it retails for $300?
300.
It retails for $300, but today we're gonna give it away to somebody. You know what I mean?
Doing something special.
Yeah, because we know that there are people out there giving. You know, who do they give? They have to text My Boulevard to 53555.
Right there.
All right.
Look at that.
You know what?
So you know where to go.
So we know this is.
Can we put a number out?
Put a number?
Yeah. It's usually 300.
It's usually 300.
Right now, if we can get someone to give what?
If somebody gives $50.
$50?
50. I'll give them an album and a shirt.
Signed.
Signed,
sealed, delivered. Come on, I'm for the people. I'm trying to tell y'all, I'm for the people.
I'm for the people. $50 right now. You get an album and a shirt. So Sean Jackson gets a shirt. If you give $50, you get an album and a shirt. And if you give over $500, you get coaching time, free coaching time with Dahadi. I'm giving it out there. How many days is it, Dahadi?
As much as they need.
As much as you need.
Appreciate
That's
you being here, repping your city. We got Charlotte in the building.
And
hey, look.
You get to wear Dahadi's hat for a good week.
Hey,
who's
I
out there?
Someone that said they wanted a hat. Hey, I'm just saying. Get the hat for a day. You know what I'm saying? That might go crazy.
He just walked away.
And look. The reason why we keep saying liking the chat and interacting, that's just gonna tell the algorithm more people need to be here, more people need to see it. And so even if you say, I'm not in the position to give right now, interacting, sharing the links can get it to the people who can and who will be blessed by the coaching and the things we're offering. So please continue to interact. If you can give, support a great cause. You've seen the video, you've seen the content that we're giving out. This is just a foretaste, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. One more time on the album.
And the album, come on. Yeah. Y'all see that?
That's it right there. I just gave you a little.
You looking too far, yeah.
Where's Freddie? Is Freddie? He's right here.
He's right here. Yeah.
Look. I'm giving you the. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you can get much better the synthesis.
Hold on. Which one's Fred?
That's what I'm wondering. I was wondering the same thing. Which one is Frederick Douglass, ladies and gentlemen? Hold on, maybe you can tell the difference now. I don't know. Which one is Frederick Douglass?
Did you move Frederick or did you move Sho?
Both of them are just amazing luminaries. I just don't know which one has done more for the world.
That's
that's up for debate. That's up for debate. Yeah.
Your story's still being written.
Yeah, come on, somebody say that. All you people who were like, you don't know what I can do. The Lord he ain't done with me yet. You know what I'm saying? All right, so this next video we're gonna watch after Sean wins, we're gonna have some people who are giving. Somebody's gonna give some money so that we can give them this album, this vinyl. Now this is 2 discs. This is two discs. These are 2 vinyls in one. This is not just one vinyl. It's double vinyl. So this is even better. You get the credits, the old school credits within it. Come on, man. And you get the good God shirt. I keep unfolding this, and I think Tina comes back and folds it again. And I just want her to just have something to do. You know what I'm saying?
Sho Baraka signature.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be signed, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So, good culture, good people, and later tonight you're going to have an experience of what good culture is like. And then, this is news. December 31st, we're going to have our first episode of the Good Culture Show, Jeremiah.
Come on.
Are you excited? Are you excited? Are you excited about the Good Culture Show?
I'm lit. I'm ready. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time.
Why are people talking
Unless you're at the My Boulevard conference, you don't know what you're in for.
Yeah. Yes.
But it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be excellent. All right, so for the next 10 minutes, what you're going to get to do is see some content that we've created. There are 2 separate videos that are featured on our city syllabus platform. The first one is a display, kind of like the teaching of what you got to experience earlier today from the Heidi's discussion with Clayton and Tara. It's from the product Gnome 360. Following that, you get to see a little bit of my personal class, which is It Good? That is driven from my book, which I think I have it somewhere around here, and I'm gonna put that up here too. Because although Frederick Douglass has a book, his is not in color though. You know what I'm saying? All his pictures are black and white, so I wasn't there. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the city syllabus content, Gnome 360, and Is It Good?
Welcome back to Gnome 360, where we are learning to identify, explore, and express our feelings as God designed. Today, we're continuing with our third question, where did you go? This is all about exploring our feelings and the stories connected to them. Each one of us has a story. And when we are talking about relationship, there is an important idea. And this idea comes from Communication 101. One theory in communication explains that each of us has 4 different types of selves: the open self, the closed self, the blind self, and the unknown self. The open self is where you and I know everything. We know the same things about one another. You know the same things about me. This is the information that's common knowledge. My name is Dahadi. I live in Atlanta. That's the open self. The open self is about information that is open to all people. Then there's the closed self, because there's stuff that you are intentionally trying to keep others from finding out, right? Kind of like Bruce Banner, like hiding. He's trying to keep the hawk inside of him. Then we have the third self, and the third self is the blind self. This is all the stuff that you don't see, but everybody else sees. It's kind of like blind spots in your car. And then the last one is the unknown self. This refers to the part of the self that no one knows because you haven't experienced that in life or in any situation in life. It's like a developmental stage or a formative stage. For instance, I don't know what it's like to lose a child, and I hope I never have to know because it's unknown. So those are the 4 selves. And when you're talking about being in relationship with one another, you have the choice to bring your full self or only parts of yourself. Are you going to bring your open self, your closed self, your blind self? All of those dynamics are playing a part in how you interact with one another. And that's part of what we're going to be talking about in this section. We're going to be talking about how do we be present with one another? Are we willing to bring everything, not just the surface parts of ourselves, but the whole selves to each and every relationship that we interact with day by day? And so we're asking these questions. We realize that the questions are layered. What do you feel is a simple enough question, but it's also a complex one because we have to put up protectors around our sense of self. We are looking into the eyes of those who are around us and we're asking the question, is it safe? Do you care? We're constantly wondering. Does it even matter if I show up with you? Is this a safe space for us to show up? And if I determine it's not a safe space through your body language or through your tone or through whatever else, I already have a predetermined mechanism: fight, flight, or freeze. Or even another one is appease. And suddenly answering a simple question isn't so simple anymore. So, given all that what's going on with our 4 selves and all the desire that we have for safety, how do we actually communicate with one another? How do we live? How do we bridge the gap to make sense of what we say versus what we actually mean? What story did you imagine when you shared your sadness? What was the story behind your fear? These are questions that will help us to explore our story and answer the question, where did you go? That's it for this video. If you have any questions, don't forget to submit them in the course pathway. Join us next time when we will continue asking the question, where did you go?
So I hope we have a better understanding of work and creating, but now I want to draw our attention to calling. We must be very careful with how we talk about calling, because oftentimes it can come off as elitist, because we talk about being called to careers and great opportunities, but does God call us to, like, say, to minimum wage jobs? Does God call you to temp agencies? Yes, he does. And those jobs can build the kingdom just as the financier at the Deutsche Bank will, right? The one thing that's common in all these areas is that the subject oftentimes isn't always the one who determines how, when, or why they are being used. It's always God's prerogative. Oftentimes we ask questions on, like, what does it mean to be called, or what is God's will? I think there can be differences in God's will and what we're called to. There are laws and edicts that are clear that we do not negotiate with. God wants you to operate within that understanding of his will. But there are things and objectives and tasks that God calls us to. And sometimes understanding what that is can be difficult. But the one thing that is common, no matter what God calls you to, is that the subject isn't always the one who determines how, when, or why they are being used. It's always God's prerogative, but it is our decision to obey. How do we determine when we are being called? I often find that Jehovah uses 3 forms of calling, and I'm sure there are more, and you can let me know, call me, text me, tweet me, whatever, okay? But here are 3 that I found regularly in the scripture. He calls us according to skill, he calls us according to need, and he calls us according to a teachable moment or suffering, if you will. First, let's talk about skill. To be honest, this is probably the most convenient calling of them all. Even though sometimes we don't always obey nor feel completely ready for the call, but at least there's some familiarity with the task or the task that is before us. We can see this with Bezalel in Exodus 31. In Exodus 31, starting in verse 2, it says this: "See, I have called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, son of Hur, and the tribe of Judah. And I have filled him with the Spirit of God, with ability and intelligence, with knowledge and all craftsmanship, to devise artistic designs, to work in gold, silver, and bronze, for cutting stones for setting, and in carving wood, to work in every craft." We can see it with Samson and his strength. We can see it with Joseph and his dreams. And we can even see it with the men of Issachar and their ability to discern and to be men of action. But you also must be careful not to allow your skill and your talent to corrupt you. Second, let's dive into need. We can easily get caught up in the grind of upward mobility. God doesn't hate our ambition or desire to achieve great things. I think the Lord loathes pride and our desire for autonomy. However, oftentimes there are present needs that have to be met that need to take precedent over later aspirations. We see that with Abraham, with Moses, with Gideon, and even some of the disciples. We can argue that they were actually skilled in some sort of way, but we know for sure that there was not always a willingness to obey. God communicated a need that was present, and despite their personal aspirations or vocations, God called them to that task. Oftentimes in the scriptures, God calls people to a mission that they believe that they are not equipped for or adequate for. And furthermore, they plead with Jehovah and they say, "I'm not the right individual. Please pick somebody else." And God usually says, "You're right. I've lost the argument again. Go as you will and do as you please." No, he doesn't say that. That's not how it ever happens. He pretty much says, this wasn't a job interview. This is a command. And guess what is quite shocking? The individuals he chooses are often right for the job. Isn't that something? It's like he knows what he's doing. Lastly, let's talk about suffering. Now, this is probably the most difficult of the calls. This is when he calls us for a teachable moment or for us to be conduits of a moral or grace to others and ourselves. Think about Esther, who was willing to suffer for the benefit of others. Think about Hosea, who was called to marry a prostitute in order for him to empathize with God's pain. Think about Paul, as Jesus sends a messenger to him after the road to Damascus. He says, I will show him how much he must suffer for my name. Ouch. Like, we don't want that kind of call. When I became a Christian, I knew I would have hard times, but I also had a very unhealthy understanding of suffering. So I had an unsigned agreement with God. I would say, God, if I serve you, let's have this kind of agreement. You know what I mean? It's like, you give me a successful life, a beautiful wife, give me some wonderful kids and some wonderful friends. And if you can just sign that contract for me, God, I'll be on my way. God takes that contract, he rips it up, throws it away, and he gives you a blank page. And he says, no, you sign at the bottom. God desires to give you all those things, just not on your terms. And one way he did that for me was calling me to be a father of 2 kids on the autism spectrum. This was a call to suffer. It doesn't mean it wasn't good. It's not a punishment. A punishment is to get us to acknowledge some sort of sin or wrongdoing. I believe suffering is to expose our human limitations and to draw us closer to God. In John, there is a man born blind, and the disciples ask Jesus, they say, why is it that this man was born blind? Is it because of his sin or his parents' sin? And Jesus tells them, it's because of neither. It's so that God can be glorified. My father told me one day that he prayed, Lord, I want to grow closer to you. And not too long after that prayer, he was diagnosed with cancer. Now here is this 6'3" ex-NFL player sitting there, and he said, when I prayed that prayer, I would have never thought that God would use cancer to draw me closer to him. Blew me away.
Oh man, so why the cohort? Mainly because I live on a boulevard. Like, we've chosen to do ministry in a hard place, and trying to find help, information, and resources that speak to the challenges in my context is very rare.
The cohort has been beneficial to me. I've been able to learn how to develop a vision from burden.
I would say for me, the cohort is good because it gives me, just some tangible ways to think about my community. But then not just to be a church, but to be a family.
Even my first week here, I felt like, man, these are my people. I learned a discipleship making culture. So many churches do not have a discipleship culture. They have none. This program allows them to develop that.
If you're planning in the urban core of your city, you need this cohort.
Dahadi's speaking right to my heart. It's like he heard some of the same troubles, things I'm questioning, how to have a long-term impact in a challenging area. This has been a tremendous blessing. Every time I leave here, I'm already implementing last week's stuff with my church, with our leaders, and really seeing actually immediate impact in my context. And so it's been a tremendous blessing.
It's more than just tools, but it's to develop a vision that God has given me to plant in the city.
Join the cohort is that they can reach their context, and then also to build disciples in that context who can also reach that community.
I would recommend this program to someone else for that reason, for sure.
Hello, hello.
Loved individuals, they're trainers, they're practitioners, they're pastors in where we at? Roanoke? No, not Roanoke. Come on, man. Lynchburg. I don't want to even say Lynchburg, but Lynchburg, man, this just don't even sound right. I feel like we need to protest that name, right? Just go ahead and protest that name, Lynchburg. But you're my people, so excited to be here with James and Sarah Hobson. And 2 people I love. How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, hey, you kept going. You could have said I'm been in the NBA, but stop short. We're excited to be here. and it's a lot nicer.
That is good. That is good. But I can barely hear you. Is it? I don't know if anybody on the online can are struggling as well, but I can barely hear you.
Oh no.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfect. Yeah, our echo.
All right, good. All right, good. So we are good. And so I didn't hear anything you just said because I could not hear you. And so I would love to respond to what you said. But that wasn't
how great you are, how awesome you are, all of that too.
Okay, well, that was good. You can say that again. That's word for me. That's word for me. No. So again, we are here. We're excited about what we're doing, and so we've been talking about like creating spaces. And when we talk about creating spaces, ultimately what we're saying is it's like how can we help disciples thrive where they live, where they work, and where they worship, right? This whole Stream-a-thon is about that. We decided like let's have some fun. We believe that we're gonna raise some money, but even if we don't raise any money, we were like, let's have some fun. Let's spend 8 hours and just talking and connecting and sharing with all the people what God has been doing, both in and through Boulevard. And so both James and Sarah, you guys have been through the cohort. You guys are trainers in the cohort. So talk a little bit about like specifically the My Boulevard cohort, which is geared towards helping practitioners and like local leadership in the church to make disciples and develop a disciple-making culture. So talk a little bit about kind of your experience with the cohort and even both as a participant but also as a trainer.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to kick us off as a participant. Like, one of the things that was really impactful for me, and I'm going to try to maybe speak a little louder, but I love the holistic approach to really disciple making. I think I really jumped into the cohort really excited to be like, man, what am I going to learn about preaching? What am I going to learn about my church? I think the most impactful thing my wife and I actually learned about not simply being spiritually healthy, not simply being like physically healthy, theologically healthy. For us, it was like being emotionally healthy. And so the known 360, what we refer to it as now, back then it was just, for us, it was just about being emotional. Probably the most important thing for us and the most impactful thing for us. And so I remember we went to Atlanta, we were about 2 hours of the highway, and we're just room, and I'm like, man, I can't wait for the Ivy to tell my wife 2 more minutes. And the conversation totally changed. Less about maybe church elders or things. It was like, hey, how was I here? And giving space for my wife, not just me to talk about how I'm doing and fill that with pride. How we both need to be like taking honest assessment where we are. And I want to show everything definitely blessed our marriage with emotions that we can. Felt us, and I think typically fails off about the ways in which actually I have been at home. I think I've been late nights. I said my active writing, real convicted, challenging. I want to say now that we've been married 10 years, I mean, I feel like our marriage as rich as it's ever been. 10 years we went to Europe, we celebrated together. That was the time that we were exposed, like, hey, don't just be healthy in theology, don't just be healthy in church ministry, like, be holistic. And that was a space to kind of open up the door to some of that.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. And Sarah, what about you? I mean, like you've seen kind of some of this transition. We've talked many times, around a lot of this, and just because one of the things was like, if we're going to plant healthy churches in urban communities, we can't it's not just about going and, building an edifice, getting a pulpit and getting to teach, but we said we have to establish and plant healthy families. One of the things that we talk about in the cohort is like, don't go plant a church, go establish a family. Talk about that, Sarah, from your perspective, and just how, like, the emphasis on family that you guys have taken in Lynchburg.
Yeah, I think backing off of what James has said, when you think about ministry from that perspective, it just completely changes everything you thought you knew about what it means to be a successful ministry. And so I think it's such a game changer to our body, because from the top down now, the thing that matters the most is not so much how much are you eating, what do you bring to the table, how are you serving, but now what matters is where is your soul, how is your family, how is your marriage, how are your relationships, are you being honest with yourself, are you leading from a place of bitterness and anger and frustration, are you leading from a place of a grounded who you are, where you are, what matters the most. And I think it just really changes our perspective on building something that will outlast us, and not just something that on the outside is another religious thing or another spiritual thing that's happening, especially in the there's a church on every corner. You know, we're in the Bible Belt, right? And so there's not a lack of churches. And so I think part of it too is how do we not make another church in the inner city? Like, how do we plant a church that really learns what it means to be a family, really learns what it means to be the bride of Christ? And that just takes a lot more work, a lot more effort. It takes a lot more willingness to be exposed emotionally, and that's hard. But I think that's where you get to a true, genuine community thing. That's where I think the change happens.
Yeah, and so we know, even in a family, like there's been a lot of ups. For life, everything is not great there, but also everything's not bad. Talk about the importance of how the cohort and even that experience has helped you guys specifically through the up and down. Because I believe that there's some great content that we give, but I think even better and even more than the content is the community around this content, and just, the people that you've done that with. Talk a little bit about the community aspect of being and doing, participating in the cohort.
Yeah, let me make sure I understand the question well, because you kind of cut out there right there for a little bit. It sounds like you're saying if we could speak to, what have some of the relationships been like with some of the guys and some of the couples that we've interacted with through My Boulevard.
Yes, and so it's like.
No. Try it again.
Can you hear me?
Hey,
literally, as soon as you started to repeat it, the sound cut out again. But I think we understand the concept of what we were trying to say.
So just answer whatever question that you heard.
We'll do that. I feel like if I start name dropping, some people are gonna be like, "Hey, man, you should have mentioned me too." So I love all my brothers, but in particular, I feel like it was great to in 2018, having gone through the cohort with Brian Crawford and his wife Andy. There's been times where and it's coming on 2024. Like, he and I are still in relationship with one another. But the rich thing about going through this cohort and meeting people like him, it'll be like, in my context, we're one of the first churches that are like trying out this multi-ethnic church experience. The reality is, if it's a black pastor in the pulpit, it's in my context, it's an all black, like probably charismatic church. If it's a white pastor in the pulpit, it's like a all white congregation. And so it was very difficult for me to talk from the vantage point of like in our city, we get a lot of praise. They're like, "Yo, man, y'all are killing it. Y'all being multi-ethnic," and it sounds sexy, but it's actually very difficult, because anytime I feel like I went out. I don't know if y'all can still hear me. I'm gonna just keep going. And I feel like whenever there's maybe a difficult time in the city or in the nation, it's almost like, as a multi-ethnic church, we have a different internal battle. Though we have these conversations, there are things that we wrestle with. And so talking with Brian Crawford to just say, "Hey, man, you guys are planting a multi-ethnic church. You guys are in Mississippi. You're in Vicksburg, Mississippi. Like, can I just like pick your brain on a few things? Can we chat about a few things? And so that's somebody who we've been connected with for years now. And, you know, it's also a brother, not only him, Josh Kranz out in the Philly area. These are brothers who, Pastor Charles, we didn't even go through the cohort together. We just connected just because we're like-minded in this area. And you know, I was, you know, telling him about my boulevard. He was like, man, I already signed up. I just heard you mentioning some of these things, and I was interested. And so these are brothers who like, you know, I got some acquaintances in ministry, but these are brothers who are a deeper level than that. Like, I feel like if it was 3 a.m. and it's like, yo, I'm really struggling. Hey, man, I'm having thoughts that I need to take captive. Hey, whatever the case may be, I want to quit. I want to just leave the ministry. These are brothers who I feel like would actually hold me up, actually hold me down, whatever is necessary, speak truth to me. And yeah, these are like actual brothers of mine.
Yeah. I think from my perspective, it's just been it's been encouraging to be in this space where you just understand each other. You both are going for the same goal, same purpose. And so there's a lot of things that are just, you don't have to explain, which is nice, because this is just sometimes really, there aren't always words to explain what you're going through, the questions you're having, the issues you're having. And so it's nice to be in a space where everyone speaks the same language, so to speak. Like you understand what 8 emotions mean. You understand what some of these concepts mean because you've all done the same course. And so I think that's helpful. But I think also just the struggle of ministry, there's a likeness there. It's not exactly the same, obviously, because every context is different, but there's a basic understanding. And so it's been, at least for me, as a wife, very encouraging to be in a space where we are not only, where it's not just men represented, but also there are couples represented that we can connect with together, to be encouraged by, Amen. To know that we're being prayed for, just that, like, we just know that we're not alone. And I think that's just Amen. Valuable, knowing we are not alone in this. We can't hear you.
Have you ever just looked over your boulevard, taking in its beauty, its imagination, its struggle? You've seen its needs, and maybe you felt hopeless. Most people we encounter want to create significant change in some way. They want their neighbors to flourish. The question is, what do I do? Our communities need integrated thinkers and doers, and sometimes books aren't enough. Sometimes you have the wrong tools. And sometimes you have the tools, but you use them wrong. At My Boulevard, our goal isn't just to give you more information. We want to make you wise leaders, people who understand the times and know how to apply that information. We don't want to just give you content. We want to make you the ultimate resource and help you find community. We understand the unique challenges you face, and we want to empower you to make lasting impact. Your gift is partnering to bring relevant content, cohorts, coaching, and conferences so that we can help individuals like you become integrated leaders and thrive where you are. So why My Boulevard? Because we've seen the harvest, we know the laborers, and we feel called to join you in cultivating a healthy you and a healthy boulevard.
What? Hear us? Or you still can't hear me?
We heard you say, "Can you hear me?"
Yeah, we heard you say, "Can you hear me?" When it first started, you hit had the little robot sound, the little auto.
But you hear me now. That's all I know is can you hear me now?
We locked in.
You locked in. All right.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, basically what I was asking is about the experience that that we have, because it's both the pastor, the wife, the spouse that it is, because it's about the experience. So Sarah, I would love for you to talk a little bit about kind of like, it's a planting couples. So we don't just talk about, this is not just a training for just one person, but it's a planting couple. So share a little bit about that, that experience.
I think just in the beginning, knowing that this is about planting couple and not just lead pastor male was a game changer. I think that in itself was like, what is that? What does that mean? And I think for me as his wife, as we are a team, and I think what was awesome about My Boulevard, about it being not just about the sole person, but about the planting couple, was I think it put value back into us as a team. And I think what My Boulevard did was it affirmed the value in me as part of that team. And so I think that was just priceless. I know for me in helping, I think, give me just value and breathe life into that, but also give me some tools as to what that looks like, being a part of it. I think being a part of different sessions. And so me having an active role within the sessions, being able to connect with other wives in the sessions. I think that was just a really valuable piece of My Boulevard that I really have not experienced elsewhere. But I didn't feel, it felt very inclusive for us as truly a planting couple. You're not just calling it planting couples, but all the values placed on the male planter. And I think that's you don't find that in many places. So
that's good. That's good. No, well said. I ain't going to preach after that. That was good. That was good. And
so
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I was going to say, we're about to wrap up this segment, but what I would love to hear, because there's people who are thinking about trying to make disciples in their context. They're talking about that. And so we are actually, this coming up in February, we're actually going to be doing it partially online. So we're going to have an online version, and then in this fall, we're going to be launching different cohorts in different cities for planting couples. And we're trying to do one in Philly. We're possibly doing one in Virginia, here in Atlanta, St. Louis, Mississippi. So it's just like all over, and even on the West Coast, San Francisco, potentially to San Diego. So I mean, all around we're going to be doing that. Tell someone that is considering, because you know how we are as planting couples, we don't want to slow down. Like the heart, we want to get after, we want to go about it, and we want to get it done as quick as possible. Tell us why it's important for us to invest time, slow down, and to pour into yourself before you go out and plant this church.
You want to go first?
Man, I think time, there will never, ever be enough time. And I think it is a lie to think that I can keep doing what I am doing without slowing down and investing in myself and in my marriage. It is a lie to think that like I've got all the tools that I need, I can do it, I can figure it out. There is so much that we don't know, and there is so much that others can give to us. That we will keep missing out if we keep running. And then I think there's a perception, like you said, that if we slow down, we're going to miss out on something, or we're going to not do a good enough job in ministry, or they can't afford for me to slow down. But I think what slowing down does is it reminds us, hey, I'm not the one holding this thing together, the Lord is. So if the Lord is holding it together, then me slowing down, it's okay. It's not going to hurt anything. Actually, slowing down is actually probably it's going to make things better.
Yeah.
It's actually going to help me see where my blind spots are. you know, we constantly pouring out, and eventually we don't realize we've been pouring out so long. We are, you know, we're nothing. We're just we're shriveled up, and we're not giving from anything. And so I think it's just these misperceptions that, like, as leaders, you know, our church needs us, our ministries need us, our leaders need us, like we can't stop. And that's a really, really big lie from the enemy.
Yeah.
And
I think there's a lot of pride in that when we feel like, oh, we can't slow down because they need me. And it's like, or Jesus said he built his church.
Yeah.
You know, and another thing I think of is you know, there's a conversation with a guy about like, man, how would you chop down a tree? And like, there's this idea of like, oh man, I would like use all my energy and I'd like come at it. Oh man, I'd do a 360. And the conversation continues. And it's like, well, a wise man would say, if I were going to chop down a tree, I would first sharpen my axe. And I think that's the whole principle there. Is like, hey man, if I'm gonna actually do ministry well, let me actually work on myself as well. Yeah. So, well, look, I know we got to jump off, but Hadi, we got a question for you.
Okay.
Now, this question was for Sho, but since Sho decided he didn't want to do us, you know, I said, all right, well, Hadi, it's gonna go to you. So it's Sho's fault that you're getting this. So
okay, well, he's coming up. He's willing to face that fight. He's ready to face that smoke with us.
Don't call me out.
Here we go, Sho.
Don't be calling me out. Don't be calling
me out. Hey, here we go. This is what's gonna happen. We need you, my wife and I need you to blindly top 5 rank these Christian rappers without knowing who's coming next.
I love this game.
You understand what I'm saying? So you're gonna blindly rank these rappers?
Yeah. I've seen this like with sports people before.
All right, here we go. You want to do the first name?
You got it.
All right. Blindly rank these top 5. All right, here we go. First name, Triple E.
Okay. So no caveats, but this is hard because there's a couple of them I'm hoping that you name will be my 1-2. So I'm gonna put Triple E.
We'll find out.
Yeah. I'm gonna put Triple E. I'm gonna put him 3.
Okay.
Can I answer? Because I'm gonna go with Triple E 5.
You going 3? Okay.
Disrespectful.
No, I love Trip, but I got personal.
It's not personal.
It is personal. It is personal. Somebody's not gonna make number 1. All right. Here we go. You choose. You go next name.
All right. KB.
Oh, that's tough. See, you gonna bring. Okay.
Hey.
I'm gonna go KB. Y'all want it? I'm gonna go KB. I'm gonna go KB 2.
Wow. Yeah.
I have to agree. I'm gonna go current KB.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Current KB.
Current KB is on my list all the time. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go 3. I gotta go 3.
Oh, wait.
Wow.
Who went 3? Sho?
No, the Hadi.
The Hadi went 3.
Current KB.
All
right.
Hold on. I think the next name we should go with will be this right
Just say it.
All right, next rapper, Sho Baraka.
Oh, come on now, somebody.
Come on now.
All right, so I mean, if I was being honest, he's number 1. But
hey, come on, that's what I'm talking about.
But for the sake of this conversation, I'm gonna put him 5. I'm gonna put him 5.
Okay.
Taking the humble route.
Take the humble route. I'm actually gonna put him number 2 on mine. He is.
Wow.
Yes, he's number 2.
I'm trying to find out who's number 1.
He's number 2. He's number 2.
All right, we only got 2 names left. So
yeah.
All right, Minio.
Andy Minio.
All right, so I was waiting for this one. Did I give KB number 2?
Yes.
All right, so because you're probably not going to say the person that I'm going to put number 1, I'm going to put Minio number 1.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm so curious.
We'll hear after.
Minio, I'm going 4.
4.
Whoa.
Wow.
It's all right. He obviously doesn't listen to Andy Minio's music. That's what it is.
I got you.
I feel like I'm still in the right order right now. I'm okay with mine right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Because there's only one more spot, and I have 2 that I'm not in.
Well, I know they're not going to name my person. They're going to probably throw Frey out there. So
the last person has to fit into that slot where you didn't have a number.
Right.
So the last Christian rapper is Aha Gazelle. Aha Gazelle.
Okay. You don't even know who Ahazel is, do you?
See,
Look at that. What is this?
Do
What is
do
this?
we need to put somebody else?
Yeah, well, I guess he has to be number 4, but I'm gonna tell you who I would have put number 1 in my all. And this is not just Christian. He's maybe my number top 5, he's top 10.
Wow.
Period. It's Swoop. Swoop is my guy.
Swoop.
Number 1. Swoop would be number 1. Andy and Swoop are like 1 and 2 for me.
See, so first of all, my number 1, my number 1 has got to be Deuce. Early Deuce. Early Deuce.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make sure, like, I'm talking about.
He said basically what I'm hearing is like, Deuce, that stuff you making now, don't. You're not.
I'm talking about the inspiration. Like, there's so much. I love it. I love it. But and it's interesting in your top 5. I mean, you didn't have like. There's a couple people that.
I mean, obviously, you don't. Lecrae wasn't asked. You didn't have like Tadashi. You got the.
We have Tadashi.
But it's fine. It's fine.
So yeah,
it's not the top 5.
Good job.
I'm with you.
Good job.
I love it.
I love this game. But we gotta go.
Yeah, we love y'all.
Other things we gotta do.
Yeah,
I love y'all.
I love the way you think, though. I love the way you guys think. I like that.
Hey.
We're glad to have you back.
Yeah. All right.
Bye, y'all.
All right.
Okay. I mean, I guess.
Watch this video.
I guess we're waiting for this is what you call a stall.
My name is Trev Stanton. I'm the planting pastor of City West Church. God has called us to plant here in the Garden Hills community. A context which has been cursed by drug trafficking. 78% of households have been victims of fatherlessness. Well, we've made it our mission to introduce them to the Father. Hey, how was that, man? That works? That works?
Hey, that was perfect. Could take faster.
Did you get him in the shot?
Yeah, he's in there. Definitely got that urban look.
Yeah, that's what we want. Let's see if I got a little something for him to help him out, man. Hey, bro. I'm Pastor Trev, man. How you doing? I got a little something here, man, just to help out. God bless, man. Take care of my man, you know?
Yo, what made you assume this was an answer to a question I ain't even asked you? Do your view askew?
Nah, just trying
If
to
you
help.
stand still, you'll see that there's life moving past you. Have you truly taken stock of your surroundings? The sharp, jagged edges and the round things? You can't proselytize this place I reside in the same manner that Columbus found things. See that housing project? It don't need your savior complex. And any discipleship that you bear that fails to affirm the humanity already here with dignity, suspect. I mean, we've seen it all before. The well-meaning, self-assured, the avid do-gooders, confident in their appeal. They want to hop in the ring and for some reason try to reinvent the wheel. As if these streets ain't been maintained by prayer warriors in pain. Like grandma and them ain't been interceding, like there ain't activists and organizers already knee-deep in this thing. Leading. If you listen close, man, you can hear the city breathing. Albeit, often, feels like it's wheezing, on its last leg, dying. But the people, like the times we find ourselves in, are trying. But as seamless as the transition is from night to day, so does our fair city move from urban blight and decay, from the density of people just struggling to find a way to other sisters and brothers who would define the word brave. I mean, bro, just because you physically present don't mean change is evident. You gotta forge real bonds with these people, make a long-term investment. There is unity in diversity, so ask yourself this question. Will you gentrify a neighborhood's cultural pride by inadvertently displacing their long-term residents? Pastor, I mean, we supposed to be in this world but not of it. But you can't be in these people's lives and not love them. How you expect to lift them up if you're stuck thinking that you're above them? So what then? What you think? We needed another house of worship? Look, man, this city is awesomely flawed. It's beautifully imperfect. It can set your soul at ease and leave you frantically nervous. It can provide immense value and at the same time make you feel worthless. It's been built on quiet courage, exhibited by the families who've lived here for generations. This ain't another spot on your checklist. This ain't some exotic destination. This calling can be the source of your happiness and your greatest frustration. So before you go any further, offering unsolicited answers, I'd kindly ask you, Pastor, to examine your motives and your resolve. Then get involved with those of us already here, seeking for this community, peace and prosperity as the standard. Now, I hope this helps you. God bless.
As the deer panted for the water, so my soul longeth after thee. You alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship thee. You're my friend and you are my brother, even though you are a king. I love you more than any other, so much more than anything. Oh, 'cause you are my strength, my shield. To you alone make my spirit yield. You alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship thee. You're my friend and you are my brother, even though you are a king. I love you more than any other, so much more than anything. Oh, 'cause you alone are my strength, my shield. To you alone may my spirit yield. You alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship thee. Yeah, you are worthy of it all. Yeah, you are worthy of it all. For from you are all things, and to you are all things. You deserve the glory. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You are worthy of it all. Yeah, yeah. You are worthy of it all. For from you are all things, and to you are all things. You deserve the glory. desire and alone to worship you.
First of all, thank you again. Just lovely voice. Y'all give it up for Allison. Yeah. Excellent. All right, so for the next 20 minutes, what you're going to do is be able to see my interview that I had with Lisa Fields. We had to pre-record this, but it's a great interview. If you don't know Lisa Fields, you should definitely get to know her. She is the founder of the Jude 3 Project. I met her years ago. I think through my buddy David Horton. He was like, hey, you should get to know Sho. Sho cares about giving Black people resources on order how to, not only live the faith out, but defend the faith. And she took me on tour with her and Dr. Vince Bantu to speak to colleges about, is Christianity a white man's religion? So it was so, I guess, impactful that eventually she was approached about doing a movie, and that movie is the Unspoken documentary, which you can see on Tubi, which is extra hood. It was aired on Fox Soul last week, which is extra hood, but you can also go to their website, Unspoken Documentary, and purchase it there or watch it also on Prime Video. Lisa Fields is amazing. She does the Courageous Conversations. She's just a dope sister. She's given platform to many people to defend the faith and to give reason why they believe, not in just good theology, but also how they live it out. And so here is that interview with Lisa Fields.
So I'm so excited to be here with Lisa Fields. She's already admitted that she is my biggest fan. And I would like to admit that I'm your biggest fan as well. So there's a mutual love there.
I'm not sure that's what I communicated, but we'll go
Yeah,
with
that's
that.
what you said. That's what you said. You said you love my music more than any other artist that's ever existed. And I'm cool with accepting it as that. I appreciate you. No need to talk more about that. Let's move on to another subject. Let's talk about the great things that you are doing, right? And you are doing great things. As long as I've known you, I've kind of seen you as Madame Apologetics. You are the queen of apologetics. This particular show is talking about creating spaces. So why is it important to create a space for apologetics, Sister Fields?
Yeah, great question. I think because we need to know why we have the hope that we have, right?
Okay.
Many people want to know why we believe what we believe, and we need to be able to articulate it, especially in this day. It's always been important, but I think it's never been more important as people are running with counterfeit beliefs that I don't think are necessarily helpful to them, and they have confusion and frustration around the church, and because they've been hurt by people, they feel like they need to throw away their faith in God and find alternative spiritual practices. So I think it's important for us who still hold to the hope of the gospel that we're able to articulate that well to others who are struggling or who have no idea what we believe altogether.
You're creating a space for people and allowing people to be able to discern the times. As we're thinking about maybe the next 5 to 10 years, what are some of the major concerns that do you think that Jude 3 will be equipping people to address?
Yeah, I think sexuality and gender is going to be major key. I think we'll still be dealing with identity cults, but I think identity cults morph into a buffet type style. People, by and large, struggle with buying in full sale to one particular one. They're a little bit of Hebrew Israelite, a little bit of Kemetic, a little bit of African spiritualist. They're melting pot. It's a buffet style faith. It's funny because I just finished my book, my first book.
I was going to ask you about that. Yeah. You're welcome.
For connecting me with his agent, and that's how we started this process. So, Sho, you are a good person.
I try.
Yeah,
we're going to talk about your book in a minute, though.
But
and the percentage I should be getting from it.
I was researching for my book, and I was researching 5 percenters, and I ran across this quote from LL Cool J from his autobiography, in which he said that he converted to 5 percenters, to the 5% movement, and changed his name in high school. But he was like, you know what? I I didn't actually want to adhere to their guidelines. I just wanted the benefits of feeling like I was a god. And I thought, that was a I thought that was a very interesting admission, but I think it's so true to where we are in culture. People don't necessarily want guidelines, but they want benefits. And so I think they're looking for a faith that gives them, they want to strip all the benefits from faiths and without any of the rules of it. So they'll take the identity piece of Hebrew Israelism, but they ain't gonna put down pork. It's and so I think we're gonna be dealing with sexuality, this kind of blending of a buffet type spirituality, and then I think just the really helping people see that God does provide peace. There's so many people that are hopeless and in despair and looking for peace, and so I think we will have to focus on showing them how the gospel and God provides the peace that they're looking for.
That's beautiful. Could you give, for those people who are not familiar with Jude 3, not the passage, but the organization, could you give us like maybe a quick pitch on what you guys do, why it's important, why it's needed, and some plans that you guys may have in the future?
Jude 3 is a nonprofit that is also a multimedia platform that helps people reimagine faith through apologetics. And we do this in a number of ways, through curriculum, through online courses, through documentaries, through in-person events. And the goal is to equip Black people in particular to know what they believe and why they believe it, and engage skeptics who are Black, who are struggling with faith. And I like to think of Jude 3 as hip hop in a sense, because we are for Black people, but we reach beyond African Americans. And I think it's because we do apologetics from the margins that so many people resonate that are not Black.
Sounds like my music. Yeah. Excellent. One of the things that you guys do is the Courageous Conversations. And there has been great discussions sparked at I mean, I've heard people say some amazing things. I've heard people say some quite ridiculous things.
Yes.
I find it to be quite helpful. I think it's made my faith stronger, my understanding of what I believe stronger. However, there are some people out there who are naysayers, and they will say that you platform people who should not be platformed. What is your apologetic to those people who say, man, Jude 3 could be helpful, but oftentimes they may give platforms to people who are teaching false doctrines to those people who may have sensitive or weaker theology?
Yes. I hear their criticisms. It's funny because their criticisms sound like a younger version of myself that I would give myself. So if Lisa back in undergrad would criticize Lisa at 37 for giving people platforms. So I get the criticism. So I try not to be too hard because
what would young Lisa say, and why would she say what she would say?
She would say that because she has a lack of exposure. And I had so much immersed myself in Reformed theology. It was a time in my life where every day I was listening to, what is that man's name? Paul Washer.
No. Come on now, Paul Washer. That brother was on my iPod as well.
So think about how intense he is. Yeah. And if you listen to that every day, how your thought process is.
Yeah.
So I was listening to Johnny Mac because I heard
Lecrae talk about got a Johnny Mac in my backpack.
I got a backpack. Yeah. I was listening to this. It's funny now.
It's very hilarious. It's quite hilarious. It is quite hilarious. But I had a Johnny Mac too. So, I swore by my Johnny Mac. So.
Yeah, so I was listening to these guys all the time, and that kind of shaped my worldview. And then I went through this season where I was just like, oh, the Black church, I don't know if they're teaching us all we need to know. You know, you go through
Absolutely.
You get all this
Yes.
information and you go through this like throwing away. I'm looking at my dad's messages sideways like, did he teach me enough?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you going through all of these things because you're learning information.
And your
out of
dad was a
context.
pastor, for context, for people who don't know. Yeah.
Yes, my dad is a pastor.
Yeah.
Yes, and so you start absorbing all this information in a vacuum, and then you have friends that are also in that vacuum, so you're all in the echo chamber. And so that's why I would critique myself. But my undergrad Lisa would be definitely critiquing 37-year-old Lisa for how she navigates life now. So I get it.
Yeah.
I get the criticism.
But so why is courageous conversations necessary, other than, you know, give us more to why this is a youthful, and not a useful, better yet, and not just the courageous conversations, but interviews you may have with people who left the faith, or interviews with people who may not believe all the things that you believe. Because, you know, I think it's you can't watch your videos, spend time on your site, on your platform, and not believe like Lisa has this fairly orthodox leaning when it comes to traditionally orthodox, if you will. However, some people will still feel like, well, even if I can discern that from perusing through her site, why does she have this person? Why does she give this person? And why would you say, no, I think it's helpful because of what?
Yeah, great question. So I think I would have to give backstory about how I got here. So undergrad, I did New Testament at University of North Florida. I did religious studies at University of North Florida, which is just a state university. And all of the things I was learning about religion were coming from a more progressive, liberal lens, per se, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And then when I went to grad school, I went to Liberty, which is one of the most conservative places you could go to for my MDiv. And then in the midst of that program, I was involved in something called the Academy of Young Preachers, which is the Academy of Preachers. And I went to the Festival of Young Preachers, where all of these seminary and divinity school students gathered, and we got to give a message, give a sermon in front of our peers and deans of schools. Now, most of the people came from progressive spaces, but what was so transformative for me in that space is me coming from Liberty and me in a preaching kind of cohort or preaching circle with people from like Duke and Yale, was we all had to not only preach a text, and we all came at the text differently, but then some of them were Catholic, some of them Episcopalian, I'm Pentecostal, some Baptist. All of us come from different backgrounds, and then us, after we preached our message, then getting in circles and tackling the text together. And it was so helpful and a transformative experience because you see your blind spots.
Yeah.
And maybe we don't agree on orthodoxy, but the what they added to the text for me and their experiences were still helpful for me. And it showed me the blind spots I had.
Yeah.
And so courageous conversations really came from that experience where I understood the benefit of having other people speaking into how other people were seeing the text.
Yeah.
Because I was getting just this dominant perspective that wasn't reflective of where a lot of people were, and I was missing a lot. And so I think that's, to me, and I was able to build relationships with people, and some of those relationships have been helpful. I've had some friends they're friends that I have now that are in more progressive spaces that listen and listen to a Esau, listen to a Vince. They would never have done that had Courageous Conversation never existed.
Yeah.
And they were in their silos. And so it's also an opportunity for people to hear each other, because we're so often separate and we have caricatures. And I want the church to have more conversations and less debates. And what I tell sometimes people in the Black reform space, it's like, y'all gotta realize y'all the minority. Most Black people in the church, unless y'all think y'all the only ones going to heaven, like it's just gonna be the Black reform evangelicals going to heaven. Like that's not how it's going to work.
They don't believe
like,
they're the only ones
whole-
going to heaven. They just believe they're going to be the gatekeepers. They're going to be ones guarding the gate and like picking folks to come in.
Yeah. So I'm like, yes, but y'all, most black people don't know y'all. Like, if we're honest, like they don't know who you are. The only people that know who you are white evangelicals. And so the black people are looking at y'all like, why should I listen to y'all? Like, you know, so I think sometimes we get in our spaces and we think like we carry more influence than we do.
Yeah.
And so it is important that if Courageous existed, some of the people in the more conservative spaces would not even be known to the larger black church. And so I think, you know, people don't think about all the nuances of that, if that makes sense.
No, that makes sense to me. That's excellent. You have produced what I think is probably going to be one of the most seminal pieces of content for, especially if you want to say a particular group of Christian folks, this reform, kind of on the peripheral of reformed, whoever, I don't know what to call these people, but your documentary, that was produced through Jude 3, the Unspoken documentary, first of all, and I'm not saying this just because I'm a part of it, but it is a wonderful, wonderful resource that I recommend as often as I have the time, the chance to. I try to show it to people and lead discussions. Why is that documentary documentary necessary? How did it come about? And now that it's on Tubi, do you get like extra hood credit for being on Tubi? Like, is that?
Yeah, we just, this is breaking news. We just struck another deal with Fox Soul, so it will be airing on TV on Fox Soul. So it's on
okay. So we just going all the way hood. We just hood from one hood to the other hood. Okay, I feel you.
We trying to get all the people who buy into Christianity is a white man's religion. We trying to get all over their
Got
TV.
you. Amen. Well, yeah. So the documentary touches on Christianity, the fallacies of Christianity being a white man's religion. You have some experts. You mentioned Esau and Vince and others. Tell us a little bit about that documentary and why it was necessary to create it.
Yeah. So the documentary really came about because of the providence of God. We were on tour. Sho was on our tour, fighting Hebrew Israelites at every turn.
Hey, that was interesting. That was very fun. I didn't literally fight anybody, but yes, it almost got there. You jokers come through screaming and yelling at you.
Yeah. So it started by a guy named Chris Lamarck, the director, reached out to me several years ago, was like, hey, I want to do a documentary on the work you're doing. I'm following it. It's super helpful. I was like, oh man, that's great. I don't have the money for that. He was like, I'll do it for free. I was like, okay, that's great. I still don't have the money for that. Because it ain't just about you filming it. It's so much that go into it. And he was like, oh, okay. So a year passed. Adam Coleman hit me up. He was like, there's an NFL player named Don Carey that wants to do a documentary about early African Christianity. Him and his wife set some money aside for it, but he doesn't know any scholars, and he doesn't know a filmmaker. I was like, oh, that's interesting. So I was like, well, I know the scholars. A filmmaker hit me up about the same thing. I met with Don. I connected with Chris, and the rest was history. Took about 4 years to make. And so that's how it came about. Really, God orchestrated the whole thing and connected me with two strangers I would have never known on my own to help produce this documentary that we have here now at Unspoken that's taking a life of its own. And it was really necessary because so many people were being converted or deconverted because they watched the video. We were on the tour, we would hear people, where did you get that from? Oh, a Facebook video. How did you talk? How did you talk? How did you change your opinion? I saw a meme. And so I was like, well, if people are being deconverted through videos, giving them a book ain't gonna do much because they probably not gonna read it. So we need to produce content in a way that they're consuming information. And that was through the documentary. And I think it's really been an eye-opener for people and a helpful resource, you know. After we get into every barbershop in America, I think we'll have
The quality's too good to be in barbershops. It gotta be like somebody with a handheld, just kind of. Yeah, y'all overdid it. If y'all would have just took a phone camera and just walked around and had brothers screaming.
I think the quality might have beat Tubi.
No, that's not. First of all, that's not hard to do. That's not hard to do. Have you seen a Tubi movie? Have you seen a Tubi movie?
So thankful. Yes, we're so thankful for our partners at Tubi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tubi.
Thank you
for the ways in which you partnered with us on this endeavor, getting us in so many homes in America. This is no shade to you. We appreciate you partnering with us.
I got projects too. If you want to partner with Tubi, I'm here. I got projects. On a more serious note, there's how do you how will you continue to guard your heart as someone whose job it is to be somewhat confrontational? You enter into spaces expecting confrontation as an apologist. How do you guard your heart? How do you keep your mind stayed on Jesus, as the scriptures say, on your mind on things above, without one, losing hope because the church has, or Christians better yet, and people who are part of our family of God have participated or been a part of things that seem to be antithetical to what you may believe? How do you not allow that to distance you from the things you truly believe?
Mm-hmm. No, great question. I think for me, there's several things that have been super helpful. Number one, a consistent prayer life.
Cool.
Has been my prayer life in the last year has probably been the best it's been since I've been a Christian.
Amen.
I've kind of always been a person that has been more prone to read and study than to pray.
Come on, yeah.
And so this has been a flip for me. Still reading, still studying, but my prayer life and the intensity has really grown. And so that has really helped me. The discipline of prayer has helped me, and not just praying, making requests, but really sitting before the Lord, asking him, like, search my heart, show me where the dark places of my heart are, and sitting before the Lord for 30, my discipline has been 30 minutes every day of centering prayer, sitting before the Lord and asking him to show me my heart.
Amen.
That has been a very humbling experience, and a very transformational experience. I think too, something that I think we don't sit with enough is that we're victims and villains.
Come on now.
And that helps us be gracious to other people. I think there's a victimhood culture in which we all are perpetual victims of people. And yes, people hurt us, but most people that hurt us don't mean to hurt us. So that's number one. But also we do dirt too.
Yeah.
And I think it's a funny story. When I was a little girl, my god brother, he used to get in trouble all the time. And I was talkative, but I never got caught. And so one day my godmom was telling him, you need to be more like Lisa. And he screamed out, Lisa does dirt too.
He straight snitched.
I just was
He's like,
better.
yeah.
I was
Absolutely.
better at covering it up. And so I think we need to be cautious of that we're both victims and villains. And yes, there are some things in which we are genuine victims. Systemic injustice, all of those things. But most of the things we have with church are really interpersonal. They're interpersonal conflict that we have not yet worked to navigate. And then we have not allowed God to heal us of trauma. So we're emotional landmines. So anytime anybody does something that resembles childhood trauma that we haven't healed from, it's magnified to the 10th power. And so I think one of the things that has been helpful for me is to realize, yes, I've been a victim, but I've also been a villain. I've also hurt people. I've also said things at the wrong time. I've also done things that I shouldn't. And if I want grace, then I need to extend that grace to others. And I always say we always like the idea of grace until we're the one who's been offended.
Absolutely.
And so that's the key. And then one thing that's always stuck with me that my dad said years ago, God loves your enemies as much as he loves you. And that's something that sticks with me, that I could be praying against somebody that Jesus
but we don't. People don't want to hear that though, Lisa. People don't want to hear that.
I mean, you don't have to want to hear it for it to be true. And so I think that has saved me from bitterness, because when bitterness takes root in your heart, truth will always be distorted in your mind. And I just want to guard my life from bitterness, because I will not be able to see the truth of God. I will not be able to receive love. I will not have peace. And I've lived in seasons of bitterness, and I know what that's like, and I just don't want to go back to that.
Oh, come on now. We can spend a whole nother 30 minutes talking about that. Lisa, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you for creating the spaces that you create, and continue to do the good work of the Lord. Amen.
I appreciate you too, Sho. You're, right there. Do no wrong, Sho. That's where you are. So
nah, that's
like you.
I'm trying to get to where you are, sis. But amen. Amen.
All right.
All right. Blessings.
Have you ever just looked over your boulevard, taking in its beauty, its imagination, its struggle? You've seen its needs, and maybe you felt hopeless. Most people we encounter want to create significant change in some way. They want their neighbors to flourish. The question is, what do I do? Our communities need integrated thinkers and doers. And sometimes books aren't enough. Sometimes you have the wrong tools. And sometimes you have the tools, but you use them wrong. At My Boulevard, our goal isn't just to give you more information. We want to make you wise leaders, people who understand the times and know how to apply that information. We don't want to just give you content. We want to make you the ultimate resource and help you find community. We understand the unique challenges you face, and we want to empower you to make lasting impact. Your gift is partnering to bring relevant content, cohorts, coaching, and conferences so that we can help individuals like you become integrated leaders and thrive where you are. So why My Boulevard? Because we've seen the harvest, we know the laborers, and we feel called to join you in cultivating a healthy you and a healthy boulevard.
That was a wonderful time I had with Lisa. I'm excited. I am about to bring in a brother to interview live, Dayton, amazing hip hop artist, rapper, a brother who is passionate about the Lord. But before we do that, I want to get into another giveaway. All right. So I don't know if you've been messaging. So there have been people, I'm assuming, who joined us late, people who at work or whatever. So I'll keep reiterating this. But if you want to win a free t-shirt, once again, I'm sorry, I keep unfolding your shirt. Can you give me a shirt that's on a hanger? All right. So if you want to win a Good God shirt, this is all you have to do. My man Jeremiah made it easy. Jeremiah, you made it easy for the people, right?
I did make it easy for the people.
Okay, so the people, look at Samantha. Thank you so much.
Look at this. They want some of this.
All right, so if you want to rock a Good God, Good God on the front, hand, that's the fish and loaves. Come on, somebody. God can do little. He can do much with little. Amen. So as you're wearing your shirt, this shirt may be a testimony of his goodness that he can use your sorry tale for good things. Amen. Come on now, somebody. I'm preaching. I know some of y'all don't think you're sorry, but I'm going to tell you you're sorry. You're saved, obedient, righteous, real, and you love. That's what sorry means, huh? Because we're making up with thugs being and stuff like that. So, we're going to shit it up. So, all I need you to do, hashtag My Boulevard Creating Spaces. There we go. Hashtag My Boulevard Creating Spaces. You got to copy the YouTube link, though, and share it on one of your platforms. Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, or X, keep getting that wrong, and Facebook, okay? So share it. And if you share it, we're going to give you a chance. And then when we pick you, we'll ask you to DM us your size and your address, and we'll mail it out to you.
Yep,
So
we'll be back shortly then. We'll announce it to you.
Yep.
We already have a couple lucky winners. We're still trying to. We got the combo for $50.
Yeah. Now we're going to go up $100.
$100?
$100.
He said it's a $300 value. Show him what they $100 will.
You get a shirt. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, I'll give you 2 shirts for $100 if you got a gift. So we're gonna give the number. This is how you give. This is how you give. And now, granted, this is not. You're not just buying, merchandise. We are trying to raise money in order to do dope things for the kingdom. So My Boulevard is an organization that is creating relevant resources. So we are here trying to raise money for the initiatives, church planning, discipling leaders, creating content, cohorts that I'll be starting next year, and I'll talk more about that in about 2 hours. But you will text My Boulevard to 53555. Give. And let me say something. $10 is enough. If you can only give $10 a month, do that. If you want to give a one-time gift, give whatever you can give. Don't let the amount stop you. Come on now, people. Come on, support. I support a bunch of different organizations like under $100 because, it's like, hey, after a year, it adds up. You better be grateful for that little $100, $1,000, whatever it is that you get. So anyway, all that said, I'm excited about our next guest, brother who's doing dope things, a brother who I just love his passion for the Lord. Jeremiah, you mess with Dayton?
I rock with Dayton.
Dayton got bars, and if you don't, look, there's some rappers out there who shouldn't be rapping. Who they nursery rhyme rap. And and that's fine. I shouldn't be hating on those folks. But this brother right here is not one of them. This brother is somebody who has real talent. He goes bar for bar with your favorites. Okay? And ladies and gentlemen, welcome my man, my mellow, Dayton.
What's up, Sho?
What's going on, bro?
Nothing much, man. Tapping in with you, bro. Everything is well.
I'm just out here trying to be like you, bro. Just changing culture. That's all I'm trying to do. Is just be important to the culture like you are.
Amen. I'll try my best. What's up, though, bro?
You got an amazing story. You have an amazing story. You've had, I guess you can say, an ascension in the mainstream space, and then the Lord rocked you. Can you talk to the people who may not know your story, how you came into hip hop, how the Lord called you, and then we'll talk about the spaces that you're creating now, and you got over money movement and the artists that you are putting on.
Word. So to try to condense a very long story, my hopes and dreams were to make it in the music industry. I started rapping. I mean, as far as I can remember, I'm probably like 8 years old. Started taking it serious in my teens, excuse me. And then I really I had this. Of course, grew up in poverty, Newark, New Jersey. Really nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, man, I want to make it out of here, and I feel like if I obtain these things and do X, Y, Z, I had like a little checklist for myself. If I get to do all these things, meet these people, accomplish these goals, then my life would change and I would feel fulfilled. Back during this time, it was a different era where now you get hot and the record labels will take and sign you and then just help your buzz expand more. Back in the day, it was like they scouted for talent, they made you hot, and then they put you out. You know what I'm saying? So you could be industry famous and not famous in the streets yet. You can be known amongst all, the mainstream rappers, the A&Rs. Well, I got to that point where I'm rubbing shoulders with all these famous people, some of my favorite rappers, rapping on famous producers' beats, having meetings with all the big labels. At the time, I specifically wanted to sign to Shady Records, and Shady Records took a liking to me. So they started courting me. I had a bidding war between Columbia, Def Jam, and Shady Records. And in the process of that, this is like after, 106 in Park, Freestyle Friday, I was champion on that.
That's right. Yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah. So all of this stuff is starting to really pop off for me. I'm making a lot of music money. I purchased a house, you know what I'm saying? Off of mixtape money, selling mixtapes out the back of the trunk. And man, the Lord began to call me, bro. And Prior even to him calling me, there was questions I was wrestling with because I thought that these things would fulfill me, and they were not. The girl I wanted, the chain I wanted, the car I wanted, and I'm just like, yo, it's not doing the job. So of course, you catch this temporary high where you just like, yo, yeah, we on, and the hood is celebrating you, and then all of a sudden it's just like you back to square one, feeling empty. And that's when a friend of mine got saved and began to minister to me. And as he ministered to me, like, it made sense. And I'm just like, yo, man, I've tried everything. Nothing is filling this God-sized hole in my heart. Let me give this Jesus a try. And man, I did, and I ain't never looked back, bro.
Yo, shout out to the Lord for hating on our plans, amen. Shout out to
Facts.
So yeah, how do you feel that oftentimes you've tasted what it's like to be, I guess, at the doorstep of fame and stardom, but you recognize that it was insufficient? It didn't bring you the joy that the gospel brings you. What does it do to you when you see maybe Christian artists who use platforms today to get that stardom or to get fame, knowing that it's still empty, but you know, they may use it as a opportunity to get, you know, fame, and but just do it in Jesus' name? What are your thoughts? Yeah. How do you counsel brothers and sisters?
It saddens me, bro. It does, but I have, you know, mercy on them and grace on them. I understand what it's like. I understand what it's like to want those things. And man, I just try to share my story. And just like someone did to me, there's like I said, my testimony is like movie worthy with how many different people the Lord had to send to get through to me. And one of them was Pamela Long from Total. Total was signed to Bad Boy at one point. I'm sure you're familiar with them. And I had just did this this competition with MTV. They filmed the pilot for the competition, and I win this thing, and I landslided. So it was just like, it was about to be on for real. And the dude who was ministering to me at the time, man, he felt like, Dad, this one about to slip by. I'm about to lose date into this MTV opportunity. He knew Pamela Long, and he tapped in with her. And then we all met up, we chilled, and I found out that Bad Boy didn't drop them. She walked away from the fame to serve the Lord. So when I met with her, man, it really rocked me, because I'm like, the little bit of fame I obtained was so small in comparison to everything she accomplished. I'm talking about, as we sitting down in her crib and talking, there's platinum plaques all over the place, platinum and gold. So I'm just like, tag, if she could leave all of this behind, what's my excuse? So now I mentioned that, I say all that to say, I hope that my story would have the same impact on them that her story had on me.
Hey man, my man Jeremiah got a question for you.
Yeah,
for sure.
What's good? One, I just want to shout you out, you know, for your longevity in this game. My pops, the ambassador, you've worked alongside him even currently. I have a song that came out recently, and you know, it's a dope track, and I just love to see it, especially because for me, as the next generation coming up, a lot of the guys that I look up to growing up have walked away, or they've had some major missteps and different things like that. So my question is, especially as we're thinking about creating spaces, what has been the driver for you in being able to navigate certain spaces, you know, secular spaces, but also creating your own spaces with what you're doing with God Over Money, Menace Movement, and stuff like that? And then what advice do you have to keep that longevity and to just stay the course?
Man, it's really just, it's not a religious practice, but it's just like I want to grow in intimacy with my wife. I need to spend time with her. Man, you want to grow and anchor yourself in the Lord, is spending time with him, and not in a religious way. It's intentionality. It's remaining in his word, loving his presence, worshiping. I just try to anchor myself in the Lord by spending time with him. And sometimes it can feel religious, you know, you don't feel like it, and you just like, man, but I got to make the effort to do it. As I do these things, By his grace, his spirit meets with me, and it just keeps me. I ask him to help me hate the things he hates and love the thing he loves. And there's no glory to me, man. It's all him anchoring me. I just try to stay at before the throne room of grace on the daily.
So you when I hit you up, I was like, yo, bro, I would love to have you jump on this Stream-a-thon with me. You were like, yo, can we do it at this particular time because I'm wrapping gifts for the church and that response in itself for me was just something I love to hear. Talk about why the artist, and it's necessary for the artist to be connected to the local church, and just some humble practices that you take on to make sure that you're grounded and still amongst the people.
Bro, man, that's even hard to articulate, man. It's such a necessity, man. For many different reasons. Faith comes by hearing, and hearing the word of God. As you're in a Bible-based church that's teaching the word, your faith increases as you hear the word, for Bible study and for Sunday service. Then, we should not forsake the assembly of the saints as we congregate together, as we grow together. Like, this thing does something for the spirit, and you are doing yourself a disservice removing yourself from the situation, bro. And then it's just, the heart is deceitfully wicked above all things. I don't trust me or anyone else to be that Lone Ranger Christian, to hold it down by themselves. Yeah, I'll get up with a couple friends here and there at a Starbucks, and then I'll be in the word at my house. Like, yeah, man, I can't make a broad generalization, but in my experience, and I have a lot of experience, 16 years in my walk, I've traveled the freaking world. I've never met a believer that a Lone Ranger believer that ends up a successful one. You know what I'm saying? Like, they all backslide, all of them.
It's hard in community, so it's gonna be hard by yourself.
Yeah. And I always use the analogy when I'm giving Bible study at the church. I'm preaching. It's just like, the enemy is seeking, like prowling around like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. And I believe that the Lord saw fit to use a lion, that analogy, for a reason, bro, because just like a lion hunts, what does it do? As it's hunting bison, it waits to find that one that wanders off, the weak one, or the one that's alone, and that's the first one they go for, bro. He's seeking someone to devour, and you're easy prey when you're by yourself.
Word. So there's a lot being made right now for another brother that I admire, D1. And I'm not asking you necessarily to speak particularly to his situation. However, you're an artist also that really challenges the industry and what the industry pushes and what culture is pushing that is harmful. You've done freestyles about sexuality, about gang violence, all things. I think primarily because you're the type of person who's been in it. You've in some ways contributed to that destruction, and now that the Lord has saved you, you're trying to like, hey, I need to redeem the tongue in a sense and use the gift for His glory. What do you make of our responsibility as Christian artists, as people who are looking with truth and with grace, with mercy, as you spoke on earlier? But what is our responsibility when we're talking to the industry and to the culture?
So when I speak up on these things, I tend to get a lot of pushback, and I see the pushback D1 is getting, right? They're like, yo, they're depraved and they're blind. They don't know no better. Well, guess what? I was not a church kid. I was not religious at all. And I've had Christians come chin check me and be like, bro, you rapping destruction in your music. And guess what? It would pierce my heart. That joint wouldn't sit well with me. I wouldn't just be like, man, forget y'all. You know what I'm saying? I might have did all that. But then when I walked away, I was like, yo, I had this one chick tell me, yo, you being used by the devil. And when she said that, like, yo, I got hella mad. I was like, man, screw you. You know what I'm saying? But yo, when I walked away and it was just me and my thoughts, I was like, dang, yo, maybe I am being used by the devil. And it's not like, I wasn't a believer. Like I said, no religious background. So I'm not trying to hear that they don't know no better. You know what I'm saying? The carnal man cannot, discern things of the spirit. So I'm not holding scripture to them like, the Bible says. It's when it's addressing them as far as like pushing death and destruction upon people in the community. Like, I hold them accountable to practical things. Like, fam, you being greedy. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I always want to add some redemptive quality to it. Use every opportunity as an opportunity to witness Christ. But there's some times where it's just like, you gotta address them with the practical. I do street evangelism, bi-weekly, right? And we about to turn it up, and it's just gonna be weekly. At some points, it is weekly. And you have these interesting conversations with people, and there's times where they don't want to hear about your Jesus, and you already know you said all you can, and they're just done with the convo. Okay, so how can we keep the convo going? Then we can get into some practical things. And I've had some very fruitful conversations with people, with rappers in the street, and it's like, what do you think you're doing with that gift, bro? Like, you don't think that's hypocritical? If you don't think you just keeping this cycle of death going? And they just be like, word, like, yeah, facts, bro, facts. So I see value in it, bro.
Oh, I think it's beautiful. It's kind of confusing because how shall one be saved unless someone preaches the message? So what are we supposed to do? Just assume that Jesus will visit them in some sort of dream or something? The way you challenge them not only in social good, but challenge them through the gospel as you're doing and as you communicate. And I do think the social good will lead them towards an ultimate good. Because
Amen.
you challenge them like, hey, you're living this particular way, and this is not good for our civilization. But then ultimately, that'll lead them to a greater understanding of the thing that will not only have them success on this earth, but success in the next. Hey, so a couple more questions, and I'm gonna let you go. So I respect your pen. There's about a top. If I were to say top 5 like pen game, you're definitely in the top 5 of my pen game rappers. What is your method for some people who are listening and maybe they're not even rappers or artists, but they're people who are watching who are pastors? Tell us your method of writing, of how you think through songs, how you think through how you're going to communicate a particular thought in a song. What are some of the processes you had as a writer and thinker?
So I definitely try to apply everything I've learned from the MCs I was inspired by. So, there's the Nas's, the Chino XLs, the Cannabises, the
Chino
XL.
That took me back.
He from Jersey. So when I first started, like when I wanted to rap, it was Cannabis and Chino XL that inspired me to rap. And then of course I get put up on Nas, and Nas becomes my favorite at the time. So I learned a lot from them, content aside. So ever since I started rapping, I was like, okay, I gotta have, if it's just like a random rap, I need the punchlines like Cannabis. I need the wordplay like Chino, the multi-syllables. I need the descriptiveness of a Nas, you know what I'm saying? And the transparency. So I guess, that's already like in my DNA as an MC. So every rap I try to approach now as a Christian, of course, ultimately the goal is to convey this very important life-changing message. But as I do it, I package it with like, if it's just bars, hey, I'm gonna come with I'm gonna rap in a way that would impress me or has impressed me in the past. So that would be punchlines, that would be the descriptiveness, that would be, I'm extremely intentional about the whole multi-syllable rhyme scheme thing. That's just like sometimes I wish I wasn't, but it's the only way I know how to rhyme. Stacked 5 syllables, 6 syllables. So I'll be like,
let me ask you this question. I know Jeremiah has a question. Let me ask you this, because I found myself struggling with this as an artist who fell in love with those same dudes who were influenced by those same rappers. I would just add Razzcast to that. He was somebody who influenced me and those lyricists. But I think sometimes the danger that artists like yourself and I get into when we're thinking about syllables and metaphors and similes and entendres is that sometimes we can overthink and try to make every line a bar rather than creating songs. Well, this is my testimony. Rather than creating songs that people can just engage at times without being extremely deep. Do you find that as a struggle of yours, or is that just me? Am I
Nah, absolutely. It's definitely a struggle. It's why it takes so long to write, bro. A 16 for me, depending on the song, can sometimes take weeks. I've heard most Def in an old song say that. Like sometimes a 16 to take a week. I just need to perfect it, and I don't want to waste a bar. So it's like I'll go back to it, comb through it again, make sure, unless it's like a feature I really don't care about. But if it's
like,
my stuff,
so all you people who got features from Dave, just know he didn't care about them songs.
some of them, we doing church right now. I'm not gonna lie, some of them I didn't, but yeah, man.
Listen, I'm gonna watch y'all casually, just casually.
You gave a B effort, not an A effort.
Jeremiah. Yeah, or C, never D, but maybe C.
He said, I'm not gonna even lie. It was C effort. Yeah. Hey, look, some of them verses I've done, I'm like, man, I'm sorry, bro. I probably should. I actually texted brother once. I was like, man, I'm not gonna even lie to you, dog. I didn't give you my best effort. And his crazy thing is, he texts me back like, yeah, I know.
He said, word.
he said facts. Jay, you got a last question?
Yeah. So last thing I just wanted to ask, and I've been asking everybody who I've been speaking with this is, we see you as an individual, you connected to your church, you connected with the people that you're bringing up or you're platforming, whether they're younger guys your age, anybody that you're working with. We see this as your mission, but can you paint a picture for us, for the next generation, or for the people around that are viewing you, the leaders, the rappers, the ministers that are coming up, for what you're working towards for us to join in our areas, in our spheres?
Wow, man. That's a good question, man. I just, what I would like to convey, what I hope everybody would get and be inspired by is just hip hop is an effective tool to preach the gospel to people from our culture. I am a direct product of it. I'm a product of Christian hip hop. My boy ministered to me, but the I believe where it was most impactful was, speaking to me through my love language, which is hip hop. So I got ministered to, the old truth with the multi-syllable rhyme schemes. I ain't want to hear none of that Jesus stuff, but I was listening to him and your dad, and I'm like, yo, they got bars, man. Why they wasting their time doing this whack Christian stuff? But then, right, that's what I would say. Real talk. I remember smoking, lighting blunts, listening to the faith. Like, look at this Christian dude, bro. He got bars. And then I'm not knowing that seeds are being planted and perspective is starting to change. So
what seeds you talking about? You said you were smoking a blunt, then you said seeds were being planted.
No, not what we were smoking didn't have seeds, but the different type of seeds. But yeah, man, it really impacted me, and now I just want to keep that going. So I'm hoping I can be that to that young Dayton in 2007. You know what I'm saying? Smoking his blunt. I hope I can reach that dude, and I hope that I can inspire others to take and use their gifts and talents to glorify Jesus, and know that this can be very impactful. Not for your fame, not for your popularity, not for your pockets, but I'm talking about for a community and change people's lives. And names will be written in the Lamb's Book of Life because you chose to be obedient with your gifts and your talents and glorify God.
Amen. Well, brother, you are doing that. And I'm sure there will be people who not only when you pass away, but hopefully before, that will let you know of the impact that you have in their life, because you are impacting mine. You do good work. I think you steward your platform well. Continue to love the Lord, love your family, love your wife, and you know what I'm saying?
Amen.
Continue to make that music that we can make war to.
Amen, man. And yo, Sho, we gotta get one in, man. Sho's my favorite MC. I always tell you this, bro. So we talking about pens.
How am I your favorite MC and we've never done a song together? That's the thing.
I'm waiting for that special record. I just can't approach Sho with no whack record, but I got one for you, bro.
Man, I appreciate you. Let's do it,
Here
man.
for it. We here for it.
Yeah, word. God bless you, bro.
Excellent, man. That's a good brother right there, y'all. That is a good dude. Got over money, him, Bizzle, all the brothers I met, you know, Bump F. Yeah, it's just, I love it when I see organic movements spark up. Very similar to kind of like what the 116 movement did, and you know, the lamp modes. I mean, obviously your Possum Across movement. It's a beautiful thing to see people allow their voice to speak their experience and how the Lord, because the kind of artist that God Over Money reaches is different from the kind of artist that, I mean, different from the people that I reach, or different from like the lamp modes, and it's a beautiful thing to see like the Lord, because when we were coming up, the 116 movement, like everything at that time was more East Coast. So you had the Shylans, you obviously had the Cross movements, the Jay Silases, the Art Swifts. Like it was heavy, and you even had like the Mark of the East if you want to go like a little bit further back. One time for DJ Official, one time for my man, my mellow, yo, the DJ of DJs. God bless you, bless his family. Gave you his first. I mean, he produced the first song you ever rapped to. Right?
He gave me the cosign. 9 years old.
All right,
that's a deep cut.
There you go. 9 years old. All right, we're talking about developing community. This is a space to develop community. We are here talking about creating spaces. We'll come back and tell you how to win more merchandise. We're excited to continue to talk to people who are creating spaces. This next brother that is coming on is a dude that I've grown to know in the last 3 or 4 years, I think. Good brother and from Nashville, has this organization, or has helped run this organization called the Rabbit Room. And for the last, I think, 3 years, I'm getting so old I can't remember. I've participated in their annual conference called Hushmo. And there's a couple reasons why I love this particular organization, right? Because for some of you guys who know me, you know that I secretly want to be a nerd. I don't know if I'm officially smart enough to be a nerd, but I try to act like one. And so I, in my college years, discovered Tolkien and C.S. Lewis. Now I've heard of these individuals, but I had never read any of their work. And once I became a Christian, that's when people started to say, hey, if you like this, check this out. And so I like nerd out. And oftentimes I don't have a lot of friends who share my sentiment and love for like Tolkien, basically English, like classic English Christian literature. The old Anglicans is how I like to call them. So when I discovered the Rabbit Room, I was like, oh, here are my brothers and sisters from another mother. And so I just want to bring on my brother, Pete Peterson, who at one point in time, I think was the executive director of the Rabbit Room. But right now, is just a dude who makes wonderful art and thinks deeply. Pete, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you for joining this conversation. How are you doing on this lovely day?
I'm good. I'm not going to be anywhere near as fun as your last guest. He was fantastic.
You don't have any stories about hanging out with like, Bob Dylan or old school?
I have not smoked a single blunt. I'm sorry.
You're not missing anything. I'll say you're not missing anything.
But
guess what? I'm sure because you are a fan of Tolkien and Chesson, you smoked a pipe before, right?
I do. I mean, I gave it up a few years ago, but yep, I used to smoke pipes. Actually, can you see that fireplace back there in the right back here? Where is it? See that fireplace right there?
Yeah, we can see it.
That is J.R.R. Tolkien's fireplace. Used to be in his bedroom next to the desk where he wrote The Hobbit. How about that?
So how do you guys Ocean's 11 a fireplace?
Yeah, so when I'm sitting in the Rabbit Room's kind of event facility right now called Northwind Manor. And when we built the place a few years ago, we were sitting in a production meeting and my brother was kind of like surfing eBay, just looking for cool stuff. And he's like, hey, check this out. Some dude is selling J.R.R. Tolkien's fireplace. And I was like, well, we should buy that. And he was like, no, we can't afford this. This is way too much money. And I said, well, send him an email and see if he's willing to donate it to a nonprofit. So in the meeting, my brother emails this guy, and before the meeting was over, the guy had emailed back and he's like, "Hey, I'm a huge fan of you in the Rabbit Room. Let's talk." And he ended up coming way down in the price and sold us J.R. Tolkien's fireplace, which he had acquired when they remodeled the house a few years ago. So
Is there
anyway,
any way to,
little bit of
like,
history.
I mean, can't hear.
Say what? Uh-oh.
Oh, I couldn't hear. Oh, I was gonna say, is there any way to, like, how do you authenticate that?
We've got a letter of provenance, like it's a
Okay.
letter, from the original owners of the house, deeding it over to him, and then he kind of deeds it to us. So yeah, we've tracked it. That other funny story though is when we installed the thing, the insurance company said, well, we were trying to figure out how to insure the whole place, and they were like, "Well, you can't put fire in that fireplace; it's worth too much."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Like, if the whole house burned down, the thing that's left is going to be the fireplace. It's made out of rocks." I just thought it was hysterical that was their view of it. And we eventually got around that, and we have fire in it all the time, so it's all good.
That's excellent. Well,
when I get ready to write, I sit by it and I rub it like a genie, and then everything I write that day is amazing.
Well, the Northern Wind Manor is beautiful. I've been there, I think twice, maybe even 3 times. But it's a wonderful facility, and I do feel the Holy Spirit, the holy presence of Tolkien. Like I don't get the.
Yeah, we put him to work here.
Reports. What'd you say?
We put him to work here.
Oh yeah, there you go. You know what I'm saying? I feel Frodo Baggins on my shoulder when I'm hanging out. So, so you're not only well, first of all, for those people who are tuning in and may not be familiar with the Rabbit Room, tell us about the Rabbit Room. Tell us about the community that you and your brother established out there in Nashville, and how it's like to the point where somebody in England is like, "Oh, I'm a fan of your work. I'm going to come down on this ridiculously priced fireplace and bless you guys." Like, thousands of people are fans of what the Rabbit Room is doing. So kind of tell us about what the Rabbit Room, how did it come up, who your brother is, and I'll let you kind of introduce who that is.
Yeah, you bet.
Talk about.
Well, like, first off, our mission statement, we're a nonprofit. Our mission statement is we cultivate and curate stories, music, and art to nourish Christ-centered communities for the life of the world, which is just kind of a fancy way of saying that we believe art matters and it's good for everybody.
Yeah.
But it all kind of took root, about 15 years ago. My brother, Andrew Peterson, who, some of your listeners might know, like he's most known these days for his song, "Is He Worthy?" He's a singer-songwriter. He's on tour right now with the Behold the Lamb of God tour. I think he was just down there in Atlanta a couple days ago.
Yes, he was. I was supposed to go last night, but I wasn't able to. Go.
Well, you missed a good show. But so he's been all over the place, and he's got a real passion for putting people together in community. And when he was in England, nearly 20 years ago, he was in the Eagle and Child pub, which is the pub where Lewis and Tolkien and the rest of these guys called the Inklings used to hang out and drink beer and talk stories, like every Thursday. I think it was Thursday nights. And the room in the back of the pub where they would do that had a little sign above the doorway that said Rabbit Room. And he kind of went over to the bartender and said, "Hey, what's the Rabbit Room? What's that mean?" He said, "Well, like 600 years ago, they kept the rabbits there before they made stew out of them." And so he just kind of came back with that trip all fired up about the fact that these guys like Lewis and Tolkien had been more than great writers and storytellers, had been great friends. And part of what gave birth to those stories was their fellowship. There's a very real sense in which we wouldn't have the Lord of the Rings today if C.S. Lewis hadn't continually told J.R. Tolkien, his buddy, "Hey, you got to keep writing this because it's great."
Yeah.
And so Andrew came back just saying, like, how do we recreate this in our own way? And like the original idea is like, we're going to build a coffee shop, and we were going to call it a coffee tavern. It would sell whiskey and coffee, and we'd smoke pipes in there, which we can't do actually, but it was a dream, and sell books, and it would just be a cool place to hang out. And so we sat around and came up with a plan for that. And then we realized, like, oh, wait, we don't have any money. That costs a lot of money. And so we ended up just kind of launching a website. But over the course of, the last 15, 16 years, the website, gathered a following. We invited authors and artists and singer-songwriters and pastors and anybody that we thought had a unique voice to just kind of come and write together and just see what happened. And the reality is, most of those people who began writing blog articles back in like 2006 are now the authors of multiple books and albums and plays and all this kind of stuff. It's just been a great experience and encouraging of one another and what we're doing. And so that's grown into conferences and a publishing house and a theater program and a podcast network. And we built this building where we host concerts. And like this morning, the place it's open to the public on Friday mornings. And it was just full of people sitting in their little corners doing whatever it is that they need to do. And like I dream of the day when I hear about this great book that was written in the corner of the library behind me because we provided the space for that.
Amen.
Yeah, and that's just kind of our dream. We just like providing space and putting people together to try to encourage good work into the world.
So we're gonna get to the play that you the film play that you wrote, but I want to ask you, as you just talked about, you just spoke about the importance of fellowship, which is a catalyst to creative ingenuity. Why is it important for the church to not just allow creatives to have their own silos, but how do we integrate them back into the church so that it's not just the church serving artists, but also artists are serving the church, and there's this mutual edification that's happening?
That's a good question. I mean, for me, I think the first thing that comes to mind, and there are a lot of answers, is like sometimes I just wish the church would be less afraid of the arts. I mean, there's a sense in which the arts are scary, right? Like it's a person that we maybe don't fully understand saying things that we don't fully understand, or showing us things that we don't fully understand. But I think the arts are a powerful force in the world that are often driven by the Holy Spirit to work in ways that are mysterious, and I think the church has historically understood how important that is. And, there are certain branches of the church that are more comfortable with mystery than others. It's something that I've grown to really appreciate in certain branches like the Orthodox Church. And I really kind of tend to shy away from some of the more reformed things that wants everything nailed down, because the older I get, the more I feel like the world isn't nailed down. God doesn't want to be nailed down, and so everything.
Is that a subtle shot at Luther with the whole nail reference?
Right. That's a really funny pun that I did not intend. But yeah, so I wish there was some way in which more of the church could trust its artists and creative people to know what they're doing and to trust that the Holy Spirit is behind it, and maybe be a little bit more comfortable with mystery, and especially trusting that, like, when somebody creates something, if it's a painting, it doesn't need to have the cross in it. If it's a poem, it doesn't need to have the word Jesus in it. Like, is it Gerard Manley Hopkins, poet, said, Christ plays in 10,000 places. If you're paying attention, which is, I think, what artists do, that their primary job is to pay attention. Like, Christ is evident in everything in the world, I would argue. And so as an artist, it's my job to kind of demonstrate how that is true. And it's not always by spelling it out. Sometimes I can show, like in the context of a play, I can show absolute suffering and evil, and that casts into relief the goodness and beauty of Christ, if that makes sense. So I think that requires some trust of the artist often.
So you're a playwright, and I am a playwright as well, but I am working on a musical as we speak. You wrote a play that was adapted for theater, which I went to go see, and that play is called The Hiding Place. It is based on the life of Corrie Boom. Can you tell us not only why this play was quite important for you to write, but the process of taking something from paper to stage, but from stage to theater? Like, those are some pretty big accomplishments.
Yeah. It was an exploration, like it was a discovery the whole way. We didn't start out intending that it was going to show up on movie screens. I just set out to write a great play. But I've been a playwright for a while. I've worked on a number of things. And back in, I think it was 2016, a group down in Texas called AD Players, which is it's a theater group who was founded by a woman named Jeanette Cliff George, who played Corey
So
Ten
that's
Boom
where
in the movie.
that's where my musical will be featured as well.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously these people have great taste.
I love 80 players.
Yeah, they're a great bunch down there. But they, so their founder had played Corey in the movie back in the 70s, and she had passed away, and they just built this massive, beautiful theater in downtown Houston in her honor called the George Theater. And one of the first things they did was commission a new adaptation of The Hiding Place kind of in her honor. And so I had worked with the executive director down there on a couple of other projects, and they called me and said, do you want to do this? And my answer was, well, I don't know. Let me go read this book and see if I like it. Because I'm kind of ashamed to admit that I had never read The Hiding Place. I had heard of Corey Ten Boom, but I didn't really know who she was.
Right.
So anyway, I went home that weekend, read the whole book, cover to cover, really enjoyed it, called him back and said, hey, I absolutely would love to work on this, but I have one condition. I really wanted to adapt it in a way that it could be enjoyed and heard by a general audience. I felt like the book was very much in the Christian fiction or the Christian nonfiction kind of realm. Its language was so overtly Christian that I worried that directly translating all of that straight to the stage might be off-putting to people that didn't believe what I believe. And I thought Corey's story was so important that I didn't want it to be tuned out. So I was like, can we do this in a way that's going to be able to be heard? And they were in full support of that. That was exactly what they wanted. And that was a challenge because, there's no sense in which I'm interested in removing Jesus or her faith from the story. I think it's just about how you talk about it and how you present it. And so I went into that process with a lot of fear and trembling because I realized after I had agreed to it that not only had I agreed to retell the story of this woman who was just beloved by generations of people. Like the book had sold millions and millions of copies, and people just read it every year and they adore it. And I was terrified of those people and what they were going to think of my version.
Right.
But essentially, it's a story, for those who don't know, Corey Ten Boom and her family hid Jewish refugees in Holland during World War II, saving them from the Nazi Holocaust. Or the Jewish Holocaust, I should say. So it was a really delicate thing to approach, and I didn't want to flub it as a writer. I was conscious of the fact that it could be done poorly, and I didn't want to do that. So we went through round and round and round with the script, trying to nail what we were after. My wife and I spent time in Germany and Holland, the Netherlands, doing research. It was a big, long process, and then that debuted back in 2017, I think. Maybe 18 in Houston. And then we ended up bringing it to Nashville in 2022. And that's when we decided, hey, can we capture this on screen?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been a long process. The last 5 years of my life have been spent on the Holocaust, which is kind of exhausting.
Well, congratulations on getting it to the big screen. I know the topic is delicate, and I know it's a daunting task to tackle a historical figure that people love. But we're also existing right now in a very delicate time. What do you feel, and without feeling the need to have to get into too much of the political posture of it all, but we're living in a very delicate time right now when it comes to conflict in Israel and Palestine. How does your work covering Corey Ten Boom, who was an advocate for people that she could have easily turned a blind eye to, how does that work, do you think, speaks to a particular posture that we can have today when it comes to just conflict, war, and just public dissension?
Yeah, great question. I think the universal aspect of it is, love your neighbor. Jesus says love your neighbor, and he doesn't say love your neighbor if you agree with them. Love your neighbor if they are the same as you, if they look the same as you, if they believe the same as you. It's love your neighbor. And I think that's what the Ten Booms were all about. They didn't ask questions about whether or not these people thought or agreed with them. It was like, no, these people need us. They're our neighbors, and we're going to provide a place for them, even if it costs us our lives. And it did cost most of the Ten Boom family their lives. And that's something we need to reckon with right here today. Like, how often in America do we hear about refugees, not only from far off foreign countries, but from a country that's directly south of us? you know, and I think the Christian response is, whether we agree with all the politics involved or not, our job is to love the people that God puts in our path and be hospitable to them. That's the other thing that's great about the Tin Booms is, like, they're, you know, in the middle of a real war where entire cities are being bombed and entire populations are being wiped out, the weapon that they pick up and choose to fight with is hospitality. You know, they didn't pick up guns and go out in the streets and shoot the Nazis. They actually loved the Nazis, which is a really hard thing to reckon with.
I am, so at the very start of this, because this event or this Stream-a-thon is called Creating Spaces, I read a quote from another individual from the Netherlands, Dr. Henry Nouwen. And I'm going to read this quote. It's fairly long. So, you know, because the folks who are probably watching now weren't with us at 12 o'clock. So, but Dr. Henry Nouwen says, I think he's a PhD. I'm not sure, but he was a PhD. Okay. Yeah. He says, hospitality means primarily the creation of a free space where the stranger can enter and become a friend instead of an enemy. Hospitality is not to change people, but to offer them a space where change can take place. It is not to bring men and women over to our side, but to offer freedom, not disturbed by dividing lines. The paradox of hospitality is that it wants to create emptiness, not a fearful emptiness, but a friendly emptiness, where strangers can enter and discover themselves as created free to sing their own songs, speak their own languages, dance their own dances, free also to leave and follow their own vocations. Hospitality is not a subtle invitation to adore the lifestyle of the host, but the gift of a chance for a guest to find his own. And when you talk about loving our neighbors and refugees, like I just think of that. How are we creating space for people to sing their own songs, dance their own dances, and speak their own languages?
Amen.
Before I let you go, one question. I want to give just a practitioner's a question out there to help people out there who are writers. What is a process? What are some processes that you have for writing when you are, you know, doing creative work that people who may not do necessarily creative work, even though I do think preaching and teaching is a form of creative work in itself, but some folks don't see that as creative. Writing, it can be very creative, it can be very inspirational, if you will. What are some practical tools and tips that, as a writer, that you have for when you approach creative pieces?
Yeah. I mean, my first piece of advice to almost everybody is give yourself permission to suck. I mean, like there's this illusion out there that people have that, like, you know, people like Charles Dickens or Tolstoy or, you know, Cormac McCarthy or whatever, or just sit in a room and smoke a pipe and sip a bottle of whiskey and output perfect manuscripts, you know. And there might be one person in a million that actually does that. But for me, like, you know, for instance, The Hiding Place, which I think is a successful piece of drama, it took 30-ish drafts of that play to arrive at the finished product, you know, and the first ones were terrible, you know, and I didn't know what was wrong with them. So I tell anybody, like, don't get stuck trying to be right and perfect on the first time. Just get something out there that you can then begin to shape and form.
So let me ask you this question: within the 30 drafts, what percentage of that, like, first draft was changed to the 30th draft? Because hopefully people have endurance. I want to hear kind of like,
I bet, I mean, there would be recognizable things, but I bet there's less than 20% of that original draft that remains in there. Like, it almost all changes.
You wrote basically two different scripts.
Yeah. I mean, you got to write the bad one before you can find the good one, you know? And so when I'm writing or when I see other people working on stuff, I'm like, hurry up and get the garbage out, because you're not going to find the great stuff until you've written the bad stuff.
So that led to another question. I know I was about to let you go. So the Rabbit Room also publishes books.
Yep.
For people who want to publish, how can this idea of self-editing and allowing other people to edit, how can that help? Because oftentimes, my assumption is that we don't allow We're so anxious. We're in a rush to produce. We're in a rush to create. We want to remain relevant, and we don't sit with ourselves and allow characters to speak to us. And so what would be some of your insight as an editor, as someone who runs a publishing company, to the writers out there, to the aspiring people out there about the process of being patient?
Definitely patient. Like, you always get, as a publisher, you always get some parent that comes and says, hey, my 16-year-old has written this book and they're really good. You should publish this. What should he or she do next? And my answer is always put that in a drawer and tell that your child to go write the next book. And in 10 years, after they live some life, then have them come talk to me. And, that's not to say that there isn't a 16-year-old out there that can write a great book, but the general rule is that's just not how it works. Like, it requires life under your belt. It requires patience. It requires you to hone your craft. I was just, it's funny. I was just this week watching this TV show called The Bear. Have you seen this? It's on
it's intense. So I've only seen like a couple of episodes. I feel like my anxiety rises every time I watch it.
It is very intense. But in season 2, there are a couple of episodes where a couple of the characters are trying to engage their creativity to come up with a new dish for their restaurant. And, she's wandering through the city and she's looking at the architecture. She's watching the people. She's eating in restaurants and taking notes. And at the end of this huge montage of all this experience that she's taking in, she then begins to create her own thing that has all these elements of the things that she's been studying. And I was so happy. It was such a beautiful illustration of the creative process, because there can be a tendency for a creator to think it's my job to come up with something original, and I need to sit here and stare at the screen until I've thought the original thought and given it to the world. When the reality is like, no, go out and mimic your favorite authors. Go out and taste this and eat that and experience, sorrow and grief and heartbrokenness. And then inevitably, when you come back to your screen and just start writing, the thing that comes out of you is not going to be a bunch of copycats. It's going to be your own voice, which is a mixture of all these things that make you you. And I think being in a rush to produce something is a shortcut around all of that. And it's almost always going to be a lesser product. So yeah, my advice is read widely. And then I literally, as I was learning to write, would write stories in the style of H.P. Lovecraft or Stephen King or Wendell Berry, trying to inhabit how their words work and do their magic. And then by studying them and learning how to do it and literally typing their words after them, eventually I arrive at my own voice, which is maybe counterintuitive to some people, but I think it's the only way to get there.
I absolutely, as they say, still like an artist. I try to be inspired by people and then bring my own voice to it. And so,
if you're not stealing, you're not doing it right. You got to steal.
But there was one 17-year-old who did do it right, and that was S.E. Hinton, who wrote The Outsiders. And so maybe their child is the next.
It does happen every now and then. Yeah.
Yeah, every now and then. So, Pete, thank you so much. God bless you. So it's not necessarily your project, but you are a part of the community that released the Wing Feathers. Not only your brother wrote the book, but now you can watch the actual. You can watch the cartoon on Angel. I forgot what it's called. Angel.
I think you
Angel
can watch
Studio.
it just about. You can actually watch it on YouTube now, I think.
Oh, okay.
It's widely available. Yeah. And there's a Blu-ray out. You can order a Blu-ray for season 1. Season 2 will be out next month, I think.
I'm not gonna. You tell Chris that I have an alt with him because my daughter auditioned for a part and didn't get it. So,
I will bring that up. Yeah.
Yeah, you do that.
Guy,
you do that.
Yeah, he's the worst. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a terrible, terrible human being. Next time I see him,
he hates little girls.
He hates. Yeah, he probably cast a man for the little girl part. That's how terrible the person he is. All right.
Yeah.
Pete, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, man.
God bless the Rabbit Room. Y'all go check them out. Y'all have a wonderful day until we see you. I'm gonna come out there to Nashville in January, hang out with you and Andrew.
Yeah, man, you do it. We'll see you then. Bye.
God bless. Man, I let me tell you, I love the Rabbit Room. I've literally found like a new community in those brothers and sisters. They just released a book that a lot of you guys may be familiar with, but Every Moment Holy. There's 3 volumes of it, and just basically liturgies for everyday living. I contributed to the one that they just released on parenting kids with autism. And it was a beautiful joy to co-write that particular liturgy with Doug McElwain. So, yeah, so go check that out. Go check them out. We have a couple of things that are really, really, really dope coming up. So we got a Being Blueprint documentary. I got my man Justin Giboney coming up. And but right now, I want to do one more giveaway, and then we'll announce the winners after the, I guess you can say, after the documentary and the Justin Giboney interview. Yeah. So this time, let's give it to somebody who's paying attention to this last interview. What's a good question for something that people, either this interview or the Dayton interview? What do you think? What should we do, Jay? Are you with me? Or are you focused right now?
I'm with you.
All right. Are there any comments? Is anybody in the comments right now talking to us? Are we talking to anybody? We're streaming right now over 3 different. We're streaming on my YouTube, My Boulevard's YouTube, and My Boulevard's Facebook. So just know that.
Let us know you're here.
Yeah, let us know that you're here. You're checking us out. So anyway, maybe let's say. Let's do Dayton. Let's do a Dayton question.
A Dayton question?
Yeah. Dayton. What rap group, what musical group was the young lady from that ministered to him? I'll give you a hint. They were with Bad Boy. It was said and believed that she was kicked off the label, but according to Dayton, who we gotta believe, I believe him over Puffy any day, said that she left the label because of her faith. If you can answer that question, the first person to type that into the comment, no worry, we see whoever types in all 3 platforms.
Yeah.
First person to answer that question will send you a Good God shirt, okay? But we won't know, or we'll contact you, I guess, but we're about to air this documentary that's about 30 minutes long.
And where's
the documentary?
No, Sam.
Sam is no longer here. I think she left.
All right.
Oh, Sam is here. Hey, Sam, come here. Come here, Sam. Come here. We're going to put you on camera real quick, Sam. Hey. Sam is here. Sam, this is the individual who's been managing our social media. Shout out, Sam. Sam. Sam won my heart when I sent her my masterclass to edit, and she said that Zora Neale Hurston was one of her favorite writers. Oh, my God.
What was the answer? What was the group?
Somebody started with a T. It started with a T. The group started with a T.
We don't got it yet.
Okay, cool. Sam, tell us a little bit about yourself before we go into this. Sam, you're blessing our social media. Who are you? Why do you love Zora Neale Hurston? What do you plan to do in your life in the future?
Okay, who am I? My name is Sam. I'm a senior in college. I've been doing some content writing for My Boulevard. I worked with My Boulevard and Blueprint this summer in Atlanta, and I loved it. Zora Neale Hurston wrote a short story called How It Feels to Be Colored Me. Mm-hmm. That is amazing. She has an illustration about a brown paper bag that kind of changed my life. It's amazing. Yes. It's one of my favorites. I'm an English major.
The brown miscellaneous.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, was there a third?
That's it.
I think that's it.
What do you do? What do you want to do?
I'm an English major. I'm an English with a writing emphasis major, so I love writing. I love the Word of God more than anything. It's my favorite thing in the world. I lead a women's ministry right now. Discipleship ministry. It's my favorite. So I would love to be back in Atlanta. That's my dream.
Let's go. Hey, y'all give it up for Sam. Yeah. All right. So, are you just talk to me, bro? Because I forgot what I read already that quick.
I wasn't trying to put her on the spot, but we had a giveaway we were already working
on
last
right.
time with the hashtag, and so I'm trying to figure out.
Let us know if there's anybody in the DMs who, check the platform to see if anybody's hashtag within the last hour so that we can give this person a free shirt. So, but hey, one more time, we are trying to raise money. We're not just giving away good shirts. We're not just giving away. Go back to this beautiful thing right here. Camera on me. Okay. We're not just giving away just this wonderful album, we're also trying to raise money, ladies and gentlemen. So, okay, so somebody who's liked the stories, we're gonna give. Let's. Is that?
Look, I'm for the people.
Let's go. If people are liking the stories,
the fact that they're interacting.
You know what I'm saying? Let's do. Maxwell Mooney. Hey, Maxwell. Way to be a winner. Okay, so Maxwell Mooney, hit us up in your DMs. Tell us the size of the shirt and tell us your address, and we're gonna mail this out to you. Thank you so much. But we want you to give as well. We want everybody, clap that thing up. We want you to give as well, and the way that you can give is by texting My Boulevard to 53555. Like I said, $5, $10, $20. Please give. We have amazing resources and stuff that are going to be a blessing to this culture.
Sean, you said I've been here the whole time. Sean, we already said you won. You won the shirt, so you got to DM us. And then we'll make sure that you get what you got. You know what I'm saying? But we appreciate your support because you have been. I've been seeing you here.
Yeah, Sean, you got to hit us up on my man. You got to hit us up
IG.
On IG, My Boulevard. Don't hit me up because you'll get lost in it. But go to IG, My Boulevard. That's My Boulevard, MyBLVDCO. And Instagram is Sean. Is it Jackson?
Yeah.
Sean Jackson. Let us know the size of your shirt and your address. Okay. All right. So I am here right now in the My Boulevard studios. If we had a wider shot, you can see this is a space that we just established and built, and it's open for rental. You can come here and do your own product productions. It's a dope space, mics, cameras, or whatever. But this production studio is within the Church of Blueprint. Blueprint was planted in 2010, but it was an idea that sparked off in like 2007, actually. I moved here with my family in 2008. And then the others came, and we actually had our first out service in 2010. It's a beautiful, beautiful story. There are a lot of people that you may know, people that you are familiar with, people who've gone on to do great things who were part of this particular church. And we're going to share that story with you right now.
Oh, no, we're not.
Oh, no, we're not.
Yeah,
no, we're not. You gonna get, hey, I can talk. So I mean, I had fun. I had a good time talking to Dayton and Pete. It's interesting, like how two different worlds.
You good.
I heard the story of Joshua walking around, and I was like, man, he walked around, and on the seventh day he walked around 7 times. I was like, man, and I was just like, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the club, and we're gonna walk around, and we're gonna pray, and we're gonna pray that God takes the door, the walls come down, and people just run out and say, what must I do to be saved? So we went that night, and no one came out, but the cops came, and I remember we left there, so like, we were persecuted for the faith. Would I do it now? Probably not. But I just think about the days. I yearn for those days when I just believe God can do something.
This story started in Denton, Texas in 95, 25 years ago. So it's crazy how broad and big of a story that it is we've been sucked into.
I think we didn't realize how good we had it in Denton. We didn't realize the quality of community, the quality of discipleship, the quality of just gospel-centered, truth that we were getting.
We're comfortable here. Denton was our own little bubble, call it our bubble. And so we were safe there, right? We were around believers all the time.
This small town where we all said that we would live and die.
We thought it existed everywhere like that for young African Americans. And it wasn't until I started traveling, doing music and going to different cities and seeing, oh, this is not the norm. This is actually, no pun intended, an anomaly.
From Memphis to St. Louis to Chicago to Philly to LA, you name it, you started to get folks from out there admire what they saw in Denton and have a desire to reproduce.
In 2007, I think Dahadi met with a guy named JB,
who was a friend of ours, but was a little further along in ministry. And JB just challenged him. He was like, Daddy, if you were in a major city, you would have a greater impact. It sparked a huge fire into Heidi's heart. Like, oh my gosh, that makes so much sense.
So when Heidi has a bright idea, he would call me and Marika to the kitchen table. Me and Marika were roommates living in Andy and Heidi's house. And so we were coming in from work one day and he called us and I was like, Marika, he's about to say something big. I know, because he hasn't called us to the table forever.
I think Mahogany and Marika lived with us. And Heidi said, guys, he told them, we're gonna most likely be moving to start a church.
This way though. I'd be shocked to see what it is now. This is North Texas, UNT. UNT.
Moment he was the age, which I think was 6, the age he could start playing football, his dad put him in football.
The Heidi had come to the school on a football scholarship.
Got there on January the 9th of 1996, and it was January the 10th of 1996 I met a guy named Art Hooker. And it was when I met Art Hooker is when he introduced me to this new set of friends. And he was the first person in this first set of friends that was said that they were Christians, but were actually living like Christians.
There was a Bible study that they had called Move, Men of Virtue and Excellence, and then the women's counterpart was PV31.
It really was about Jesus, and it was about praying and okay, what do I think God is telling me? Move came as a result of us wanting to create a structure for the guys. And also PV31, we built at the same time, was designed for just creating a certain type of thing for the girls.
First time I met the Heidi, I ministered to the guys there on the football team, and they all bawled and prayed. And afterwards, I remember, and he was crying, and he looked at me real seriously and he said, "Now what?" And I mentioned to him, discipleship has to take place now.
I was like, I really don't know what that means, but you want to spend one-on-one time with me, teaching me about the Bible, I'm all in. So when I look at these streets, I don't just see kind of buildings, I see, that's when me and Lecrae used to meet right there in that building.
We rep the Lord truly, we hitting straight ahead and we ain't trying to hit no you with, man, they can't do nothing to me. We don't look like them up.
I think there's great significance in the growth of Christian hip hop, the trajectory of Christian hip hop, and also the trajectory of kind of the church plan and a blueprint. And I don't think it's accidental. I think one impacted the other.
While all this was happening, it's kind of like this renaissance, was going on within the church. We were privileged to create the soundtrack for it. We were living it, we were living through it and making music as it happened.
Lecrae and Tadashi and Sho, you know, they would always be like, man, how do we communicate these truths that are rocking us? And how do we communicate that to our context?
Deuce, or the ambassador, who was the lead rapper from Cross Movement, was the host of Impact.
You can see it right there, the Marriott. You can see through those trees. The Marriott right there was the first place that I understood about contextualization.
I believe it was at an Impact conference. I was the MC. So I blended everything from just like talking the faith to trying to get the crowd amped by the faith to performing it through Christian hip hop.
And when I saw him for the first time, a man who loved God, but communicated in a way that I understood, it rocked me.
So when he saw it, he said, I see what it can be. He thought he had to choose faith or culture.
It was really like, you know, something that a kid who had never came in encounter with the youth group was like, oh, this is amazing.
It has sparked a movement, a passion in us, and that's kind of the birth of 116. You know, it's like we are unashamed of the gospel. We are like repping on campus. We don't care. We're all saved. We're all serious.
Over here is Denton Bible Church. You know, I remember going and sitting down and listening to Tom Nelson says, let me tell you about the book of Habakkuk. Let me tell you about Malachi.
When you see the same guys that keep coming, they're steady, they've got a discipline, that's when you know they're going to be here for the long haul. If you haven't been through the process of being a student, it's a little more difficult to be a teacher of others.
I never heard anybody just walk through the Bible and teach the Bible verse by verse and just teaching us, you know, and it just really changed kind of everything for me. And I started getting trained, and specifically getting trained by white evangelicals. There was this wrestle in me because, you know, it's like either I was around a group of people who understood my context but didn't have the same commitment to theology and mission, or I was around a group of people who understood theology and mission but didn't understand my context. And it just really created this third culture kid, like no one gets me.
We're going to these big white churches, then they're preaching. We're just like, man, I never heard this before in my life, man. They're breaking this down like this is totally new.
A lot of us learned a ton, you know, being at Denton Bible, about discipleship and about fellowship and about how to study our Bibles and, you know, how to walk our faith out well.
Other than those of us who were attending Denton Bible, no one looked like us there. So much so that a lot of times we would coordinate what time the others were going to arrive to make sure you weren't there and it didn't feel awkward alone.
At one point, Dahadi and I were the two who were going to two churches, both St. Andrew Church of God in Christ and Denton Bible Church, just so we can get very intentional, strategic discipleship at Denton Bible. And then we go over and praise God in our context at St. Andrew.
I felt the tension of like, if I'm gonna be serious about God, I gotta put on a suit, I gotta, you know, play the part, and I gotta become churched. I went to Tom Nelson, you know, and I gave him all the stats of minorities on campus, and I gave him the reason, and I told him that there's no one reaching, and this is my church. I wanna be able to expose as many to this. And he was like, I'm all in, let's go. And he brought me on staff, and that was the birth of Plumline. Plumline was pretty much the same thing of what Move was, the same thing of what Impact was, but it was now just done in the context of a local church.
The first series we did when we were doing Plumline was a series called the Baggage Series. And Erykah Badu had just come out, and she had a song called Bag Lady. And so we would play the instrumental of Bag Lady, and then we would talk about the baggage of the church, like, you know, hypocrisy. And so we had all this baggage, and it made sense at the time. But we were thinking to ourselves, this is what these people already do. How can we use different methods, but use the same message?
And I had this community of Plumline, you know, college students to try my songs out, to test them. And they all contributed to make Real Talk. And that was the first, you know, Reach Records hip hop album that had come out. I took that CD up to Family Christian Bookstore at the time, and I said, hey, would y'all put this on the shelves? And they said, well, we'll buy like 2 of them. you know, I think they bought 5. We'll buy 5 of these CDs, but we don't know if they'll sell. So I said, fine, no problem. Put 5 in that bookstore and sent 5 people from Plumline into the bookstore to go buy them. They bought the first 5 and they said, yo, can we get 5 more? I sent 5 more people from Plumline. They didn't know I had about 40 friends I was gonna send up there. So eventually they said, all right, we just need like 2 boxes of these. Family Christian called people and said, this CD's selling out. Y'all gotta put it in the stores across the state because it's a hot thing.
Plumline would hold these annual retreats, and they were called C retreats, Seeing Everything Eternally. And we would go off into some wilderness in Texas and just worship the Lord and learn more about how to study our Bibles and fellowship with one another. So we would always do these chants, and like Tadashi picked up these 2 metal folding chairs and was like banging them together. He's already a big guy, you know? And so he's like crashing the chairs together. It's just, I mean, it was just a wild, experience as far as like college goes.
And it was there that was also when John Onwuchekwa entered into the story, because he was at Baylor.
I went to a retreat that Plumline put on. I get there and I meet my wife. She's one of the first, my wife now. I meet Chandra, and me and her sit and talk for an hour and a half that first day, and it was great. And then later on that night, I get a chance to sit and talk with Dahadi.
I like to say, when people ask how we met, I like to say that he and I became friends at that retreat, but he and Dahadi fell in love. They just had so much in common, and ministry focus was very similar, and so they just really hit it off.
That first night, he shares his testimony, how he came to know the Lord. It seemed like our stories mirrored our hearts, our passions for church and what God would do. And I think that conversation really changed the trajectory of what I plan to do after school. And so graduated from school at Baylor and moved right out to Denton, Texas.
It grew really fast. I can't tell you, like in that first year, my freshman year, it probably went from 50 to like, I know way more than that. Like we used to meet in a little room inside of the Union Center. And by the end of that year, we were definitely meeting in like the middle of a lobby, like in the middle of like UNT's Union Center.
But then there was such a unique sense of family built there that after people would graduate college, they would get married, they would have kids, but they would continue to come to the college ministry.
So we had a daycare in our college ministry. We had a newly married ministry, this was a church. Like it was no longer just a college ministry. So then that's where we started Lifeline.
Lifeline was more of just hey, this thing grew. Let's just call it what it is. It's a church, let's call it what it is. Let's treat it like that. And then let's see what the Lord would want to do.
When you think about that, this is where for the first time we're going from being just simply a college ministry to becoming a church.
Lifeline, in a sense, was a group of really young, on fire for the Lord individuals worshiping the Lord. And we had sound teaching, and it was expository teaching, but it was nothing like traditional church.
The longer we were in Denton, and the more that we heard of the struggles that were in, the Memphis, Chicago, LA, what we found was that the struggles that we faced weren't unique to us. They were the same all around.
And now people started saying, hey, I want to come to Denton. I want to come here. I want to grow. I want to learn. And it was during that time that we were like, oh my goodness. So we started kind of feeling this sense of stewardship.
Dahadi came up with a plan of how we were going to raise, $160,000 and break free from the clutches of Denton Bible and start this movement where this church, this group would be this kind of urban church planning training hub. John Bryson comes down, we're all sitting in this back room and we talk. I remember me, Dahadi, this guy, Steve Heron, JB, and somebody else. And JB looks at the plan and says, this is great, it's needed, I think it has legs. One problem, I don't think Denton, Texas is going to be the next urban church planning hub. If you really want to see this thing through, y'all may want to consider what it would look like to leave Denton.
You know how you tell somebody you'll pray about something, but because it's like, can we move on? Can we get to like the real subject matter? Because the reality is that like God had given me a blank check in Denton. You know, Denton Bible Church supported us, gave me a full salary, gave us a building. I was the football chaplain, I was coaching football. But in the midst of my prayers in the following weeks, God changed the question in my heart from why should I leave Denton to why am I staying in Denton?
We were coming in from work one day and he called us and he was like, so if we started a church plant, what cities would you guys, would want to live in?
And they were, all of them kind of in unison, were like, if you're going somewhere to start a church, we're going with you.
It was never painted as it's going to be easy or it's going to be fun. It was more like, it's probably going to be hard. We have no idea what we're going to do.
You're talking about losing jobs or leaving jobs that are like possibly good and having to look for new jobs, uprooting your family.
25 others said, we're going with you. If you guys leave, we're leaving with you. And so we was like, okay, well, where are we gonna go?
We had no clue it was gonna be Atlanta. I think we had a list of like 10 cities that we had come up with randomly. The Lord just kept opening doors here and doors literally closed everywhere else. And so the heart was, we wanna go where the Lord wants us, not where we want to go. And if the Lord closes the door there, then that's okay.
We'll start coming to the house and talking about it. So it kind of like snowballed.
I had moved to Atlanta in 1995. The first interaction with Dottie was first by phone. Initially thinking like, okay, he doesn't really know what he's getting into when it comes to Atlanta. And then we just hit it off and I was just like, oh man, yeah, he gets it. He understands.
Dottie called and said he was thinking about planting a church in Atlanta. And I said, wow, well, number one, I got saved in Atlanta, so it has a special place in my heart. Number two, it's Atlanta.
We moved down with John and Mahogany. We actually caravaned down together. We put all our stuff in one truck and attached our cars and just drove down.
I remember that day. It rained the entire time because we went to Denton and stopped in Memphis and then drove all the way to Atlanta.
I think between 25, 30 people ended up moving to Atlanta to be a part of this, which is very humbling.
Let's all try to get homes and move close, really build this sense of community bond, recreate what we had there and then spread out.
You'll ever see.
Traders say this is the craziest day they have ever seen.
We haven't seen anything like this probably since the Great Depression, I think it's fair to say.
We had 25 folks that moved right when the housing market crashed. Nobody could find jobs. So when we first got here, it took folks 80 to 90 job applications before they even got the first call back.
When we all spread out, I think it allowed us to just make a bigger splash and know more people, invite more people.
Wherever God placed one of the 25, they all pulled in people from their vicinity, and yeah, a large part of our core group grew that way.
We'd meet at houses, we'd meet at coffee shops, and it'd just be kind of like the planting team, myself and Sho and the Hottie and Sam Dula.
In those early days when we were just sitting there dreaming about what it could look like, small group gatherings, do we split them up into regions? What is that gonna look like in terms of just going through the same curriculum, getting together once a week?
Now, at that time, we were always talking about church planting. That was the essence of Blueprint, was to be this model of the, in the urban core.
I remember being in the plane with Dahadi, and he drew out, it was a Southwest napkin he had, and he drew like 285 and 75, and just all the map, the Atlanta map on the napkin. He was like, so I want to have churches in all these areas. We were just going to be the first church.
The definition of a blueprint is a plan or a process that's used as a guide to start something new. That's really what we wanted to be. So we wanted to plant a church that was about planting other churches, and we wanted to be a blueprint for that. We wanted to start off with just like, how do we start this church? How do we plant this church in the city, that's for the city, that looks like the city. And let's just kind of start off with a concert.
On August 29th, we will have a concert featuring the Don't Waste Your Life tour with artists such as Lecrae, Tadashi, Trip Lee, Flame, and myself, Sho Baraka. This is just one way of showing the artistic diversity that Blueprint Church will offer.
I remember it was the Georgia World Congress Center. We threw this concert.
It was a beautiful thing just to see these people come together who had been looking for a church home, and it just grew from there.
The first thing that we did before we launched Sundays were we started these city groups. And so I felt like that really set the foundation of our church around community. So we had preview services at Grace Midtown for 6 weeks where we went through our DNA.
Right here is the first where we had our launch team services. We did it for 6 weeks, and after 6 weeks was over, we stopped. So we did it starting in October, and then we went through November, and after November we stopped and we said, hey, we're gonna plant the church January.
Atlanta is such a church city that you got to get the building right. You got to have something where people, when they walk in the door, they're like, okay, I can invite my friends to this. All right, we're ready to have Sunday gatherings. And we had looked all over the place to stay downtown. We really wanted to be downtown Atlanta. So our initial location, and I can't even remember who or how we found it, but I remember it was Jono and I, along with Dahadi, and we go over to this location.
It was a church that became a nightclub, comedy club. And now basically it's an abandoned building.
But inside, oh man, it was a nightmare.
So one big giant room had graffiti all over it. And that's where we had our first service. And people thought we did the graffiti on purpose, that we're a cool hip church, but that was not the case. It was just like that.
I mean, it was freezing cold. And it was actually one of Atlanta's coldest winters.
It was like 19 degrees outside. It was so cold, and the heat inside the building was as poor as you can imagine.
Like we went downstairs in this building just so we can have body heat.
I don't know if you've ever seen, they're like these literal kind of orange cylinders, and it like, you put in kerosene, like literal gas in it, and it go, and that's what we use to heat up the place. And that didn't work. Everything, the whole place would smell like gas and kerosene, like when we were leaving.
We were there for about 4 or 5 months. We were to some degree kicked out. They had taken down or taken out the HVAC system. That was literally their way of saying you can't meet here anymore.
All of a sudden could not use the building anymore, which was like, oh no, but it was also like really rough building.
We literally didn't have a place to go, but for God in his sovereignty, he is already kind of foreordained and must have knew that was gonna happen. So we had a church picnic that was supposed to be after church.
We said, hey, let's just do an outdoor park service until we find a venue.
Find some chairs, put all our stuff out here, and just hand out a few flyers and people can come to the park. It turned to be a really sweet time, and obviously we still do it every year, but it definitely came out of a place of necessity, but now it's kind of like a time to celebrate, I think, like the goodness of the Lord.
One of the first Sundays we attended was a church in the park, so I'd never seen anything like that. And then I'd never been to a church that was ethnically diverse before. I'd only really been in majority white spaces. It was so evident to me that God was working here and that everyone loved Jesus.
But it was, of course, Jono and myself and, Dahadi and I think Sho, and we were just like, hey man, let's fast over the next few days and pray that something happens. And for some reason, even while we were on the phone kind of talking and praying, I opened up my computer and went on to Craigslist.
I just remember Sam telling everybody, hey, we found a spot. Yay. I didn't know it was on Craigslist, though. I think that's funny that it was on Craigslist. But thank you for posting that building on Craigslist.
We turned the place around, took out all the pews, got all the stuff, and we started having service there ever since. We were there for about 4 years.
We were at the Highland location from, what was that? I guess that was still 2010 until we finally landed over here at the location at Boulevard.
One of our members was driving around and then they saw a real estate agent that they knew walking around it. They went in and says, hey, our church is looking. We see that you're over here. And they were like, we would love, to sell it to another church. We came in, negotiated before they was gonna put it on the market, negotiated and got the building, and so that was really a God thing. We were just trying to find a place to get known, to get connected. And I think that was one of the biggest things is like, let's first get known as Dahadi and Angela and, people, and then we can talk about, oh yeah, we are all part of a church. In our neighborhood, in this neighborhood, what scares me is the fact that you have Section 8 housing on one end, and you have a $1 million home on the other end. And the gentrified community is like, man, if we can just get rid of the Section 8, everything would be great. But this other community would be like, it's not. And so, so there's that tension that we have. What's up, Mr. Bill? How you doing?
I hop right up there. How you feel?
I'm doing well.
Good to see you.
Good seeing you.
How's life treating you?
So we were doing a little documentary on the church and all that. And Mr. Bill is one of my neighbors. He's on my street. But we used to live right a couple of doors down. And I'd never forget, Mr. Bill was one of the first people that greeted us in the neighborhood. He brought us a upside down pineapple cake. Yeah. And it was delicious. Up and down the street though, we have 8 of our families within the church all live on this block that's committed to bringing about a tangible expression of the gospel.
All of the proactive strategies for church planting kind of fizzled. It wasn't the way that we planned it.
Initially, we had talked about planting in Decatur. Plans just didn't work out. I caught a vision to plant a church in a very unchurched area. The conversation led to New York. I'm from New York originally.
So as God birthed these desires in these folks, kind of irrespective of any plans that we had, when they came and said, hey, I think it's time for us to go and to lead out, Dahadi was always all right, let's go.
We want to partner where God is at work. And so when we see that, that's where we happen. And so that's what happened first was in Perimeter Point. We saw Sam Dula and Tina Dula, and they had a passion for, the Dunwoody area. And so we was like, all right, well, let's start there. Let's start a church there. The same thing with the West End, with Cornerstone.
Cornerstone started really with Richard Mullen, one of the 25 that came here, my college roommate. And so it was like April 2011. Richard and his wife, Amanda, moved to the West End. And their only goal was, hey, we're just gonna plant roots here. We're gonna be intentionally relational, and we're gonna be explicitly Christian. We got to a point where Richard was like, hey, we got this core group. We've talked about our hope as a church. I think that we need to have a church here in the West End. A few phone calls, one night in my study, we talked about that, and I think May of 2014, we were convinced that that should take place.
I'll never forget the day with John. We were ministering together for 9 years, and I walked past his office that he was in there for years. And it's empty. I mean, a big reason why we left Denton is because I was like, I want to labor with the same people for the rest of my life.
Although the Lord brought all of us here to this area, it still didn't necessarily mean that we were all meant to stay under one roof.
When you celebrate the expanse of the gospel, you also grieve the loss of close family relationships that are now other places, and you know that no matter how much you want them to be, they're never going to be the same again.
How do you imagine it would be like in heaven when you no longer have to say goodbye?
Yeah. I yearn for that day, where the loneliness is done away with. People always think about the gold and the cattle on 1,000 hills and all those things. What I think about is God's presence. What I think about is the family of believers, that we will never ever have to be lonely again.
If you just look over the past 20 years, the DNA didn't change. The people changed, the city changed, buildings changed, but the DNA never changed.
We truly believe, and we will always believe, that the gospel changes people and God uses people to change the world. And so we want to unleash those people, those healthy people, to do ministry where life exists. Since January 3rd of 2010, when we first planted Blueprint Church, it really was, one of those things that God has been with us. He's been faithful with us over the first 10 years, and we're looking like, what does this next 10 years really look like?
We've always been intentional about pouring into one, pouring into two, so that they can pour into one and they can pour into two. And so to me, if Blueprint stays committed to that, regardless of what the building looks like, regardless of who's here and who's not, I can imagine the impact. I cannot even begin to dream the impact that we could truly have, not just for Atlanta, but generally for the world.
One love. How y'all feel out there? All right, so that was an emotional. We have people in the audience that are sad right now because we're not gonna get into too much. But that documentary was made 4 years ago, and a lot has happened in 4 years, and it's a beautiful picture, I think, of what God can do through a group of people who decided to just love on God, love on each other, and create a space and create a church that decided to, because I'm not going to say people who move, but a church, a group of believers who had commonality decided to move from Texas and different parts of the world to land in Atlanta to create this community. And now there are other churches that are doing wonderful. You got Cornerstone, you got Gospel Hope, you got people who are doing amazing things. And so shout out to all those people. We only have about 2.5 hours left in this live stream. Bro, we've been at it. Jay, we've been at this thing for 5+ hours, almost 6 hours.
We've been at it for a minute, and I want to just shout out the people. There are a couple who have been rocking with us either most of the time or the whole time. So thank y'all.
Go ahead and shout some of those folks out. You look strange. Why don't you just take the mic off the stand? You look so weird.
Now I still look weird, but yes. First of all, I want to shout out Sean Jackson.
Sean Jackson's been. I think that brother's been on the whole 8 hours. I'm not kind of calling him out or nothing,
He
but
has.
or 5.5 hours. But no, it's not. That's
Antoine Lassiter.
Antoine
Lassiter, B+ Music.
Hey, Antoine's getting the shirt. Hey, Antoine, DM us on Instagram or on Facebook, and we're gonna get you a shirt. Let us know your size and your address. So right now, we've given out, I think, about 3 or 4 shirts.
3 or 4 shirts.
And I'm trying to give out a couple of more shirts afterwards. Go ahead. Who else deserves a shirt?
Let's see. That's been rocking with us the whole time.
Well, no, just people who've been active in the last couple hours.
The last couple hours. Well, I'm looking.
And if they're still on, they got to. You know what? Next person to mention, to just say, hey, we in here in the comment section, they get a shirt.
Next person, y'all.
This is the shirt we're giving away.
No, I'm looking right at it. So next person.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, look at that. Observant Lee said, "You sending shirts to Italy?"
Oh no, I'm not going. I'm not sending Italy. It's got to be local, baby. It's got to
Observant
be
Lee,
within these United States of America. What you say?
I said I was just asking Lee, Observant Lee, if they're in America right, in Italy right now. We got Lawrence.
Do you know that person? You know them?
I don't know.
How do you know they're in Italy? Did they have a flag? An Italian
They just
flag?
said you sending shirts to Italy.
Oh no, sorry. Matter of fact, why don't you send me something?
Lawrence B. Wait, Observant Lee, if you're in the US, if that was just a rhetorical question, then DM us. But Sho said we not, I'm for the people, so I would do it. But Sho said he's got limitation.
Oh, well, you look, check this out. If you want,
give it to Byron Johnson. Have Byron Johnson DM us.
Okay, well, I'll give you. So if you want me to give a shirt to Byron Johnson, I'll give it to Byron Johnson, and his responsibility to send it to you.
That's what he said. That's
My
what he
camera
said.
person just walk off while I was talking,
He said
so the
he
camera's
would
not on
bring
me.
it to me.
All right. Well, so Byron's coming to Italy. Okay. Let me tell a quick story. Byron is a brother who discipled me. One of the main reasons why I came to know the Lord is I'm talking to the people. And I was a college student in the late 90s, 2000 actually. No, I was a college student in 2000. Stop. You better shut your mouth. The hottie who y'all have seen in the documentary, who was here earlier today, shared the gospel with me, and I was like, I'm not trying to hear that. I went off to Tuskegee, and I was trying to live my life. And the summer I came back to spend with the hottie in Texas before I went back to my sophomore year, he was like, man, just very similar to what Dayton was saying. Like, hey, he gave me a hold of the cross movement. He gave me the grits. He gave me a whole bunch of people. Shout out to the cross movement right there on the front. Go ahead and get a shot of right there. Don't pick it up. Zoe, get a shot of this right here.
Can you zoom in right here?
No, just pick it up. Just pick it up and show the cross movement image. You don't have to zoom in. You don't have to zoom in. Just show. Just put. Yeah, there you go. All right. So
this is in his crib. He really represents it.
Yo, this is, and I have the sweater that one day I'm gonna post on Instagram. But anyway, back to me. So he gave me the CDs. I would listen to it even though I wasn't a Christian. I was like, these dudes is dope. And then he would always tell me about Impact Conference. Well, I made a promise that I would start going to a Bible study. So I started to go to this Bible study. And the first day I went, they were promoting the Impact Conference. And I was like, this is crazy. Is this how God works? Is this how the God they talk about? Is this how it works? Because I'm here. All I hear about is Impact from my brother. They're talking about him right now. And then not only did they talk about the Impact Conference, guess who's performing at the Impact Conference that year? Cross Movement. I'm like, yo, I know them too. And I mean, I don't really know them, but I'm just like, I know of them. So now I feel like I'm in the Christian in crowd. So afterwards, I walk up to the dude who's leading the Bible study, and I say, hey, man, my brother's always told me that like I should go to this conference. He's actually introduced me to this group's music. I want to go. I just don't have $250 to go to this conference. That individual was Byron Johnson. And he was like, well, hey, if you keep coming around, we'll see what we can do. Months later, they made it happen. I went to Impact Conference. James White preached a sermon the first morning, Divine Distinction. I came to know the Lord that morning. It was a beautiful day. So praise the Lord for his grace. You know what I'm saying? So Byron Johnson has, the simple fact that you just name drop Byron Johnson, I'm gonna get you a shirt. So I'm gonna give the shirt to Byron because I don't love him that much since Italy. So
Byron married y'all?
Yeah, Byron married. Who is this person that
Hey,
knows?
look,
Somebody, all of my business.
He said Byron told him. So he's really
yeah. Oh, so yeah, he knows some inside information. So he not just he real cool with Byron. He definitely deserves. Yes, Byron married my wife and I in Daphne, Alabama. Now here's another story. A good friend of mine, Keenan and Beth Akers, came to our wedding. They drove from Colorado to the backwoods of Daphne, Alabama, and they had to stop. This is the kind of place where we got married at. They had to stop at a gas station about 10 miles outside. And you know, this black couple gets out the car, goes into the gas station to ask this woman, "Hey, can you tell us where Daphne, Alabama is?" He said, this woman looked at him and said, "What business you got in Daphne?" And he was like, "Excuse me?" I said, "What business you got in Daphne, Alabama?" He's like, "I'm pretty sure it's not 1960. So, but he said that brother got in his car and just drove. He said, "Eventually, I'm gonna find it without asking somebody." So, but yep, that's the story of. So I don't know if Byron had to deal with that, but we got married in Daphne, Alabama. It's a lot different than it is when I got married. It's more developed. It's on HGTV, all that stuff.
Okay.
So I'm just talking. I'm keeping the people from a wonderful interview that's coming up. We have 2 interviews from people that I am deeply impacted by on a daily basis. People who are creating dope spaces. One individual is Dr. Vince Bantu. Brother is a walking library. But before him, we got a brother who I love dearly. My own personal Ralph Abernathy, my MLK, brother Justin Giboney. He and I and my brother Angel started the AND campaign. Hopefully the AND campaign is something you know about. If not, go on the website, andcampaign.com, and learn more about it. But we're going to talk about it right now. I have the privilege of interviewing and sitting down with my brother, Justin Giboney. He is the president and co-founder of the AND campaign. Some of you guys may know him, but for those who don't know you, Justin, just go ahead and give us a quick description of not only the AND campaign, but give us a bio of yourself.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah.
So I'll say I'm an ordained minister, attorney, and political strategist, originally from Denver, Colorado. Went on a football scholarship to Vanderbilt University, went to law school at Vanderbilt University, come down to Atlanta, end up working for Mayor Kasim Reed for about 7 years, and then kind of create the AND campaign. And the AND campaign is a Christian civic organization. We are trying to, number one, kind of raise civic literacy, help people understand politics a little better, their civic responsibility a little better, but also to get people to be less ideological and less partisan and focus more on Christian principles.
So how do you do that? How do you get people to move from the margins of their their polarizing thoughts on practical levels? What are some things that that we do on AND campaign does?
Yeah, I think the first thing we try to do is connect politics to, or actually I should maybe put it the other way, connect your Christian principles to politics. To say when you go into politics, you can't just be a progressive or a conservative. As a Christian, you actually have a cross to bear in that space. And so you can't just be self-interested or follow your tribe. You need to at times be ready to do something different.
So I was having a conversation with a friend of mine. He has this belief that and this is somewhat common, that there are no more it's less likely that you'll find people who are truly progressive or truly conservative. What you have are people who are on the left and on the right. They're primarily. What do you think about that statement? Do you think people have lost the actual, I guess you say the traditions, if you will, of what it means to be a Democrat and what it means to be a Republican, and they just are lost in just the extremes of, are there true politicians who are thinking through what it means to be a Democrat, Republican, conservative, liberal?
I think I see where he's going with that. I mean, it depends on your definition. I think throughout history, it's kind of been relative to what people are saying, and the principles of each of those have changed, which is part of the issue, right? But yeah, I can see how he would say, there's not a lot of progressives, but what a progressive was in the 1890s is different what a progressive would be in the 90s or even today. So it's always changing, but I think it gives us a decent framework to say conservatives are going to be more so on the right, progressive is going to be more so on the left. What that means does change. So he's got a point.
All right. So
How did you get into law? Like, why? You was bashing people's head in on the football field. I heard you had some skills. I still need to see some tape. And then you go from bashing heads in to, man, you know what? I want to be someone who is engaged in civic responsibility.
Yeah.
How was that?
So first I go to law school just because I never questioned it. I just always, growing up, I knew my dad wanted to be an attorney, his father, they didn't get the opportunities. So I was like, if I get a chance, I'm gonna be an attorney. I never really even questioned. I don't know if that's good or not. I just didn't question that's what I was gonna do. And then when I got to Atlanta and I was working at a law firm a little bit, I was just always interested in politics. My dad had a lot of political biographies about presidents and all that stuff. So it was interesting to me. I got with a group of friends down here and we would either talk about sports or politics. Yeah. And then one day it's like, well, let's just stop. Let's not just talk about it and be kind of academic about it. Let's get into the game. Yeah. And we joined the campaign and the rest is history.
People need space to be equipped. People need space to feel like they can be encouraged and engage in community. How is the AND campaign doing that? Not only in Atlanta, but across the country?
Yeah, I think one thing we want to do, politics can be kind of intimidating. So a lot of people are like, I don't really want to talk about it because I don't know that much. And I think the first thing we want to do is say, no, you're a citizen just like everybody else. Yeah. If you take the time and let me show you these resources to inform yourself, you have just as much a right as anybody else to be a part of the conversation. I think that's the first thing we want to do to make it accessible, to make people understand that they can get engaged if they put a little effort into it. And even if they haven't read a whole bunch of books or articles, they live. They go to work, they pay taxes, they can have opinions on, what's going on and should have opinions on what's going on. So I think just letting people, hearing them out, making the information accessible, and then giving them a chance to weigh in.
What are some of the things that the AND campaign is actively involved in right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
So we have our Christian Civic Leadership Academy. And these are people who are somewhat interested in politics, maybe want to get into it further. Maybe they want to run for office, maybe they want to run campaigns. And they come to us for a 10-week cohort, and we go through the ethics, the theology, the X's and O's. So what is the anatomy of a campaign? What does a campaign manager do to get them to a point where they can make that decision to say, hey, I want to run for office, and so on. And then we help them kind of build, if that's what they want to do, we help them build a professional plan to move forward.
So what is the end goal for, all right, so I'm one of those individuals who, I don't know a whole lot, but the AND campaign is something that is endearing to me. I'm like, oh, I'm seeing your civic updates. I'm like, man, you know what? I could be responsible for my community. The more I engage your content, the more I get involved in my, my local government. But then I'm like, I want to engage more than just rallying people to vote. Maybe I want to run for office. As a Christian, and this is obviously a subjective answer. I think it could be quite subjective. What is the end goal for the Christian who wants to be a politician? Are they trying to create a theocracy? Are we trying to, because we obviously aren't just governing Christians. We obviously aren't just governing people who have our same belief systems. Yeah. So what are some cautions? What are some things that you would inform those people in the kind of like anecdote that I gave you? Like, man, I want to get involved I want to get involved in politics, but I should be mindful that the end game is.
Yeah. Well, I always tell people, start with an issue. Like, find an issue that you're passionate about and work on it for a while. Work on it for a while within your community so that if you decide to run, they actually know you and they're not getting introduced to you the first time. But as a general matter, I think the goal of running for office has to be love of neighbor. It has to say, man, I love these kids. I want to run for the school board. I want to, I want to help people. That's what it has to be about. Unfortunately, it's not always about that, but that's where it starts. What does that mean? Well, I think it has to be about justice, number one. Like, what is justice for kids in Atlanta public schools or whatever? And then also, I think moral order plays a role in it too. Like, how do we have an orderly society that allows people to flourish? Yeah.
You have been registered as a Democrat, I think, all your life. And so, however, there are times when you don't align up with your party.
Sure.
So how do you personally bring your ethics into these particular spaces? And how would you encourage other people to begin to create ethical boundaries in which how they engage?
So one of the things that we have everybody who's in the CCLA, which I was just talking to you about, we have them do is say why they're getting into politics. Like, what do I want to accomplish? I want to raise literacy rates or whatever. And then we have them write down, what will you never do? What are some boundaries that you're drawing? You say, I'll never do, I'll never change my opinion for money, right? I'll never go against the sanctity of life. I'll never, I'll never support anything that's unjust. Those are the type of things that everybody has to think about really for themselves. Like I can draw you some general lines, and the folks who read our book, Compassion and Conviction, we give you a framework for it. But before you run the office, you got to count the cost, take a long walk by yourself. Nobody should force you into it, and nobody can make that decision for you. And then you got to know what you stand for. I always say, if you go into politics and you don't have an identity and you're not strong in your faith, they're going to give you an identity, and it's not going to be a Christian identity, right? So you have to be, you have to focus in on that and be very deliberate.
One of the things I love about the AND campaign is that I think we believe it's not that we are in some indecisive middle, but the principles and the foundation of the AND campaign is biblical orthodoxy and orthopraxy. However, other folks don't see it that way. Sometimes people see it as indifference or passivity. What do you say to those people who say, man, make up your mind on who you support, where you stand. You guys are just playing the middle.
Just choose a side.
Yeah, just choose a side.
I would say this, I don't think, let me start this way, because I try to acknowledge what people are getting at when they say that. And so I think what people are getting at when they say that is, if you're just trying to sit in this mushy middle and not make a decision so that you can take the path of least resistance or avoid conflict or not have anybody mad at you, that's wrong. And I think that is wrong.
Yeah,
I don't think there's anything inherently good about middle ground or being moderate if you're not doing what you need to do. That said, you gotta be very careful with this just take a side posture. Because I think it seems to indicate that one side is either always right or always right enough. And if we look closely enough, that's just not the case. And so what I tell people, it's not just about taking a side, it's about taking the right position. So I'm with them. If you're not taking positions because you're trying to be in the middle or you're trying to find that middle point all the time, I think that's wrong. But taking a side doesn't always mean you're gonna be on the right side. The thing you gotta understand is sometimes both those sides are wrong. And if you're going to be prophetic, you got to stand up against both of them. And we can look at a number of policies where they were both wrong. So really all we're doing is saying be a critical thinker and think through it and don't assume that one side is going to be right. Whether it's social justice or not, you can say, okay, well, just be on the left. They're about justice. Yes and no. I mean, I can show you a lot of instances where they get that wrong and where the Christian responsibility and what we need to do is at a much higher level than what they're bringing us to. So me taking that side is giving an endorsement that I don't think either side has really earned.
You've not been shy in being an example of that. And there are receipts of your engagement on whether it's X. I still struggle to call it X.
I do too.
whether it's X, whether it's, sounds like a drug. Like I'm just like, Instagram, etc., where you call and challenge out both sides. However, there can be tension where people. Well, let me say it like this. I've found that there are people who share our sentiment about a particular issue. Let's say justice, and because the left seems to dominate the conversation around justice, these people fall into the trap of agreeing or aligning with everything they say because they don't want to align themselves with the other side. And oftentimes that's either like white evangelicalism, whiteness, and even though they know themselves like they are for the sanctity of life, but they're like, if I don't like so what do you say to those people out there who are being, I guess you can say, prostituted for their voices, their platform, because they're afraid to disassociate with some of the policies or the things that a side may promote in order not to be shamed or called a traitor, et cetera?
I think, we've all, when we were growing up, we all read the stories about Daniel and the Hebrew boys. And we said, if I'm in that position, I'm going to do what they're going to do. And I would just tell them, that's your position you in. Right? You making the decision they were making. Or that you said you would make it in their position. So we're never supposed to live with the spirit of fear. And I think you're doing exactly what partisans and the culture war wants you to do. They want you to say you're either on our side all the time, or you're on their side.
Yeah.
And so it makes you feel like, well, y'all are better than them, so I might, I might leave with y'all, but that's not
right.
That's not responsible
at all.
We have to be more nuanced. And guess what? If you are seriously critiquing issues in a thoughtful and consistent way, you'll end up where you need to be. So what is the fear of critiquing? And I think for Christians in general, you want to, if we're going to be the conscious of society, then we have to speak up and be willing to push back. Otherwise, people don't really respect you.
Right, absolutely.
And this is the other thing that I say: if we're always choosing a side, then we're not leading.
Come on.
Right, we're being led. If I'm always just saying, well, I'm gonna be with them because they're a little better, well, they're leading me. Instead of me saying, you know what, y'all are wrong on student loans, which have both sides that have messed up on that. Y'all are wrong with the 2008 financial crisis, with both sides messed up on that. When you get these examples, and I go on and on with those examples, for you to just say choose a side doesn't make sense. Or for you to cower, I think puts you in a position that you should want to avoid, man. But somehow we make our avoidance of pain different than other people and different than those examples that I gave.
So you're constantly talking about people who are not bullied to just land on a particular side. When I watch your videos, I see, beautiful portraits of, people like Patterson and Fannie Lou Hamer. Who are some examples, maybe currently, of people who you would say, man, they're doing this well? They're doing it well. And if you can't think of anybody who are currently doing it, then maybe talk about why Fannie Lou Hamer and Patterson and Chesterton are hanging above your head when you do these civic updates.
Yeah, I mean, I think I could think of some people, but I'll give you an example like Fannie Lou Hamer. This is a person, if she was alive today, she would be kicked out the Democratic Party because of her views on abortion.
Yeah.
She'd be, she wouldn't get any love on the Republican Party because of her views on justice. But that's really, Christians are often forced in that position.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so what they did was not really test who was on what side or what side it was coming from. They said, this is what's right.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the position that's just. I'm going to take the position that's moral. And what comes after that is up to God to handle.
So, some people will say, well, the reason why she felt that way, Justin, is because she hadn't quite evolved yet.
And I think that's a terrible way to put words in the mouth of people. I think that's presentism, that she didn't know the value of life or something like that at that time. I heard there's even a documentary out that said, well, she would have been different today. How dare you, how dare you put that into those words in her mouth? What she said was very clear about what life was and why it was important.
Absolutely.
But as you know, when you're, when people are trying to co-opt you, they'll put words into your mouth and just make sure you fit in with them. But she was very clear, and I think that's unfortunate and really malpractice for any historian, documentarian to do something like that.
People don't trust institutions today, and we really don't trust media. And I think to some degree there's good reason for that. All the major publications have, in some ways, done some egregious things to withhold information on both sides. What are some, you put me onto a particular, platform. I'm allow you to speak to, whoever. But if we want news and we want to get the news in a way that we feel has as little bias as possible. Let's put it like that, because everybody's biased.
Sure.
But and even if it does have a bent towards one side or the other, at least they'll try their best to, castigate all of what's happening and present it fairly, if that makes sense. So who are some outlets or who are some people out there other than your civic updates? Y'all check my man Civic Updates out. You can get them on, not only on the platforms, the social media platforms, but you can get them on YouTube as well.
Yeah. So I think what you're looking for, and what I would say is I'm looking for people who are intellectually honest.
There you go.
And there's just, the first thing I would tell people is turn off cable news. All the cable news is
none of them are good.
This media is not
zero, not even.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, there's a few good folks that are okay, but it's better just to say, you know what? Turn that off and go to places like Breaking Points, which you can get on, whether it's YouTube or Spotify. These are folks who, again, both of them are probably a little further left than me on social issues. One of them was probably a little further right on economic issues. but they're intellectually honest.
Yeah.
And so they'll give you the other side. They're going to talk. They're not going to hide news because they don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
And that's the big thing that we see now. Folks just hiding stuff that they don't want to have to engage. And that's what I'm looking for. But you want a variety of different thinkers.
Yeah.
I tell everybody, you should be able to name a conservative thinker, Ross Douthat or something like that you listen to. You should be able to name a more progressive thinker, right? That you listen to. If not, then you're really not getting both sides of the story. So you're looking for folks who are intellectually honest. The Realignment is another good one that you can find on,
not familiar with that. Right
on YouTube. And then the Hill Rising. They have, again, people who are going to talk about the issues. You may not agree with them, but they're not hiding news and not giving you both sides of the story.
Why should people listen to the Church Politics podcast? This is your pitch, my man.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Because I think
other than the fact that the intro song is amazing.
That's right. I think me and the Right Reverend Chris Butler really approach politics from a biblical point of view.
Yeah.
We talk about the justice side of it. We talk about the moral order side of it. And that's just not something you're going to get a lot of other places.
Yeah.
We admit when we get something wrong, because sometimes we can't get things wrong, and we are not perfect. But again, it's about just the honesty of it, trying to get things right. And, keeping it real with the audience.
That's good. That's good. All right. So I've heard you preach a many a days, and brother, you have a talent. You have a skill. When you think about your involvement in politics and as a minister, where is there synergy? Where is there overlap other than just being a good orator?
Yeah. I think the big thing is not separating the spiritual from physical needs and what's going on in society. And that's really the Black church's tradition of social action, right? It's saying that these two things aren't really separate. They go together. So when I preach, obviously the word is first and foremost, but that application has to reach out into the real world. I can't just talk about self-sacrifice. I have to do the self-sacrifice for my neighbor out in the streets. And I think for me, that's always something that's been something that really resonated with me. What does the word have to say doctrinally? How do I apply that to loving my neighbor really in society and connect that spiritual and physical?
Gosh, I just went blank. The first book, the ad campaign, Compassion and Conviction. First of all, Get Compassion and Conviction was released in 2020 or 2021?
2020.
2020, released in 2020. But that was in partnership with Michael Ware, I think. And Chris Butler. But now you're about to write your own book. You're journeying on being a solo author. Tell us about this book. What is it? What is it about? When can we expect to?
I'm excited about it. I mean, a lot of it builds on compassion and conviction, which really just gave a framework for Christian engagement. What does it look like and what are our bounds? Not allowing the parties to define us, but how do we define ourselves? This book is about the Black church's tradition of social action and how it can speak into the culture war, how it can bring us out of the culture war. I've often said that, the culture war, and it's not just me saying it, but the guy that actually created the name culture war, coined the term, said it was a battle between white conservatives and white progressives. And it's interesting how some Black folks feel they got to take one of those sides. But if you look at the civil rights movement, it didn't fit with either of those. You look at folks like Fred Shuttlesworth, we already talked about him, or the list goes on. They didn't fit with that, but they were prophetic and they showed the world that you could do something very different. So in many ways, the civil rights movement was the polar opposite of both sides of the culture war. And so I just kind of critique what's going on through those lenses.
All right, so I just came up with another question, but you know what? I'll save it for the other one. No, I'm gonna say it right now. Why will America ever have a third party?
It's possible. It's possible.
Okay, so how do we get there? How do we get to a place of a third party? Because we're doing things right now where we do ranked choice voting, which I think is, in my opinion, I think it's a better alternative. It seems like there are people who are trying to step out into like libertarian spaces, etc. And more politicians or people in the House or Senate are getting elected as third party candidates. But will we ever get to a point where there's a legitimate third party? A viable third party.
So, I mean, I dislike the duopoly as much as a lot of people do. The reality of it, so it's possible. I think the reality of it, though, is this has always been a two-party system. And so it's going to take a heavy lift. I think it's going to take quite a bit of resources, or just a major event where people say, I can't take this anymore.
Yeah. We missed it in 2016. We missed our opportunity.
We missed our opportunity. Maybe it's bigger than that. I don't know. It's just difficult because the system is so set up. Like if you're in Georgia and you want to run for something that's not like city council, it makes it very difficult to get even on the ballot if you're not in a party, right? And so those kind of things make it very tough. There's just not the infrastructure, and building the infrastructure is so costly and time consuming that it's hard to do that and catch up to where the other two parties are. So possible, not likely at the moment, but it could happen. And shout out to those folks who are already doing it. And I support, folks who are really trying to find a different way to go about this.
Basically, what I just heard is that we're just waiting on you to fix the system. That's what I just heard.
On me?
Yeah,
don't hold your breath.
No, I'm holding it. And if I die, it's on you. Anyway, thank y'all. Thank my brother Justin for coming through. Appreciate you, man. Creating dope spaces for the kingdom.
Yo. What the AND campaign doing, I believe, is very important. Building chapters across the country, doing good work, doing dope work, man. Big ups to Justin Giboney, a brother who is not just somebody who talks, he puts his neck out there. Like, there are people on the left who come for him, there are people on the right who try to knock him off, but, as the scriptures say, touch not my anointing, do my prophet no harm. Come on, somebody! But that's a good brother, and he's sharp, and he's a very sharp dude. Hey, we got a couple more interviews, and that's a sharp brother, but this next brother we're going to talk to in about 10 minutes is probably one of the smartest dudes I know, Dr. Vince Bantu. But if you guys are not familiar with the AND campaign, go to the website, check it out. We're coming up on an election, and usually when elections roll around, people just lose their mind. They lose their mind, they damn mind. And I think the AND campaign, the work that it's doing is so wonderful because it gets Christians to move outside of their polarizing views of what the political parties want you to operate in. It's saying, how do we put our principles over our partisanship? How do we carry both conviction of moral order and believing that the Bible says something to our social lives and the moral conduct of our lives, but at the same time, it's saying that the gospel is not detached from justice, that we shouldn't just say, oh, you've made the bed that you've lived in and now lay in it, understanding there are systems that are created to benefit certain people and not others. But as Jesus, and this is a scripture that I like to use, other people use it, it's much debated, but the scripture where Jesus interacts with the prostitute, and we see him having conviction. He's having compassion as well. He approaches the Pharisees who had the right to legally stone her and say, look, you tripping because y'all out here prostituting as well. Y'all just do it in a different way. Y'all out here having affairs, et cetera, et cetera. So why don't you have grace? But then after challenging the system that's in place, he looks at the young lady and he says, look, sis, go and sin no more. So he doesn't just say it's the system's fault only. It's just the system. It's just the system. It's just the system. He says, no, it's the system. All right. But you as well have to realize that you have some culpability in how you conduct yourself in this life. And so if you are the type of person who cares about politics, if you actually vote, don't just go out there and blindly vote. Don't go out there and just say, just because your mama was a Democrat, you a Democrat. No. What do you believe? I remember when I was around the 5th or 6th grade, I can't remember how old I was, but it was when the first George Bush and Clinton were running against each other. And my uncle voted for George Bush. And I just remember everybody in my family hating that man. And I was just I didn't understand the context. I didn't understand what was happening. I just knew that George Bush was a Republican. Everybody else in my family was a Democrat, and that they hated him. And so I grew up hating Republicans. I was I guess black folks don't rock with Republicans. I guess we're supposed to hate Republicans. And then as I got older, I was well, hold up. There's some views, there's some things that they hold to that I can rock with. Now, as I asked Justin in that interview, I said there's a difference between people who hold conservative views versus people who are on the far right.
we've allowed, as they say, the Overton window is shifted, and some things have changed over the last couple of decades and years, even so. But we've allowed our allegiances to lord over our life rather than the scriptures. And we're trying to make the Bible fit our narratives versus us fitting the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And so I just want to challenge y'all in that. My man's.
Real quick,
Yes.
thoughts. What did you think? Could there ever really be a third party? I think there's like, in a technical sense, yes, there always could be, but like I really can't see anything else. There's too big of an establishment.
Yeah, it's the money's too long and both. And so you chase the money, find where the money is, and that's it. If for most things, if it makes financial sense, there will have to be such a great shift in the way that people donate to particular parties and candidates that they would have to be incentivized for a third party to step out. You know what I'm saying? And say, hey, and I thought in some ways that when Trump was wilding out and people thought that he wouldn't get the Republican nominee, that he would kind of splinter the Republican Party, and it would force the Republican Party, as they call like the rhinos now, that he would kind of be a far right version of the Republicans. And those folks who were like the never Trumpers, if we remember those folks, and a lot of those folks who were never a part of this never Trump movement, the Republicans, are now trumping because they see where the money is. They see where the benefit of aligning themselves up with Trump is, because if you didn't support Trump, Trump would call you out, you would lose your place in office. And so you were like, well, you know what, Trump ain't that bad. so that's where we are. Like, you know what I mean? And so there has to be some incentive and financial incentive for somebody to split off and to really start a third party, because nobody really wants to support a losing cause. Let me think about it. If we gathered all our money to get behind, my sister Tola is in the building. Tola said, you know what, Tola wants to run for president. We know she ain't got no chance to win. Are we gonna Tola, as much as I love you, you ain't winning nobody's presidency. Yeah, I don't think that scripture applies to that.
It's more of a one-day thing.
That's more.
2024,
That Bible means that scripture means that you can be content. That's what that means. Hey, no joke. So I played football in high school, and I used to put Philippians 4:13 on my towel because I was like, I'm scoring these touchdowns in Christ's name. And no, it wasn't about that. It was like, no. But anyway, nobody wants to give money. Like, imagine, we're not going to pour millions and millions of dollars into somebody we don't think is going to win. And I think that's oftentimes how people feel about third parties. It's like, yeah, maybe the point is to pour money into them so that they can create chaos and to get a particular agenda moved forward, but people don't really think they're going to win. And so I think but I definitely want a third party because I do not rock with either. And I don't say that just to be like, oh, but I would like to think that I'm more of a libertarian than anything. And people call me out for that because, oh, you don't believe in anything, man. It's like, you just go on your farm and just, and live like a hippie. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, all that to say, God bless the AND campaign. I want to give away something. Is my man, is Vince is he? All right, so we're waiting on Vince to jump in on this call. Is there any engagement? Can we give away something? What can we do, Jay?
Let me. I was just gonna say, and we can come back and.
Yeah, you just need to keep that.
Yeah, we can come back and do some giveaways as we get some engagement.
Okay.
Especially, if anybody has thoughts on that last interview, just feel free to share them. But I think you were making a great point about people thinking in a polarized manner. And there's this dope artist who was talking about the fact that maybe there's a little bit of both.
Maybe there's both.
And I was thinking we could give some people some time to reflect on that.
I think maybe they should reflect on some maybe both by Mr. Sho Baraka.
Boom.
Maybe both. Let's talk politics for a quick second. It was hard to hear over the gunshots. We went running around back and forth. And then he said, I'm praying for a happy ending. I said, we never had happy beginnings. I'm on my knees, I'm praying, I'm on my knees, but now I'm an easy target for them to attack me. Liberals and intellectuals justifying my anger, but when the cameras ain't here, they ain't nowhere near. Oh, how eloquent. Watch them pontificate. When the smoke clears through blogs, rebuild little state. You sitting in your academic tower, tweeting around the hour while the poor fights the power. Oh, stop it, oh, stop it. You and your nonprofit with a heart full of promise based on bad economics. Put a ballot in the air, put all the lighter and burn it. We just give away votes, make them Democrats earn it. Politicians don't care because they don't see a need. They won't care until they bleed on the same concrete. We tearing down the neighborhoods where we live at. If we don't own it, well, let's do something to change that. It didn't change once, it ain't doing much now. Watch the philosophers argue while Rome burns down. It goes bang, 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 bang. Reload the gun. They gon' do the same thing. Bang, 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 bang. Reload the gun. They gon' do the same thing. Yeah, is it a ballot or a bullet? Let me know. Should I fight or should I pray? Who's my foe? Are they killing with a pistol or a bow? Or maybe it is both. Or maybe it is both. Or maybe it is both. Why stop now? I haven't caught the Holy Ghost yet. Sing a little louder, we can drown out the protests. Rebuilding antebellum, they too busy to listen. I hear disturbing things come from so-called Christians. Quick to justify a man's death because of a criminal record and how a man dressed. Thugs, I guess only purpose people get grace. If that was the Lord's way, there'll be no one in the faith. Truth, law, America kills and hide behind the law. They purchase this land with violence and never count the cost. Put a dollar to your ear, you can hear the moaning of a slave. America the great was built off the labor that they gave. Jefferson and Washington were great peace pursuers, but John Brown was a terrorist and an evildoer. Oh yes, God bless the American Revolution, but God ain't for all the riots and the loot. Riots and loot, the riots and the loot. The riots and loot, and everybody shoot, going. Bang, bang, bang. Reload the gun. They gon' do the same thing. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Reload the gun. They gon' do the same thing. Is it a ballot or a bullet? Let me know. Should I fight or should I pray? Who's my foe? Are they killing with a pistol or a bow? Or maybe it is both. 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 Maybe both. Where you stand, what's your standard, what's your view, what gives you the right for you to think the things that you do? Is it school, is it news, is it man's wisdom, is it religion? While listen when you make your decisions. It's funny how some people, they view the Lord, some view him as a pacifist, some see him with a sword. The Lord who hated sin showed grace to the thief, saved the lowly prostitute from being stoned in the street. He was holy, but he hung with the sinful, drove the wicked out by flipping over tables in the temple. He took a wrongful death, and yet he remained silent, but he said he's coming back, and he is bringing violence. Many people isolate him just to make him fit their cause, never to involve the greater context at all. So are there two Christs totally unrelated, or maybe it's one Christ, and he's pretty complicated? Pretty complicated. Or maybe it is both.
What's happening? Here we go. You. All right, so check this out. I'm excited. I'm sorry, I got to talking to my. Are we gonna give away? Or are we going straight into the interview? Hey, giveaway. All right, my man Vince is in the waiting room. We're about to have him come on and get this Encyclopedia Brown popping. That's what I'm start calling you, Encyclopedia Brown. Y'all remember Encyclopedia? Who's old enough to remember Encyclopedia Brown? You remember you two? How do you know Encyclopedia Brown? School. Encyclopedia Brown that brother was a detective of detectives right there. All right, so I got some stuff I just got to get rid of. Family, here's how I want you to win some good culture merch, because the Good Culture Show is coming. I need you to take this YouTube link, tell somebody on one of your social media platforms to watch it. You have to tag MyBLVD in that post so that we know you did it. Hashtag it possibly. Hashtag MyBLVD creating spaces. And you can win a shirt. So, but we're going to give a shirt right now to somebody, okay? We got a hat and a live studio audience member. All right, come up here and get this hat. But we're gonna give one more thing away. Look at this, My Boulevard hat. You got it. All right, so Tola. All right, but you, okay, so talk to us.
Hi.
First of all, why you are, ain't no,
I was not prepared to say anything, but I love Jesus Christ and I love my Boulevard.
All right, Tola, why did you want a hat over the shirts?
Well, first is very practical. If I have a bad hair day, I can't wear a shirt on my head. And the second thing is I really love the logo, so I would really like something with that particular logo on it.
All right, well, this is you. I'm gifting this to you, young lady. Excellent, excellent. But I actually brought that as a prop. I didn't bring that to give away. So you were walking away with something that I actually wanted to keep. So if anything, that makes me a good person. I just want to let you know. Hey, are there any women because in the chat, because I have these crop tops. I know it's cold. A large, I think I only have two. I only have larges. So maybe you can wear them kind of baggy if you're a smaller sis, but it just says good culture. Oh, and guess what? Good culture is coming really soon. Hey, Jay, how should I give away?
So look, women in the chat, if y'all are in here, I need y'all to be active, please. And next time we come back around, you can get a chance to win one of the dope Good Culture shirts. For right now, you said someone's winning right now. We got Mike Bird, we got Lawrence B. Mike Bird, thank you for being here. Lawrence B has been here for a minute. He's been rocking with us and active in the chat. So I think Lawrence deserves a shirt.
Lawrence, DM us at on Twitter. Oh, I'm sorry, not Twitter. On Instagram. On Instagram or Facebook, and let us know your size and your address. And we will try to get you a Good God shirt. You know what I'm saying? Here's the shirt. We're gonna try to get you a Good God shirt. Yeah. Good God on the front, fish and loaves on the back, my people.
And I just want to say, he said, just so his comment doesn't go overlooked, he said, the AND campaign's approach has given me language to wrestle and engage the political discourse.
There we go.
He was paying attention.
So that's what I'm saying. That was gonna be the question. How was the AND campaign blessing, or what was some of the stuff that you learned from that particular conversation? All right. Absolutely. Well, I learned something every time I have a conversation with this brother or I'm with this dude. I remember the first time I actually met him. So I knew of him before I met him. I knew of him because I watched Jude 3 videos. And if you had a chance to, around the 4 o'clock hour, we had an interview with Lisa played. And Lisa asked me to go on a college tour with her with this brother to talk about, is Christianity a white man's religion? So you had all these college students and they only went to HBCUs. And so we go to these HBCUs. Oftentimes the Hebrew Israelites would show up and try to debate us. And they had this brother, I think, speak first before me. And I was sitting there thinking, like, after he spoke, I said, what am I supposed to do? Because clearly this man is the smartest dude who ever walked the earth. So why would you do this to me? Why would you have me go on after this brother? I'm going to be looking like I ain't read one book. So I just basically, anytime he writes something, he speaks, I just take the stuff he says and I just kind of repurpose it for my own language. This dude is Dr. Vince Bantu. He is a scholar in, I don't want to get this wrong, but I think I'll just say early Christian history, African Christian history, and a few languages actually in the early Christian in history. I think one is Aramaic. Amharic. But you know what? I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna stop acting. I'm just gonna ask him. But this brother is also a Black Panther aficionado. I think he's a black belt. This brother is out here. When you meet him, he's so soft-spoken. He's so like humble and nice. But he out here knocking people out. I'm not gonna tell you to go search his name, and you can watch about online. Just a good dude. I love him. Everybody, welcome to the show. Vince Bantu. Brother Vince, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, my brother Sho? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you as well, brother. You how you doing? You knocking anybody out this week?
Yeah, no, not this week, man. I was coaching 2 young cats sparring last night. They got a fight coming up, so I was on the other side.
Okay, you on the other side, just enjoying other folks knocking themselves out. Okay, cool. All right, so
there's a lot that we can talk about. We only have about 15, 20 minutes. But the one thing I do want to ask you, because this is about creating spaces, I love the fact that you have created a space that is one of a kind. You've started a seminary, Meacham Seminary. Tell us, what does it take to start a seminary? But why did you start a seminary? What do you offer, and why should people attend your seminary?
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, so we, I started it in 2018, and I think of it as like, what is the purpose of school, right? It's really, because we're all learning. Like, I'm learning things all the time, and I like to think of it as just somebody who has walked maybe 5 steps ahead and can show and walk other people along what they've gone, but they're still exploring as well. And so, really, what you need to start a seminary is you need to have walked a little bit ahead in knowledge than the community, so that you can bring them along with you. And so I just, after I got my PhD, I just started a school. And the reason why was because and really, the work of the AND campaign, the Jude 3 Project, and the Meacham School of Havana, we all just worked together, because when I was coming up through seminary, I went to college and I went to seminary at white evangelical schools, where I was treated like I was a Marxist or a communist, or like not a believer, because I was talking about justice and how God cares about justice. Then I went to a liberal mainline seminary for another degree, and then to a secular university. And it was the other extreme, where I was like this flaming conservative, or like a Bible thumper, because I believe Jesus actually lived, actually did the miracles the Bible says, like the fish and the loaves on the shirt. He actually died, actually rose again, and that he's the one and only truth and the way and the life. And so it's like, now the other thing was, in that liberal space, the funny thing is I actually found more Black people in that space than in the conservative spaces. And that kind of threw me off, but at first I thought it was cool, because I'm like, oh man, there's so many more Black theologians and scholars. But then I found out that the majority of them don't actually believe in Jesus and don't actually believe in the authority of the Bible. And then I found out that actually most of the Black seminaries don't teach the authority of the word or the universality of the gospel, and that we don't even have one graduate level accredited seminary that's Black owned, theologically biblical. And so as soon as I became aware of that, the Lord instantly told me, well, then I need to start one. And that's when I did in 2018, man.
Hey, clap it up for my man starting. Look, that to me, and that's why we do. We talk about creating spaces. Too many of us are complaining. We go out here and we talk about what we don't have. Brothers like you take the initiative to create. You're a builder. And oftentimes we try to pit like the Du Bois and the Booker T. Washingtons against one another. But the beautiful thing is that we need people who will call out the systems as thinkers, and we need people who will build the institutions that will catalyze and send us out. And you're a little bit of both. And the reason why I say you're a little bit of both is because not only are you an institutional builder, you are one of the best thinkers. When I say that I've heard you speak, now I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. When I say that I've heard you speak maybe a dozen times, and not one time have I ever seen you use notes, it's crazy to me, because you just rattle stuff off. I'm afraid, well, maybe notes hold you back, but I'm afraid to see what would happen if you actually had some notes. But talk to me about what led you to want to study early African Christian history, where there isn't a lot of information out there about Christian history in Africa or Asia. But not only that, for you to not only want to study it, to become one of the leaders in that space today.
Yeah, man. Well, actually, that really goes back to growing up, and I give a shout out to you, my brother, and really a lot of the people in the Christian hip hop community, because it's so funny, man. Because like you were introducing me, and you were talking about how like the Lord has used me to bless you, but see, y'all be forgetting that before that happened, I was a college student, and y'all were blessing me. And when we were all kind of coming up, and y'all were putting out these albums, y'all really blessed and equipped me, because I came up in the west side of St. Louis, and I was a Christian at an early age, but it was hard for me to share the gospel, even to just like be almost like a lone Christian growing up in the hood, like following Jesus. And people that looked and acted like me weren't trying to go to church, because the churches did not reflect us, and they were not welcoming to us. And I was really bothered by that. Then I went to, like I said, a white Christian college, and then I started to even realize, well, I see why they don't feel at home in Christianity, because I'm studying. I finally got the chance to study theology and church history, but I'm learning only about a bunch of white men from a bunch of white men. And so I'm like, what's going on here? And it was during that time that I got introduced for the first time to Christian hip hop, and a lot of brothers like yourself, that even from afar, it was like, even though I was still kind of by myself, like what y'all were doing, it really made me feel like I had a home. I had never seen somebody that looked and acted like me, dressed like me, from my same kind of boulevard, but was following Jesus. I had never seen that before. And I was like, that's what I need. That's what we need. We need to know that we can follow Jesus as he has made us, and that we've been here. And so when I really learned about, when I started learning about the history of the church in Africa, when I was in seminary, I was like, oh my gosh, I have got to learn more about that. Because again, when I took church history, I just learned about a bunch of European people, and that was it. And then we talk about black and brown folks like one day at the end of the class. And I'm like, but we've been here. We've been a part of this story from day one, and it's never stopped. And the church in Africa has never died. And church for black people did not begin in slavery. And so once I got introduced to that, the Lord just pulled at me, because especially a lot of the reason why many people I grew up with, as I was trying to bring them to church, and even still today in the black community, we know this, the number one reason that someone would not want to be a Christian, if somebody's not a Christian in the black community, the number one reason is because they see it as a white man's religion. And so if more people knew the history, and then people would be understanding that Christianity didn't start for black people in slavery, and not only for evangelistic purposes, but even for those of us that are committed Christians of any color, but especially those of African descent. It's also just encouraging to know that we have church fathers and church mothers that we can draw on, that can encourage us as well.
Yo, so you talked about, well, I don't want to just dance around the information. You've actually written 2 books, Multitude of Morning People. Then you have A Multitude of Many People. And then you have a book, the Gospel of the Gospel. Correct me.
Gospel Hymenode. Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
It just had third one just dropped last month.
Yeah, and I just purchased it. I haven't read it yet, but I'm excited to dig in. So you participated in a documentary, which is known as Unspoken, and we talked to Lisa Fields, which is brilliant. What is an example? Like, could you help us, practically give us something that we oftentimes hear, an argument we hear about Christianity being the white man's religion? And can you give us information on how to debunk one of those examples in 2 minutes?
Absolutely. A great example is, we often hear when we're talking to whether it's Kemetic, Hebrew Israelite, Islamic communities, whatever the case, African spiritualists, or just agnostic atheists, whatever. Everybody always wants to say Emperor Constantine created everything. He invented everything. He wrote the Bible. He invented the doctrine of Jesus's, divinity. Everything starts.
My brother created hip hop too. Everything. Yep.
He created hip hop. You know what I'm saying? He had dreads and everything. You know what I'm saying? Constantine was just he was, he's the inventor of everything. And specifically, people will say nobody believed Jesus was God. Nobody read the Bible. There was no Bible. Nobody, worshiped Jesus until Constantine, created Christian theology in order to dominate the world. The funny thing about that is that Constantine, not only was he likely not a Christian, period, because all of his own inscriptions were indicating that he was still practicing traditional Roman religion, but his closest association with Christianity was actually a group called the Arians, who were actually a heresy that believed Jesus was not God. They called themselves Christians, but they believed Jesus was not fully God, kind of like Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons. And so that's what the Arians believed. And so Constantine was actually down with the Arians, and his son Constantius, who took over the Roman Empire after him, he was an ardent Arian. He was trying to impose Arianism all over the Roman Empire, and even exiled Egyptian bishops who were Orthodox and believed in the full divinity of Christ. So these Roman emperors were actually promoting heresy and not orthodoxy. They were not promoting the idea that Jesus was God. They were promoting the idea that Jesus wasn't God. And the people who were defending the belief that he was God were Egyptians and also Ethiopians. In fact, Ethiopia became a Christian nation in the middle of this controversy. And King Ezana, and this is actually one of the earliest inscriptions you can read in the Ethiopian language called Ge'ez, and it was written by King Ezana in the 300s, and he wrote on his imperial tablet that he was a Christian. He invoked the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and he even calls Jesus God in that inscription. And so at a time when the leader of Europe was saying Jesus was not God, the leader in Africa, one of Africa's oldest nations, was saying Jesus was God.
Come on now, somebody. Preach that thing. When Europe was in the darkness, Africa was out here preaching that light. Before I go too far, what is some so you study and you research and you teach a lot about early Christian history. You just talked about the Emperor Ezana of Ethiopia. Give us something else like about African Christianity that we don't know, and you can probably even go into explaining what gospel hermeneut is. Hermeneut. Am I pronouncing that properly?
Yeah, yep, hymenode, yep, just like the notes on the cord, yep. Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah, actually, yeah, hymenode is an Ethiopian word, and it means a lot of things. It means faith and theology and lifestyle and doctrine. And really what we do at the Meacham School of Hymenode is, again, we embrace our African origins, but also celebrate the Black church. John and Mary Meacham were pastors in St. Louis, in my hometown, and they had a church where they were empowering people, enslaved persons, and helping them get trades, but also teaching them how to read and write, which was illegal. And so the state of Missouri shut them down, but they took their school on the Mississippi River and continue to educate people and teach them the word so they could preach the gospel, and also helping enslaved people escape over the Mississippi River into freedom. So it just really is a microcosm of what the Black church has been, a place of spiritual liberation and empowerment and social liberation at the same time. And that's what hymenode means. It's a holistic faith. It's a holistic gospel. And we don't have like this bifurcation between, liberal and conservative, or is it truth or justice? No, it's and justice. And so that's what we preach. That's what gospel hymenode really is. And so when we say we're a gospelist theologically, what we are doing is we at the Meacham School of Hymenode are taking the lived theology of the Black church that has been around since day one, and we are bringing that into academic space, because unfortunately most Black PhDs and most even graduate students who study theology and talk about Black theology don't believe in the authority of scripture and don't believe in the universality of the word. And so that's when you get liberationists or womanists. But then when you get evangelical, there's problems with religious nationalism and a lack of commitment to justice or reformed. And so when we say we are gospelists, or we have a gospel hymenode, and that we are gospelists, what it means is that it really means and campaign theology or boulevard theology. It's we believe in the justice of God and in the personal righteousness and the orthodoxy. And a good example about African church history, because really the Black church in America has understood that, like all of the slave narratives, and the Black church has always been a beacon of truth and justice. And in Africa as well, in Ethiopia, one person I'll throw out, last little tidbit, is one of the greatest writer in the history of the Egyptian language was named Shenouda, and he lived in the 400s, and he wrote prolifically in the Egyptian language, more than any other Egyptian writer in the history of Egypt, in Pharaonic period or in the Christian period, wrote more than anybody. And he was a leader of a monastic community, and his writings were a great example of how he spoke to the justice of God and the truth, because he combated heresies and he taught orthodoxy, but he also empowered people who were poor in the community and fought against oppressive wealthy people who were oppressing the poor. So that's just one example of many about how the gospelist tradition or gospel hymenode is that holistic faith that we have been doing as Black people, and that really is rooted fundamentally and ultimately in scripture.
You got them on your hip, ready to go at all times, just ready to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. All right, we got a question from an 18-year-old in the building. She has a question. Just grab what mic you wanted to grab. Grab that mic right there. My daughter is in the building. She wants to ask a question. Come on now.
Hello. My question, it's not going to be very deep or anything, but I went to a predominantly white Christian high school, and we only really learned like American history or like church and medieval history, which was, like you mentioned earlier, mostly European. So do you believe that like like the type of like history that you dive into, like more African Christian or like Ethiopian Christian history, do you believe that instead of only like just in colleges, do you think that they should try to integrate that into like lower school grades, like high school and like middle school as well?
Let's go. Let's go for the questions. That way.
Yeah. Oh man, that's a fabulous question. Fabulous question. Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I would say yes, absolutely, emphatically yes. In fact, I've actually already worked on a children's book, and I'm developing a series of children's books. And y'all need to pray for me. I can meet a designer that I can work with to do that. One of like 20 projects I'm trying to work on. But because of exactly what you said, what'd you say?
I said my wife.
Yeah, hey, come on, hey, let's get it. Because I've had so many people ask the same great question that you just asked about. Look, we don't need to be waiting till we get to college to be knowing this stuff, because this is world history. This is not just Christian history. Like you have hold up, I got like a mountain of books here, but I got to show y'all an example. Like I got this book right here on my desk. This is just one more example. This is the story of Walata Petros. And that is a drawing of her. She was an Ethiopian saint in the 17th century who resisted attempted Portuguese colonialism. Her biography, which I just showed you, which you actually can get in English translation, thankfully, is one of about 9 Ethiopian women saints that were written between the 14 and 1700s. And guess what? Those are the earliest known biographies of a Black woman in human history, of a sub-Saharan African woman. Before Phyllis Wheatley, before Harriet Jacobs, before anybody else. These are the first. So this is world history. This is not just Christian history. So this should be taught in public schools, in universities. I have a huge bone to pick with universities and teach Africana studies and always exclude African Christianity. You cannot study African civilizations without studying Christianity, because when you go to ancient Nubia, ancient Ethiopia, ancient North Africa, you're going to see churches everywhere. You're going to see drawings of Jesus. You can't put it out. But absolutely, we need to be teaching this to the young people as well. And so, like I said, I already got a book written. And also, I want to give a shout out to my brother, Pastor Jerome Gay, from Virginia, also just released a children's book on early African Christian history. And I definitely would recommend people to get that. And I'm trying to do a similar one and a whole series of where we can continue to just put more and more of this information out. But I encourage y'all to please definitely, continue to do that and, teach on these, not just for, graduate level, but for young people as well.
I'm gonna have my people hit up your people, and then we're gonna make sure that my wife gets to illustrating that book for you. I can't see that question. I can't see that. Oh, okay. I have one last question for you. You have a very unorthodox, I'll just say an unorthodox way of doing church, but I think it's beautiful. I think it demonstrates a lot of gospel hospitality and charity. And it's really a wonderful picture of us being the priesthood of all believers. And so us all being the priesthood of believers, better yet. So tell us about the church that you pastor. Tell us some of the I guess you could say, unorthodox ways in which you guys fellowship and get together. And hopefully, man, we can be encouraged. And if there are people in St. Louis looking for some place to fellowship, they'll come check you out.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's exactly right. I do pastor, one of the pastors at it's called Beloved Community Church, taking that name from Dr. King, and really again the same vision of that gospelist holistic vision. We're non-denominational, but actually we're in the process of starting a network of churches that are what we call the language we're putting to it is we're a family style church, and we're talking about the family model of church. And we actually have a sister church called Neighborhood Church in Boston, in the Dorchester neighborhood of Boston. So if anybody's ever in Boston, you can check out Neighborhood Church and our church as well. But what we mean when we say family church model is that we are rooted in the gospel and the scriptures. We hold the Bible, Old and New Testaments to be authoritative, the gospel to be universal truth, and we're like most other churches, especially in the Boulevard network, I would say, or any other gospel centric churches. and we're elder led. But also I think one of the things that maybe is unorthodox or is a little bit unique about our church is that we are also like churches that are trying to bring a holistic approach to spiritual salvation, but also social empowerment. But we do that in a way that's similar to, like, you could say, like a house church or like a micro church, where we are intentionally small. So we seek to stay small numerically, but as we make disciples and as we share the gospel and as people are saved and baptized, we want to grow to a point of sending off other churches that continue to remain small and reduplicate themselves, so that we can be free of the trappings of finances and property and buildings and salary and all those distractions, and just focus on discipleship, justice, reconciliation. And so I would say that's probably one of the ways that we are unique, because there are church. That's why we're talking about this model of family model, because you do find churches that are, like I said, house church, micro church, but they're usually predominantly white and they're not really engaging issues of justice or issues in the Black and brown communities. But then the churches, and then also we do social empowerment through relationships, because our model is we don't need to reduplicate the wheel and create our own nonprofits. There's already nonprofits in our community. Let's partner with them. And so my wife and I were just today with an undocumented family in court all day, and giving them a ride and translating for them, because we can do these things relationally and partner with nonprofits, which is what we're doing. And so that's a little bit about how we're unique. But y'all be on the lookout, because I actually do have a full draft completed of a book. This is kind of like stretching different muscles, because I used to do the history stuff, but I did want to put this vision down on paper just to share it and love feedback from other members of the body of Christ. So be looking out for that family church book coming out soon.
So all right. So The Multitude of Many People is one book. Gospel Hermeneut is another. I probably mispronounced it again, but every time I recommend somebody to buy The Multitude of Many People, I think that book is like $100. Why is your book so expensive, bro?
Yeah. Oh, you're probably thinking of the new one, the one that just came out. The Multitude of All Peoples, that one's cool. That's like University Press, so that's probably like $20-$30 or something. But this one, this the one that just dropped last month, and those Food and Land.
I bought it on Kindle, so yeah, I think I got the Kindle one, so I got it for a cheaper version. But that hardback, I was like, nah, cuz. All right, yeah. There you go. Show the people.
If I could just make one quick comment about this book and how it ties in, I'm gonna keep it real. I hope publishers gonna get mad at me, but don't worry about buying it for real. Publishers gonna get mad at me, but real talk. This was not written for the church or the community. I'm gonna tell y'all about that book real quick. If you read it, it is so different than things I've written. It is not really like inspirational. It's academic. It's historical. It's really written for PhD students and like for scholars in the field. But I'm gonna tell you why I wrote it real quick is because I wrote it in order to really because I feel God has called me to be a missionary. As I said, if you put all the Black PhDs in a room in theology, probably 9 out of 10 of us would not say they believe in Jesus or would not say believe in the Bible. And people in the Black church and community are always astounded by that. We don't even know. And a lot of times they try to hide that. Now, the thing is when you have somebody like myself, or you have an Esau McCauley or a Vincent Bantu or a Karen Ellis, like you have a few of us that are PhDs and still biblical, but our work oftentimes gets dismissed by that larger community because they operate in the secular university and they publish in the university press world. So honestly, the main reason I did that book was simply to win credibility and to show this broader Black scholarship world that those of us who are gospelists, those of us who are Black and proud and PhDs and, and that we still believe in Jesus, we publish with the Christian publishers and all that, but we can do what they would call real academic work as well. So really it's just me being called at the Areopagus is the vision of that.
Yeah, and I would say, man, I know the wrestle, and I didn't experience it myself, but I know people, some of the people you mentioned, the tension of producing a trade book versus an academic book. Trade books sell, obviously, make a lot of money, and academic books don't sell. But to your point, those academic books get you into particular spaces. They're the long game versus the short game. And so applause to you for saying, hey, I'll take this L in a sense, but to produce something that's going to put me in a position to infiltrate the space like a Daniel. So before I let you go, how many times have you watched Endgame? Or was it Avengers? Not Avengers. I mean,
it It was Avengers. Yeah, the first one. I saw that mug 25 times.
You said you saw, and so here, and I don't want the people to be mistaken. It wasn't 25 times like on DVD. It was like in the theaters, right?
At the show. It was at the show. I saw that mug at the theater 25 times. That was when I was going through grad school, but that's my number 3 movie of all time. Indiana Jones, Star Wars, and then Avengers. That's my stuff right there.
This man went to see the Avengers in the movie theaters 25 times. When the first time he mentioned that to me, I was like, "That's not real. You're making this up." And
that was
did you
straight
pay?
up.
Somebody in the audience said, "Did you pay every time or did you sneak? Like, what's happening?"
Now I was saved. I was saved at that point, so I did pay. But at least half of them times were back when we had this is when I was living in DC doing my grad school, and we had one of them hood theaters, and it was like one of them second run where it cost like $3. I was seeing most of them times was at that.
So you one of the brothers that would pay. You know, is it okay? Is this still in to pay for a movie and go see 2 movies?
Only
right.
to get caught. Real quick.
We got one more.
We did have a comment.
All right, comment from
just was interested in the resources. A couple resources that you would recommend, as well as the book that you held up. He was just wondering if he could take a look at that or see.
Gospel Home and Note was the book he held up. But go ahead, tell the people about some resources. Well, one, tell them about your books again, and then maybe shout out some other books. You shout out Brother Gay, who has another book called The Whitewashing of Christianity. But shout out some good resources that academic and both trade, if you will.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, I would say for urban apologetics, like broadly, Eric Mason's 2 volumes that he's edited with Zondervan, Urban Apologetics Volume 1 and 2, those are fabulous. Anything from the AND campaign, anything from the Jude 3 Project, look at the videos, look at the scholars, the speakers, follow their work, all of that stuff. And then when we talk about early African Christianity in particular, I would say definitely, again, even more than my new book, I would say Multitude of All Peoples would be the place to go for that. And just to get an introduction to Christianity from a more broad perspective. And so, yeah, definitely check that one out as well. And also on the Jude 3 Project, I actually made a bibliography of other sources, primary and secondary sources on early African Christianity, and you could check that out.
Bro, you were a star in that. You, Damon Richardson, who else? And Esau, you guys were like stars in that documentary. That thing's beautiful. It was amazing. So once again, thank you for your talents and your grace. Blessings to you and your family. Go out there and make many scholars, my guy.
Amen. Amen.
All right, bro. Thank you. Vince Bantu. Y'all give it up for Vince Bantu. All right, so look. We got an hour left. We got an hour left of this thing. Look, we've been here since, well, some of us have been here since before 12, but we started this thing off at 12 p.m. Tina's about to look. Tina over there about to fall asleep. If I could get the camera on, hey, we got some fun that's about to pop off. And the reason why I'm excited about what's about to pop off is because of an initiative that we were trying to raise money for, but it's my particular initiative called Good Culture. So for those who are listening, I'm gonna go give a big general recap. We are here to create space. My Boulevard is an organization that is trying to develop relevant resources and trying to give you guys community, not just content, but give you resources through coaching, give you resources through the content we develop, give you resources through conferences. And so as we do that, obviously these things take money. And so if you are still listening, and you can listen to this days later, weeks later, I guess, we want you to give. If you can give, that would be excellent. No amount is too little, okay? But you can text My Boulevard, MyBLVD to 53555. And one of those initiatives that we're raising money for is Good Culture. And Good Culture is my show. I was able to do this a couple times at different conferences. So here at the Boulevard Conference, the whole Saturday night, what I did is I just took over the conference. I did interviews, did some interaction, some game show stuff, and we're going to reenact kind of, have a little micro Good Culture show here in a couple minutes. We got some folks who are going to participate in some fun and shenanigans, if you will. But any thoughts on that interview we just had? Any thoughts from the audience? Okay, you just thumbs up. It was good. Yeah. You probably got to speak. I'm just going to say, so she loves history because you don't have a mic, so I don't know if that baby hear you. Dope. Lovely. All right. So he talked about early African history. And so this video that we're about to watch is going to lead us down the same river, if you will, because it's a parable of the river. It's I guess you can say, a repurposing or a remixing of a parable that was written by Max Lucado. And we just gave it some Africanness, if you will, my brother David Hamilton. And this is a video produced by MyBLVD. It's called Osimri. It's wonderful, it's powerful, and you should check it out.
My children, gather, listen, take heed. Long ago, in the times after the Great War, many made futile attempts to rebuild their humanity. Most would fall, but one kingdom stood. This king, father to 5 sons, leader of a hated people, lived atop a high mountain, an oasis, a hope re-emerging from the dust. Heed this warning, the father spoke as he sat teaching his sons on the banks of the river. This world is yours, and you are its hope. You will inherit its great plains and its deserts, its mountains and its valleys, its oceans and its rivers. The people will look to you, see what they are not, and they will hate you for it. Yet, you must remain hope. You must remember whose you are. You must never be swept away. One day while the king and his firstborn son tended to the needs of the people, the younger boys snuck to the banks of the river. The boys danced on rocks, pretending to be the fierce warriors they imagined to live in the valleys below. The youngest of them all reached his hand into the water, lost his footing, and fell in. In a panic, the other 3 boys scrambled to save him. Hopping from rock to rock, they reached for him, frantic as they watched his head submerge and then resurface. The second youngest son, determined, found a strong stick and reached out for his brother, who was able to grab hold. The river raged. 3 sons locked arms and held on with all their strength. But the pull of the river would prove too strong, and soon all 4 of the king's sons were swept away. The river dragged them without regard for their royalty for miles until finally, calm. The boys crawled from the cold waters and collapsed in the sands. They looked up at the cavernous valley, the lights of their father's house lost beyond the mountains. Here, the brothers set up camp to wait for rescue. Yet days passed, and the brothers began to waver in their faith of ever seeing their father again. One night, the second oldest failed to return to the river's edge. When they found him the next morning, he was in the village of the valley people, ankle deep in mud and building a hut of sticks. "What on earth are you doing? And what is on your face?" they teased. "Ah, my brothers," bellowed the second oldest, adorned in new tribal tattoos. "All of the stories were true. This place, these people. Oh, my belly is full, brothers, and they welcome me to be whatever I want." The middle son responded, "Father would tear his robe if he saw you dressed like this and covered in mud, no less. Knock it off and come back to the river's edge." The second oldest snapped back, "Father is not here, is he? No, I will stay and do whatever pleases me." As the other brothers turned back to their camp, the middle son declared that such betrayal of their father would not go unpunished, vowing, "I will stay at a distance, keep an eye on brother, and record his wrongdoing. Father must know of this." And so the remaining 2 sons returned to the river. Yet, it was not long before the youngest of them all was all alone, for his last brother had left him. Not far away, the second youngest thought to himself, "If I can stack these rocks, I can build a bridge to reach that cliff there and make my way back to father myself." And work he did. through the morning sun, through the midday sun, through the sunset and the night, for days, until finally, atop his pile of rocks, he collapsed from exhaustion. When his eyes finally began to crack open, he found himself laying on his back, blinded by the midday sun. As he composed himself, he noticed the silhouette of a man standing above him. "Father," the son whispered, a reluctant hopefulness in his words. But as he sat up and regained his composure, the visage of his eldest brother, the firstborn son, came into clarity. "Oh, it's just you," he said, embarrassed by the weakness of his own hoping. "Just me? Father sent me, and I have journeyed at great cost to find you, my brother. Where are the others? We must leave at once to return." The second youngest replied, "I do not know where my brothers have gone, and they are no longer my concern, and I am not coming with you. I will finish this bridge on my own. I will climb out of this valley. I will show Father that I am man enough to make up for my own mistakes." The firstborn warned him, "Brother, this bridge of yours is still no taller than you are. You will die trying to prove yourself. Then death I would choose before I allow you to make a weak fool of me." With that, the firstborn left his brother to his work and went in search of the others. He stumbled upon the village of the valley people, and the sounds of music and dancing and laughter spilled from within. When he found the second oldest son, he could hardly believe his own eyes. Approaching the stick-made hut, the firstborn called out, "Brother, it is I. Father sent me to find you, to bring you home." "Father? Father, is too late. Look around you. I have found more here than even our own home could give me. All the stories were true. The people of the valley, this culture, I have never felt more alive than I do now. I get to be who I want to be. I have built this palace and the people here esteem me. Me!" The firstborn responded, "But this is not who you are, brother. This is no palace. And when the rains come, and they are coming, all that you built will be washed away. The valley people know this to be true, and so waste their lives. But you were born for more. Return with me, please." He hesitated briefly before replying, "No, I must stay," and closing the door on the firstborn son. Heartbroken, yet resolute, the firstborn son continued on to find his other brothers. Not many steps were taken before he heard a voice call from the trees. "You're finally here, honorable firstborn son of the king." The leaves rustled as the middle son hopped down from his perch to greet his brother. "Took you long enough. Can you believe our brother? How treacherous. How vile his betrayal. Father would be furious if only he could see how his own son disrespects the honor of his name, his entire house. You have seen with your own eyes, have you not? You must go at once and tell Father of his sins." The firstborn son replied, "Just his sins? What? What have I done? Risking my life to save my foolish little brother pales in comparison to the debauchery that I have witnessed here," said the brother. "When Father finds out, he will have no thought of my minor missteps. You must go at once." Again, the firstborn son replied, "I have not come to bring our father's wrath. I have come to bring you home." "No, no, no," the middle son insisted. "I'll stay right here. When Father finally comes, I'll make sure he knows how evil his precious son has been." So, the firstborn son continued on his mission. Meanwhile, the youngest of them all sat at the sands of the riverbank. As he ate by the fire, he was startled to see a figure emerging from the tree line. Something swelled within him. His eyes could not hold back tears. The desperation that preserved his last and dying seed of faith burst forth. His eldest brother, his father's firstborn son, Hope, walking towards him. The young boy stood and ran to his brother, throwing his arms around his neck and weeping, "Father never forgot us." "He is a good king," the firstborn replied, "and a father who loves his sons. At the moment you disappeared, he sent me to find you all, to bring you home." "Home," said the youngest of them all, realizing and accepting the truth. "Father wants me home. What of our brothers? We must go to them." "Your brothers refused to return, so for now, they must remain where they wish to be." And so, the youngest of them all left the camp and its fire, climbed on the back of his brother, and the two began the long and perilous journey back to their home and back to their father.
Baba, if they could live as kings, why would the brothers stay in the valley?
My children, let your ears hear. Let your eyes see within yourself. You may be the second oldest son, indulging in whatever makes you feel good, wasting your life chasing fantasy. Or you may be the middle son, believing that you are better just because you are not worse. Or maybe you are the second youngest, so desperately trying to prove that you are the hero of your own story. Perhaps all of us are all of them. But may the God of the heavens allow it to be that in this end that is upon us, we find ourselves like the youngest of them all, willing to hope, even to fight for hope, in the only worthy name, in his prophecy and his promise come true. May it be so, my children.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. All right, so I'm excited. That was a wonderful video. I'm excited because we are closing out this last hour. We got 45 minutes left. Fun times. One of the dope things that we're going to do is have a little game show with our guest, ladies and gentlemen. And today we have two wonderful guests. We have Emma to the far right, my far right, your left if you're watching. Emma, go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about you, who you are.
Okay, hi, my name is Emma. What do I need to say? What do the people want to know? Where I'm from? Okay.
It's something you love. What is
something I love?
Don't say Jesus, okay? We all know you love Jesus.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, I'm from Florida. Grew up in Florida, raised in Florida, came here for college.
The whole state. You're from the whole state of Florida.
I'm from the whole state of Florida.
Okay,
I'm
excellent.
from Central Florida.
Okay.
But
the part that you're ashamed to mention.
What'd you say?
You're ashamed to mention it or something like that?
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's the yeehaw part of Florida. You already know. So it's Central Florida. We'll just say that.
Right.
And then I came here for college, and something that I love chocolate chip cookies.
Okay.
Like good chocolate chip cookie.
All right, give us the best chocolate chip, like store-bought. Best chocolate chip cookie, the worst chocolate chip cookie.
I don't store-bought cookies. To me, it's all like one big
Nasty?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't do
You'll
store-bought.
never get as good as, but a Panera chocolate chip cookie,
Yeah.
they still have it warm. It's delicious.
Y'all hearing about Panera with this tea, this lemonade that's killing people? Apparently.
Oh.
That's out here. It's just it's an excess of sugar that they put in their lemonade. It's like caffeine. It's like 200 something milligrams of caffeine, and it's just getting people like extremely hyped. Yes. So all right, well,
the South is built different. I feel like they're immune to that.
We've been doing that. So.
Not the caffeine.
They must be
Not that caffeine. All right, so give it up for Emma, who's going to be one of our contestants on the Good Culture Show. Next to Emma, we have our brother Lawrence. Lawrence, tell us a little bit about yourself, where you from, and what you love.
So I'm from South Carolina. I grew up in a very small town. I'm gonna tell people because nobody knows where it is. It's Hickory Grove, South Carolina. Maybe I'll put it on the map. 500 people there, so there's no need to look it up.
How are you planning to put it on the map? What are you gonna do? Win this? You gonna win this particular game and put it on?
Things about this game, so I'm like, I don't even know.
It's not that deep. It's not that deep.
Crazy. So I came to Atlanta for a job, and then since then I have left that, got a different one. Might leave this one. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Oh Lord, I should have said that.
You should not have said that. Oh my, because they are listening.
They'll be all right. They'll be all right.
Lawrence, your boss is in the chat.
Yeah.
They said don't bother coming in Monday.
Facts. This is how you lose job on a Friday. On Friday, why are you off? Oh, why are you off? Goodness gracious.
Yeah, I think one thing I was like, man, I do love desserts, a lot of things, but I'll be pretty generic and I'll say I love football.
Football?
Yeah.
You got football shoulders. You got some football shoulders on you. Every time I see you, I want to tackle you. Is that good? Is that bad for my health?
Listen, it all it takes is a flip of the switch, and I'll tap back in.
Okay, so what position did you play?
I play linebacker. So
okay, you look like a linebacker. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's a compliment. Brother got some size on him. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. But you can't catch me though. Even in my 40s, I still got a little sa. Anyway, lady.
Yeah, I think he.
Hey, camera on Tina right now.
I think he's that same person. If I remember.
Oh no.
Hey,
I gave. Hold up. So if you
maybe that video where he talked about not wearing a windbreaker to the gym, that same person.
Yeah, hold on. So if you saw that video of me jump on the fence, first of all, you know I had flip-flops on, and I gave it about a 30 to 40% effort. I was thinking it was so easy that I was like, I'm not gonna even try. Now, granted, I embarrassed myself in front of millions of people. Even Kevin Hart posted the video. I was like, oh, Kevin, that's how you gonna do it, bro? You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna post one of my songs? Just, okay. But everybody talks about your first failure. They don't talk about when you come back and you defeat and you win. They always want to know your failures, huh? But when you come back and you defeat the beast, do they talk about that? Did you see me jump that thing with ease when I went back and I prepared?
You redeemed yourself.
All right, so check this out. This is Good Culture. We are planning to have a show that's our first episode that will air on December 31st, New Year's Eve. And this is just a tidbit of the kind of stuff you're going to get. Now, I'm debating on what I'm going to give you guys as a prize, okay? You've been eyeing some of the product over there, okay? We have all types of shirts. We have all types of hoodies. You ain't getting near one of them unless you win this game. I have about 5 questions, okay? Each one of you will get a chance to answer. There are different rules for different questions, but we'll see, all right? Who would like to go first? Do we need to go? How many of you going to go first? We're going to defer to the lady. We're going to go ladies first. We'll let them.
Yeah, all right, I can go first.
He said, we can, or I can go first. Was that you being charitable, or was that you just
wants
saying
to
no?
go first. He wants to go first.
You want to go first because you want to. All right, so
That's okay.
are we going to be able to put the question up here? The first question, ladies and gentlemen. I'm starting off with a very easy one, okay?
What? I want this one.
Okay, well then, hey, you may have an opportunity. I'm gonna give you guys both. Let's say I give you both 2 chances to answer this question. All right. All right. This historical icon freed the slaves. Ladies and gentlemen, this historical icon freed the slaves. Now, who decided that they were going first? I can't remember who.
In the chat. Let's see if you guys can. Let's see you guys' guesses as well.
Okay.
See if you guys can get it right.
So you're going first?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, I got it. Okay. So I'm gonna go for one, and I think I'm right.
Okay.
But if I'm wrong, that's gonna be very sad. But I'm gonna go for what is Abraham Lincoln?
Hey, Abraham Lincoln. That's a good guess. That is okay. Anybody else? Abraham Lincoln in the building? I'm gonna have to say that's wrong, ladies and gentlemen. That is not the right answer. Abraham Lincoln is not the proper answer. But give it up for Emma's try, though. Okay.
I try my best.
Hold up. If you're not in the group, if you're not on this thing.
Tola, I think
all right. Lawrence. All right. Yeah. Freed the slaves. Freed the slaves. I'm sorry. What? This historical icon freed the slaves.
All of them. All of them at once. Just.
Hey, I'm not gonna give you much more than what I already written on this historical icon, and I'm gonna give you 5 seconds.
Harriet ran down there and got him.
Hey, 5, 4. Is it Harriet Tubman? Is that your final answer? Hey, Harriet Tubman freed the slaves, y'all.
She freed some slaves.
She freed the slaves. She's like, oh, you hating on Harriet?
No.
Are we hating on Harriet?
Never.
Crazy.
I would never.
Checker.
You came on here talking about alpha male podcast. I didn't know that we would have Harriet hate on my podcast.
Never.
Harriet slander is unacceptable here at the Good Culture Show.
Harriet Tubman, don't you speak a bad word about Harriet.
She even got a fire movie out.
Unfortunately, Harriet Tubman is not the right answer, ladies and gentlemen. But still, give it up for Lawrence. Hey!
Hey, that's wild.
I bet Lincoln freed a couple slaves too.
I'm gonna give you.
Yeah.
All right. So one guess.
It definitely. I was like, it can't be Frederick. I'm like, I don't think he did.
Frederick Douglass?
Yeah.
No, bro.
Yeah.
Ain't no
5.
way.
Oh, are you slandering Frederick Douglass now? Ma'am, do you not see? Hey, camera on this camera. Ma'am.
Ain't no way.
Ain't no way you gonna come on this show, disrespect Harriet Tubman and Freddie D. I call him Freddie D.
That's crazy.
And what in a span of 5 minutes? The audacity. All right.
I think I should get the shirt off rip.
Okay.
You know what? I'm giving you a point.
Okay.
I'm giving you a point, but just because of the slander.
Wow.
Just because of the slander, my man. All right. The proper answer is not though. Abraham Lincoln is a good answer. Though Harriet Tubman. Hey, rest in peace to the OG Moses. I would have even taken a Frederick Douglass, even though that would have been wrong. The proper answer and the only answer is Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what y'all was thinking.
Come on.
Won't he will? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Can I get a testimony, Tola?
I learned that.
Tola, can you?
I learned that in you.
Hey.
Come on.
Hey,
That was the first thing they taught
Jeremiah.
us.
Get my man Jeremiah. What's that?
I think I deserve a shirt. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy.
Okay.
Hey,
Jeremiah, how did they not get that?
What in the world?
All right. Here we go. Never mind.
Let's try the next question. Let's try the next question.
All right, so we're gonna move on to the next question. This one is that was the easy question.
Whoa.
That was the easy question. All right, so Michael Jackson has a song. You know what I'm saying? And on this song, the lyrics are much debated. And I need you to tell me what he says in his song. Oh, I forgot the name of the song. You want to be starting something. You want to be starting something. Got to be starting to get over. Too low to get under. In that song, does he say, I'ma say it on the side of a mountainside? B, mama say, mama sa, mama kusa. C, mama said, don't go outside. D, I'ma sell my mongoose when I go outside. Or E, none of the above. Since Emma went second, or Emma, you went first in the last one. Lawrence, you got the point. Yeah. Just off the slander.
That's crazy.
Just off the slander.
That's actually crazy.
Lawrence, is it A, B, C, or D? What does he say on
Or E?
Or E? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What is the lyric?
I think I always go with B, but like I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Like,
Well, brother, I don't. I have a hard time hearing people who are insecure.
I get a point for being secure.
So I was gonna say, I'm actually gonna say I think the lyrics are C.
All right. So is that your final answer?
Yeah, I'm gonna
C.
go with C.
Can you sing it? I can only take it in the form of the way that you sing it, so that it. The lyrics. Go ahead, sing it as he would say it. Say it.
That's crazy. Mom said not to go outside. Something like that. Hey, I tried.
Mama said not to.
Should I give it Rob Williams vibe or?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, if you think you can. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, what does the audience think? Is it C? Okay.
So E.
Unfortunately, that is wrong. It is not C. Emma, would you like to? It is E, none of the above?
None of the above.
How confident are you about this?
I'm secure.
She's very secure. Sometimes you got to be strong about your answers.
Right.
And sometimes when you're strong, you're also wrong.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen. Strong or wrong. The answer is B, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
It is mama say, mama sa, mama kusa.
Mama say, mama
Sa, mama kusa. Mama say, mama sa, mama kusa. Say it again. Sing it to the world. All right.
I thought you said you go for B usually.
That's hard.
You had it and you backed away, bro. Trust yourself. Believe in yourself.
Oh, I do.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I'm just wrong sometimes. Hey, I
Amen.
made the wrong decision.
All right. Amen. And sometimes when you confess, that's freedom, brother. That's mercy. All right, we're going to go to this. Hey, stop talking. We're going to go to this third question. So nobody gets a point there. So Lawrence is still ahead because, off of the lack of disrespect to, those people who come before us.
How?
He respects his ancestors. All right, so we're back on this Michael Jackson. Finish this lyric. Cause this is Thriller night.
Michael Jackson.
Boom, boom. Boom. You know it's 3. Wait, hold up. What did she say? What did she say? What did she say?
Okay, answer the.
No, hold up. Pause. Time this thing out. We're gonna pause this thing. Emma, what did you say? Did you disrespect Michael too?
No.
Are you? What is it? I'm about to ask you a question, and I want you to tell me the truth. I'm gonna ask you the truth. Hold up. Do you hate dead black people? We just need to put it out there. Emma.
I'm gonna put this on the record. I'm gonna go on the record saying no.
Hey, what'd you say, Jay? What did you say? You gotta say that one more time.
I just said disrespecting Michael is not good culture.
It's not good culture at
no,
all.
I'm sorry.
That's not good culture. Everybody, I want you to say it on 3. 1, 2, 3. That's not good culture. Hey.
Amen.
Get it together, Emma.
Okay.
There's grace here, though.
I'm working on it. Okay.
There's grace.
Okay.
All right.
Grace and
Can either one of you finish this lyric? Emma, you do go first. I bet not hear no slander. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
Just make up something.
Just make up something.
Just make up something. Do you? First of all, do you know the song Thriller?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, just give me something. Like, do you know the cadence? Do you know the rhythm?
I get it mixed up with Can't Touch This, you know?
All right, I'm out. Are you talking about MC Hammer?
Hey, all right, I'll just go ahead.
You go first.
She said.
You got it.
She said, I get this mixed up with Can't Touch This. Do, 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 do.
Hey,
do,
hey,
do.
hey, hey.
Bird.
Hold up. Okay, I get a point.
Hold up.
I get a point. That was a banger.
That's a little mix. That's a little mix.
I'm gonna put Can't Touch This.
Hey, that mashup,
right there.
that little mashup may work. I may go home and try to make that work. Hey, yeah, let's
Thank you.
Our team to look this
Good
up
night.
real quick. All right, I'm having a feeling that neither one of y'all know. All right, go ahead.
I feel like I think the first few words are late at night, but then I don't know the rest of it. So at least I got you.
Late at
I'm
night.
not wrong.
Because this is Thriller Night. Because no one's gonna save you for the beast. About to strike? Yeah, there we go. About to strike.
It's about Revelation.
Hey, at least I got night right.
Hey. All right. So it's still one. No, ain't no half points. We don't do halves here, bro. It's 1-0. Once again, I cannot emphasize. I can't stress enough. The reason why Emma has 0 points right now is because of the disrespect.
It's over for me.
I just want to throw out.
I'm canceled.
That right now the audience is tied with our winner.
Okay.
And they actually got one right. Lawrence, not this Lawrence, but Lawrence B in the chat. Yes, B. Mama say Mama Sawa Makus on the last question. So right now you're not even in the audience.
That's fine.
Y'all gotta step it up.
You know what? No comments.
All right, so check this out. I accidentally unplugged my mic. Hopefully, I'm still here. All right, so let's go ahead and go to that next question there, Jay. This next one is all right, so stop looking. All right. Y'all didn't know anything about Jesus because y'all didn't know that Jesus freed the slaves. So I was kind of disappointed in that. So we're going to test how much you love Jesus, okay? But how much do you spend in his word? Is it hitting in your heart?
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying?
Amen.
Literally, do you know the word? Like, do you know the books of the Bible? I'm going to give someone 30 seconds. Can we get you a clock? And here's the thing. I need you to name all the books in the Bible that start with a vowel.
Ooh.
That start with a vowel. Who's going first? All right. You got 30 seconds. And here's the thing. If you don't get it right, he gets a chance to steal from you. All right? Ready, go.
Exodus.
Obadiah. Okay. She threw out the Obadiah. Let's go. Come on, Obadiah. Oh, you started off good, and then it went bad real quick.
Ezra.
Uh-oh.
Esther. Isaiah. Ezekiel.
It's 6.
Ephesians.
Come on.
Time.
Dang, that's crazy.
8.
You missed.
8.
You missed 2 of them.
Missed 2.
How many? Oh yeah. Oh, do you have? All right.
Oh, come on.
Start the 30 seconds now. Boom.
That's crazy.
30 seconds. You have to.
That's crazy.
You ain't got time to.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
You can't sit around and think.
No, he should get 15. In my opinion.
I mean, there's only.
15.
I was a math major, bro.
Oh, so you don't know your word?
Ooh.
That's crazy.
Emma's coming. She's talking about you, sir.
Bro, not even gonna
He's not gonna try. He's not gonna name one book of the Bible. You got a campus outreach shirt. He got a campus outreach shirt on. He's representing campus outreach. What is campus outreach doing? What are they doing?
Time.
They are going to shame you.
I just want to say that everybody was quiet when she went.
No, nobody was quiet.
All I heard was slander.
Nobody was quiet. Nobody was quiet.
Because you went 15 seconds without saying anything.
Yeah.
And for like 20, at least 20 seconds.
All right.
It's all cool though. Hey,
We asked you to name books of the Bible, not to meditate, bro. You said there, man. A book. So first of all, Emma, you did a wonderful job. You got 8 of them. I think it was 8, right? Yeah. You only missed. I know you missed Acts. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ecclesiastes.
Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I said make it interesting. They got a point each.
No. He doesn't get a point. That brother. Oh yeah. Okay. Since you got 8, you got yourself a point.
I said night, and I didn't. Okay.
You said one word, and the lyric has 16. Anyway, I think this may be the tiebreaker.
That's okay.
I think next one may be the tiebreaker. All right. So, okay. So, one of the things I love is language. I love country idioms. You know, an idiom is just a term that people use and it becomes popular within culture. And oftentimes there are very strange sayings that people say. A hit dog holler, right? You know, what does that mean when somebody says a hit dog holler?
I'll pick me.
It's not one of the, but I'm just saying an example. If there's an offense levied and you take offense to that, then hey, you know, yeah, okay, gotcha. Well, this particular idiom, I want to know which one of you guys can explain this to me for a point that will lead us to the victor. And that idiom is, you don't believe that fat meat is greasy. You don't believe that fat. How many people in this room have heard that thing? Like, you don't believe that fat meat is greasy. Oh my gosh.
For the chat, there is nobody that heard that saying.
Am I the only one? This thing is so, my grandparents, I've heard so many people say that. Well, just use context clues. I mean, just use.
I gotta guess.
I gotta guess. Too, yeah.
Lawrence B is cheering for Lawrence right now. He said, "Come on, Lawrence."
Really?
All right, so whoever wants to take it, you know what? I think I have some other questions. If no one gets this, I can go to some other questions that I have in reserve. All right, Emma. The Tubman Douglas hater is willing to take a stab at it. Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that this means that you don't want to call it like it is. What does the
producer think?
He's talking to his imaginary.
Because calm. All right, hold on. Let me call her. Yeah.
I gotta get this.
No. Yeah, yeah. You're right. She did slander Tubman. And she said something. She won't even reveal what she said about Michael. That's the crazy part.
That's irrelevant.
And then she disrespected Freddie D.
That's irrelevant.
Is that what we're going with? Okay. So the producer said, despite your hate for black people, you are rewarded a point.
Wow.
Because it's close enough.
Hold on. What if he can describe it better? You don't think he can?
I don't think he can. He had zero. He had zero confidence.
You ain't giving him a
chance. All right. Well, look, Lawrence, I'm gonna give you a chance. What? All right. You didn't step up and give. Okay. You know what, Lawrence? I'm gonna tell you this. The Good Culture Show, we're gonna have to get it some more structure. We're gonna get better structure moving forward. Because I can't have these contestants talking to me like I'm crazy.
Oh.
We're gonna have to do. Hey, look.
Hey, first.
Hey, I need a bouncer. Hey, I know somebody in here got a gun. That's all I'm saying. Somebody in here has a gun, so I'm just gonna make sure in the future. But y'all ain't gonna be talking to me crazy, and we're gonna have to screen these contestants and make sure there's no racism again, because the racism is
doing background checks on contestants.
yeah, the racism is wild in here. All right, cool. Lawrence.
Am I going to actually sway your decision?
Yes, if you get it, if you land on it, if you can describe this particular idiom better than I think Emma did, I will definitely give you a point.
Yeah, I feel like you don't believe that fat meat is good.
You're not even.
Hey, bro, it's been a
Literacy
day.
test too.
I believe that I would describe it as someone who is gonna always like tell a lie. So they're not gonna tell you the direct truth. So.
All right, Dahadi just walked in the building. Dahadi, have you heard this term before? You don't believe that fat meat is good? All right, so Emma, hold on. Emma, you are going to be the deciding factor. Emma, give us the answer that you had, and Dahadi's going to say if he feels like that's close enough. Okay. Because Lawrence was off.
Okay.
You like what he said?
Whoa.
I mean, yeah, you can like what he said, but that's not the right answer.
Tola, we gonna talk after.
All right.
I think that you don't believe that fat meat is greasy means like you can't tell it like it is.
What's the difference?
Tell it like it is.
You didn't? Did you
No.
say
Yes
you said
or
it a
no?
little differently
Yes
last
or
time?
no?
Wow.
You said it a little differently last time.
Yeah, I forget.
You don't believe it is what it is.
Oh, maybe that's
or something like that.
See, I just got short.
You still
You don't believe it is what it is yes.
So
you don't tell it like that's
okay. Jeremiah, would you?
I mean, decide if that's acceptable or not.
Just because I want to get these jokers off my stage. No, Emma, that's close. You don't believe that fat meat is greasy. It's more like kind of like, oh, you hard-headed, and you're gonna learn. You're gonna find out because you don't know how to conduct yourself out here in these streets. And one day it's gonna end up leaving your butt in prison. So you don't believe that fat meat is greasy.
Okay, and it is. It is.
It's very greasy.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say one of the chats we got was you see the truth and can't accept it.
Wow.
That's a very deep one right there. That's a very deep interpretation. Is that what? All right. All right. So because let me see what I'm gonna do. Let me see. Should I go one more question or should we just
let's get a tiebreaker round. This the do or die is right here.
All right. Here's one. This question. All right. So this question is not on the screen, but I'm going to ask you this question, and let's flip a coin.
Let's go for it. Whoever answers it first.
No. It can't do that. No, I'm only giving one question. Number between 1 and 4.
3.
2. It's 3. All right, Emma, this is your opportunity. If you get it wrong, he gets a shot. All right, this question. Which one of these statements is not in the Bible? Which one of these statements is not in the Bible? I lied. Which one of these statements is in the Bible? Which one of these statements is in the Bible? Hear me properly. Which one of these statements is in the Bible? A, money is the root of all evil. B, God don't like ugly. C, a fool's lips walks him into a beating. D, spare the rod, spoil the child. Or E, none of the above. Which one, Emma, is actually in the Bible? A, B, C, D, or E, none of the above. All of them are fugazi.
Which one is in the Bible?
Is in the Bible.
Okay. I'm going to go with A.
Money is the root of all evil is your answer.
Final answer.
Somebody said, Lord help.
Tola, we going to talk, girl.
Oh my God. Tola's not happy with your answer.
No.
All right. Well, the
love of money is
the love of money is the root. Hey, you got to pay attention. That's what. That's what. I'm not trying to give away stuff for free. I want you to think, especially after you just slandered my man. All right, Lawrence. Look, you know, oh, hold up. Before you was quick on it. So you know it's not A. Yeah. All right. So what was your answer? All right. So it's not A. So we're going to exclude that. God don't like ugly. Wait, hold up. That could be in the Bible, bro. Why are you laughing?
Message translation.
Are you laughing at God's word? A fool's lips walks. Hey. Well, you don't know yet until I give you the answer, do you? I'm the authority right now. A fool's lips walks him into a beating. Spare the rod, spoil the child, or none of the above.
Does that spare the rod or spoil the child?
Is spare the rod, spoil the child. None of the above are in the Bible. So none of these scriptures or none of these statements are in the Bible, ladies and gentlemen. None of them are in the Bible. We ain't got no biblical scholars in this room. First of all, they didn't know that Jesus freed the slaves.
It's the fool. It's got to be the fool one then.
It is absolutely a fool's lips invites him into a beating. That's a proverb. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, give it up for our contestants. Hey, you know what? Because I love y'all, and even in the disrespect, go ahead and get you a shirt. Just find you a shirt. Dig through it. A hoodie? Yeah. For your participation. If there's something over there that you want, it's yours. You can grab it. All right? So.
That's good culture.
That's good culture. All right.
That's good culture.
You know what else is good culture? Every now and then I do these videos at my house. I sit at my desk and I just pontificate over things that I think are deep and interesting. This audience, oh, I tell you, boy. Ruthless. All right. And so before we close this thing out, there's one video that I want to show. And then my brother and I are going to come up here and we're going to close out this wonderful 8-hour extravaganza of content. We still want y'all to give. We still want you to sign up for the city syllabus. But this video is important to me because a couple months ago, I think it was, I did a video about 10 things that would make Christian hip hop better. And it offended some folks. Well, now I want to make some pastors mad. Here's a video called 10 Things That Will Make Your Churches or Church Plants Better.
I recognize that there are many well-intentioned people who want to take responsibility of their boulevard. And the way some of you want to do that is by planting churches. Well, I want to help you achieve your goal. And here are 10 things that will make your church plant better. Number one, we got to chill out with these church plant videos. Okay, look, it's the same thing over and over again. You walking through the hood in your God is Dope shirt and your off-whites or your J's. And you're like, hey, my name is Jamal. And what this city needs is another church. I know the city's been plagued with systemic racism and nihilistic behaviors for generations, but I'm going to accomplish what no other human being has been able to do because God has chosen me. And with your prayers and some Christian hip hop music, we can change this community. I get it. You got to promote and let people know, but we got to do something a little different. Number two, let's convene the church planting consortium and make a decision. We either have to go with good musicians and singers or none at all, because the Bible says make a joyful noise. And if you take joy away, then it's just full noise. It's just full of noise. And that can kill your church before it starts, okay? And it's okay not to have music. We don't have to have music. We could just sing without instruments, a cappella, you know what I'm saying? And let the bad, voices be drowned out by the good voices, or just tell people to sing low. I don't know. And we don't need to be singing along to the Spotify playlist. This is not karaoke church, okay? Number three, when there's a new visitor in your church, you got to play it cool, okay? You can't be like vultures swarming the corpse. There's a thin line between hospitality and being a hostage. So where are you from? Where you live? What do you do for a living? What school do your kids go to? Who's their teachers and what are their names? And how can I bring them cookies at school? Chill out, Hannibal Lecter. Goodness gracious. They're never coming back to your church once they figure out how to break the padlocks in your basement. All right, number four, stop telling people that there are other good churches in the city. That's the reason why you started a church, is because you think all other churches are terrible. Look, I was thinking about going to City Church. City Church. Have you heard that man preach? I don't think he's ever picked up a Bible. And the children's church? The children, all they do is play tag. Them jokers dance to Kids Bop all day. I mean, if you want your kids to go to hell, feel free. Number five, go for the college students and build your volunteer base around college students. Because one, they have freedom that they've never had before. Two, they're seeking guidance and how they can influence the world. And you could be like, look, influence the world by stacking these chairs. But you got to be strategic because all students aren't created equal now. You know what I'm saying? You got to go for the state school kids. I know that's offensive. Because state school kids, they're going to be around for a while. Okay, they're not going anywhere. The private school kids are too busy trying to figure out how we can Airbnb on the moon. Okay, they already think they're better than you, so don't chase them. You got to go for the low-hanging fruit. Number 6, speaking of influencers, if there's an influencer or an artist who is attending your church and they have more followers than you, then you probably should actually get rid of them, because I'm telling you now, it'll save you the headache. It is better to get rid of them now before they cause a church split. Matter of fact, send them jokers to City Church, okay? So that they can cause a split there. And then those folks from City Church will come to your church. You know what I'm saying? You got to know how to have like people who are talented enough to bring folks and be submissive, but not more influential than you. There's levels to this, okay? 7, stop saying you're going to be different as a church plant. Hey, so Jason, why did you plant a church? Well, I just really felt a burden to create a community. Blah, 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 blah. Just say you wanted to be the guy. So Jason, why did you want to plant this church? Well, look, I wanted to make all the decisions. In my last church, I didn't get to make any decisions. And the pastor was incompetent. That joker he was terrible. Just tell the truth. I believe I can do it better than others. No, number 8, not enough for real. This is serious. Pastors, you have to tell the truth to your spouse about church planting. Look, and this is how you do it. I know this is my calling, and I don't expect you to feel the burden that I do. I will be called upon often. I will have to have conversations that are tedious and sometimes pointless. I will have to resolve conflict. I will have to give of myself, and that will impact not only you and our relationship, but our friendships. You know what I'm saying? And people will know that you're not a pastor and this is not your calling. You have your own life. You have your own job. So with that said, I encourage you to forget everything I just said, because you will be treated like a pastor. So embrace it, because if I'm honest, I want you to carry this burden with me, because I can't do this by myself. I need someone to suffer along with me. I'm not dealing with these crazy people by myself. Number 9, if your family makes up about 30% of your fellowship when you're starting your church, don't call it a church plant. It's just a family that's hanging out and having Bible study. And that's great, because you need to disciple those 8 kids and that crazy brother that you met at the gym, because one day he's going to be a stable leader. Number 10, if you are a predominantly white church and you're looking to become more diverse, I am providing services where you can rent a family. I have Sunday prices. I have Sunday and Wednesday prices if you want both days. Price will vary depending on the size of the family. Now, if you want a mixed race couple, oh wow, that's going to increase your diversity by 200%, baby. And with the premium membership, I'll even throw in a family that's adopted a South Asian kid. We about to save America. We about to save America. My Boulevard family, I just want to help you plant better churches, okay? Or decide not to plant a church, because, I mean, addition by subtraction.
Yo, so we've been here since the early morn.
8 hours.
From the break of dawn. I mean, we've been more than 8 hours, actually. But we've been streaming for 8 hours. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to a close. Come on, sing that thing. To say goodbye to yesterday. And do you remember the face? So, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 8 hours. I want to say shout out to all the people who've been behind the scenes doing good stuff. Yo, Tina in the back. Thank you, Tina. Jessica was here earlier. Samantha was here. Allison for singing. Yeah. Tola. You've been making a little bit too much noise though. So we need you to chill out just a little bit. My daughter Zoe behind the camera. My man, my mellow. Hey, We're looking forward to good culture. Hey, good culture is going places. So I know it was the December 31st. It was the Sho Baraka show, but we changing that thing to good culture. We're bringing it back. We're bringing it better. And now I officially have accountability. I have a team around, thanks to my brother. So we going to make this thing happen. So it ain't going to be no more, hey, Sho, you start stuff and quit it. This is happening. And y'all got a piece of it. Good culture. But more importantly, this is the My Boulevard Stream-a-thon, creating spaces. My Boulevard is trying to do what, Hadi?
We are trying to do big things.
Big things, not small things.
Not small things, big things. I'm excited. We are going to first bring in this new year.
Yes.
We're going to rest. We're going to pray.
Yes.
We're going to ask God to do some big things. We're going to enjoy family. We're going to create spaces at our house.
Yes.
Right? Because we got to first start in the home.
Amen.
So that's
Amen.
really where we're going to do. But then next year, we are coming. We are excited because some of the things that we'll be doing next year is it's like, one, we're excited to be announcing that the city syllabus is going to be donation based.
Yeah, that's so. Before it was 3 tiers. Now we're saying, hey, just come and pay what you can, and you're gonna get all this good content.
Yes.
What? We must be fools. We must be foolish.
Excited just because we want to help disciples thrive with their worship, right? And so, just like we started off, the content is for the six P's. We got pastors.
That's 1 P.
We got practitioners.
That's the 2nd P.
We got poets.
That's the 3rd one.
We got prophets.
4.
We got pundits.
Okay, what's the last one?
We got the
Polymaths. Oh, come on, somebody.
I still don't know what polymaths totally means. Polymaths.
Look it up, my guy.
So listen, that's all of us.
That's all of us.
That's all of us.
Hey.
So we're going to be creating relevant.
What if we had a 7th, which is parents? Parents? No, I'm just playing. I was just all right. Go ahead. My bad.
So, yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, that was a dumb suggestion. So no, we're really excited to be doing that next year. I'm really excited about the Good Culture Show. We want your feedback.
No, I don't want your feedback. Unless it's good. Unless it's good. No, just playing. Yes, absolutely. We absolutely want.
I'm looking forward to December 31st. I'm looking forward to bringing in the new year. Yeah. I'm also looking forward to every other week. After that, we got some podcasts coming. My Boulevard podcast.
Yes.
We're still doing church planting, disciple making cohorts.
Yes.
Developing disciple making culture.
And
and
I am trying to start my own beta cohort next semester. Or sorry, I call it semester. I still got college mindset. Next year, which is going to include makers, influencers, creatives, and practitioners. Some of those P's in there, not pastors. But if you want to join the beta program, the cohort is going to be based on the whole concept of good culture. I don't have a, you know what? I need to stop just excluding pastors. Anybody. I will have mine as well, but we'll give more information about who we're allowing in. It's going to be a small group that we're beta testing our cohort. Yeah.
So excited. And speaking of pastors, I am excited to announce next year at the My Boulevard Conference, October the 17th to the 19th, Live Local, right? Live Local Conference. We will be launching our network, our family of churches.
Let's go. Let's go.
Family of churches. So let's go. We're excited. So we are getting excited about everything next year. This year has been such a great year. Such a great year. Before we go, what are some of the highs?
So yeah, we did a bunch of interviews. So one, every year you do a couple cohorts. You got to celebrate the fact that people are being trained to plant churches. Because, at the end of the day, many of the people who joined in, the one common thing for everybody is that they believe that the church is the institution for which God is going to change the world. There are talented people out there. There are very smart people out there, but you cannot do it outside the context of the church. So the church planted in the city cohort. Then you guys did the Harbor Gathering. That was a highlight. You know what I'm saying? Yep.
That was good.
Then you did the Urban Night. Well, that was 2022, but still the Urban Night Gathering led by Deuce, which is dope, gathering brothers to kind of say, man, what does it take to us to spark a revival?
We launched the city syllabus.
We launched the city syllabus, which you should definitely go to.
Tons of content, hours and hours of the content.
Hours and hours. You got a sneak peek of some of that earlier. Then we also had a conference, in October.
Integrated.
Yep.
That was nice.
And so, I don't know.
We launched a good culture.
And we launched the Good Culture Show, and it's gonna take off next year. So y'all better be early adapters because When it blows up, I'm acting like I don't know y'all. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm gonna still love y'all. But before we get out of here, we still believe that somebody's gonna give us a $24,000 check. And the way that you can do that is by texting My Boulevard, MyBLVD, to 53555. All right. Actually, no amount matters. Just give. You know what I'm saying? Because we are trying to do. You heard the things we've done. That stuff takes money, and very similar to what my brother Vince Bantu came on and said, hey, I didn't want to just complain about it. I had to build the institution. That's what the Hadi and I are trying to do here. We're trying to build things that will last, as he says, once our kids have kids. You know what I'm saying? We want to be people who establish something that lives beyond us. You know what I'm saying? And so the way you do that is by funding. And so,
and I just wanted to say, I mean, we've already thanked everybody, but like we said, hey, we want to figure out creative ways to do it instead of just sending out an email and say,
yeah.
You know, so I appreciate you, Sho. Appreciate this kind of spending the time putting this together. I'm excited about this show. I'm excited about where we're going, kind of as you know, as a family, Boulevard family, and just looking forward to 2024.
Let me shout out all the people who came on, and then we'll watch a video that's going to celebrate the next conference, and that'll be it for this simulcast. But I'm gonna try to go down and listen. Hopefully, remember everybody who joined us. So, you know, first of all, shout out once again to everybody behind the scenes. Much love to William Branch, the ambassador, for joining us. Much love to Tara and Clayton for joining us to have a discussion about Known 360. Much love to my brother AT, Adam Thomason, coming on. Allison for singing on the vocals for us. We had Kenny Petty come on and talk to us. Much love to him. The wonderful Miss Lewis and his two daughters came, Angie Briaya and Jade, came and joined in the discussion. We also had James and Sarah Hobson, pastor up in Virginia. Then we had Lisa Fields, gave her time, did an interview. Justin Giboney came through, did an interview. My man Pete Peterson of the Rabbit Room came through, did his interview. Dayton came through and shared his testimony, which was really encouraging. And then Vince Bantu came through. Unfortunately, Karen Ellis, that interview is going to be shown at a later date, but she came through and gave her time. And then we had our contestants. Am I missing anybody other than Emma and Lawrence? Is that it? Is that everybody? Round of applause to all the people who participated. And thanks to all the people who came in and out throughout the audience, but mainly to Tola for being the loudest of all of our audience members. So, praise God. Thank you guys. Go out there and be good culture. Here's a recap video of our conference, or not a recap video of our conference, but a video that's celebrating the conference to come in 2024. Share this video. Ultimately, go out there, spread good culture, and live local, y'all.
Welcome to My Boulevard, a small city steeped in the industrial legacy, standing as a testament to time's relentless march.
The rusting remnants of a bygone era loom like silent sentinels.
These streets and neighborhoods reveal a community bound by resilience, where echoes of industries past painfully harmonize with the brokenness of the present.
We've seen the strength that comes from embracing our unique stories. In moments of adversity, we stand shoulder to shoulder, ensuring no one is left behind.
We're united, but unity doesn't come from conformity, and diversity alone won't erase disparities. This is our city, our history, our future, and in the midst of all its many challenges, I hope your gospel has an answer.
Welcome to My Boulevard. We're tired of losing our youth to the streets. We're tired of going to funerals and lighting dollar store candles, mourning the death of another young man, to gun violence, crying out, gone too soon.
These children are our children. Their problems are our problems. Our message must be unmistakable.
We must be a tangible witness, to be present and strive to meet our neighbors' many pressing needs.
So when a single mom cries out, overwhelmed by life circumstances, I hope your gospel has an answer.
Welcome to My Boulevard. This is home. It's where we planted our roots and are raising our families.
While we face various challenges, we believe in the life-changing power of the gospel. As God's people, we must work together to shape its future.
Together, we build a community, one life, one family at a time.
To introduce them to a hope that this world can't offer. A hope in one whose name is Jesus.
When people come with their hurts, doubts, and fears, we believe the gospel is the solution. This
is my
boulevard.
There's this group called 10X.